and welcome everyone to the Prop Traders Special Investors Summit, hosted by Traders Corner. I'm your host, Anthony Chapman, and I'll be guiding you through this action-packed Saturday lineup of powerhouse trading presentations. We've assembled some of the most strategic minds in the prop trading world to help you pass, profit, and prosper trading other people's money. Whether you're looking to get funded, improve your consistency, or optimize your strategy with cutting-edge tools, today's event will give the roadmap. And yes, we've got giveaways today, big giveaways. PropShop Trader is giving away 4 free $50,000 Warrior prop accounts. That's right, for lucky attendees, 4 lucky attendees will be funded to trade absolutely free. To enter the drawing, I'm going to drop the registration link in the chat box. And when I do that, so go ahead and click the link when I get the chance to do that, and make sure your name is in the hat. So let's kick things off with a legend in the trading industry. Price Headley, founder of Big Trends and a member of the Traders Hall of Fame. Price is here to show us how his QQQ strategy has been doubling in a day. So everyone, please welcome the great Price Headley from BigTrends.com.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. You're too kind, and it's great to be here to kick off this awesome Traders Corner event today. So glad you all are with us. And it's interesting in the prop trading world. I mean, that basically you can get trade other money, and it comes down to, okay, how you can not just make money, but also how you can manage risk, right? A lot of prop trading firms kind of require you to keep your risk at a certain threshold or less, so that things don't get away from you and them too much in terms of if it's not going well, right? So it's like one of those things where everything you do and think about here throughout the prop trading event should be thinking about not just how much can I make, but also how much could I lose if it doesn't work. So we're going to talk about a specific risk managed strategy for prop traders that we like a lot, and it's in one of the most liquid vehicles, the QQQ, the NASDAQ 100. It's dominated by, of course, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, the big magnificent 7 names tied to the AI wave, right? Artificial intelligence. And everybody now is talking about, are we in an AI bubble? We had a little shakedown in them over the past week or so. Some names like Oracle have been cut by like a third off of its peak after earnings, right? So it's an interesting time, but the key is, if you get hung up on that debate, you're missing the day-to-day, week-to-week opportunities, right? The idea being that, a lot of people are going to debate whatever the situation is in the markets. If you get stuck in that financial news chatter, then you're missing what the charts are telling you. So I want to just get into the charts and let the charts tell the tale. Look for patterns of success that we've had and how you can apply them yourself over from one afternoon into the next trading day. So these are quick strike strategies. So let's get into it, talk about both reward and risk, as we remind you that the information provided in today's presentation is based on our proprietary research, and it's intended for illustrative purposes only. What we talk about here should not be considered specific advisory recommendations. As you know, stock and options trading have large potential rewards, but let's face it, they also have large potential risks. So we've got to manage both of those. And one of the other things we want to remind you of is that you can start small, right? If you're trading just even a contract at a time, you could a lot of times get into these contracts for like a few $100, and then if you do hit a stop, you might lose $100 or $200. So like you can literally trade that small, and that's a good way for new subscribers coming in to manage risk. Also, we're going to talk about that too. Remember, the past performance of any trading system or method is not necessarily indicative of its future results. Future results will vary. And so the reality is that you've got to have a method to the madness that keeps you consistently executing through the ups and the downs and managing your risk and managing your reward. So, see our terms of use on our Big Trend site for more info there. So we love QQQ options because one of the great things, you probably heard about weekly options. By the way, I'll ask and get you involved here. How long have you traded options? If you've never traded an option, type a 0 in the chat box. If you trade them for 20 years, type a 20. I've traded them for 36 years. I'd be typing a 36. And by the way, while you're typing that in, let me just say, November 15th, here we are today, November 15th, 2025. November 15th is a fond day in my memory because I launched BigTrends.com November 15th of 1999. We're today celebrating our 26th year anniversary in business at BigTrends.com, and we've had a lot of you all to thank for your support of Big Trends over the years. And if you're new, welcome. It's always about education. So we've got several that are brand new to options. We've got a 5-year options trader, a 12-year trader, and more. So the idea is that, look, whether you've never traded an option or if you traded for a long time, it's all about developing an edge, something that you can be confident in, that you can execute consistently. So I'm going to share with you success stories when it works, also show you when it doesn't work on our QQQ options playbook strategy. Because like I said, you probably heard of weekly options that expire every Friday for most of the major stocks. QQQ options have every single trading day expirations. Okay, so now you've got a lot of flexibility. That's how active and liquid they are. And so that's really important too. When you're prop trading, is you need to be in something where it's not you against the market maker. It's you against a lot, hopefully thousands of other traders, right? And if not millions. But the idea being that in options, we're really diving into contracts on the QQQ that are often trading 100,000 contracts or more per day, right? So these are very active. That means the bid-ask spreads are very tight. It means it's very easy to get in, and more importantly, it's very easy to get out whenever you get an exit signal. So we're going to walk you through that because we never leave our subscribers hanging. We guide you through every trade from the beginning to the end. We call it QQQ Options Playbook because we're always educating and teaching and training in addition to firing out trade alerts. So the idea is that we want you learning while you're earning, right? If you don't, have that mentality to constantly be learning, what I call green and growing is the right mindset. And, I want to be green and growing, not ripe and rotting, right? If I think I've got it all figured out in the markets, I'm in big trouble, right? In my 36 years of trading the markets, it's like I'm always looking for that next edge. So it keeps you sharp, it keeps you focused, it keeps you hungry, right? That's important no matter how well you're doing, to stay focused and never complacent, okay? If you don't know me, like I said, trading 36 years in stocks and options, launched bigtrends.com 26 years ago today. And it's all about data and systematic edges. We're playing a quantitative game here. We're not playing a subjectivity, oh, I know better because I've been trading for so long. If I thought that way, I wouldn't be in the game much longer, right? You can get your head handed to you with that type of lack of discipline and lack of putting too much on your ego. Your ego is probably your most costly 3 letters in your trading, right? You think you know better than the markets. You're not willing to admit you're wrong. You're not willing to follow a system 100%. These are commitments you have to make to take your trading to the next level. So we're going to share with you this system we do on the Qs here. Let's get into looking at the charts. So what we're looking at here are daily candles, right? We're not messing around with intraday on this particular system. And I know the temptation as a prop trader is to think, well, I need to be in and out a whole bunch of times in the day. And I would submit that whatever you do, you need to have an edge, right? If I have an edge that happens once a day or once every other day, I'm going to feel better about executing that than something that's just a lot of noise, that's going to chop me up, that's going to not just build my portfolio consistently, but more importantly, is it going to damage my confidence? My confidence in what I'm doing is so important to keep executing through the uncertainty, through the occasional givebacks. It's really just critical to protect that psychological capital just as much as you protect your financial capital. Okay, so here's as you recall, we had that pop down here just over a week ago in the markets. We'd had that little sell-off the prior Friday from yesterday, November 7th. And what we liked about that was we saw a big reversal off of that low. That was actually the news, if you recall, coming in Friday midday, that the government leaders and the battle between the Republicans and Democrats was finally getting resolved on reopening the government, stopping the government shutdown. Because, of course, we had an unprecedented 5 weeks plus where the government had been shut down. And, in fact, remember that means a lot of data reports were either delayed or didn't happen during that last month and a half of shutdown before things just started to reopen here this week. And so you're going to start seeing jobs reports come in even this week. I believe it's this Thursday. They're going to report the September jobs numbers, right? A little delayed, right? But those things are going to have an impact as we look at, is the Fed indeed going to cut again at their December 10th meeting or not? Again, these are all longer term things. What we like is that type of a momentum shift on a daily candle says, yeah, you've gone like almost vertical on the downside for that week. We've had a pretty good sell-off from the end of October through the first week of November, right? And it's usually a pretty seasonally good time of the year, right? But of course, the market had been up through September and October, so you're going to see some patterns where you're going to get corrections when you've been up as much as the market's been up and the Q's been up some from the April lows. So what we saw at that point was we said, look, we want to get into the QQQ call options on that big reversal to the upside. That's a powerful shift from having, you see where the Qs the day before it closed around 612, they ended up trading down here at the lows to like 599, right? So that's a huge test to the downside. More importantly, though, they're closing right back up near the highs of the day, right about a little above where they open. So you've got a positive white open body there. That means you close above where you open. So on that was Friday, November 7th. We recommended in the final hour of the trading day that we buy into those 612 strike calls that are just a hair out of the money. We're trading maybe 610, 611. So 1 or 2 points out of the money. But remember, look at the expiration choice that we make. It was November 7th. Why do we buy November 12th? We like to go out on the QQQ option strategy 3 days till expiration. Why do we do that? Because we could hold it for as much as 2 days, but usually we expect to get our double in the next trading day, but no more than 2 days held. So we will never, at Big Trends, we don't have a single program that holds an option into its expiration day, right? We like to say, look, let's go ahead, especially as an options buyer, right? We want to make sure that we're not dealing with massive time decay risk in the final day of an options life. You hear a lot of people talk and preach about zero DTE as a path to profits, but I've traded zero DTEs a number of times myself, and it's a razor's edge, right? It's a much more volatile experience. You have some big successes and you have some bigger failures in my experience, and I don't like that kind of variability. I want to make, in this strategy, I want to make twice as much as I lose at most, right? I want to have the potential to make at least a double on these trades, and then I want to not lose more than 50% on any QQQ options trade. Okay, so you say 50%, that's a lot. Well, what we found is that if you put too tight of a stop, then you're going to end up getting whipsawed too much of the time the next day or two intraday. Right. And so the goal is stay in the game, but also have enough of an uncle point that you can cut and run. So how do you adjust your risk as a prop trader? Say, well, I don't want to take a 50% loss. Well, you say, well, think about it. If you're putting $1,000 in, a 50% loss is a $500 loss. We're trying to make 1,000, risk 500. But if you say that's too much for me on the downside, well, then you can scale it back, right? So in this example, we say, look, if you just bought one contract at $412 and you have a 50% loss, now your risk is like $206. Okay, so you can adjust to however you want to do things. We like to say put a fixed dollars amount in per trade, and we're using an example today of just starting with $1,000 per trade. So if you're putting $1,000 in per trade, we buy these at 412. That means it's $412 to control each 100 shares of the Qs on one options contract. So that means we can get 2 of those contracts for $824. We couldn't get a third contract that would push us to $1,200 plus, right? So we're capping our maximum investment amount at $1,000 max. We get 2 contracts at $824, right? We're not going to always get that full 1,000 in, but we're looking for a double. So we're looking to take that 412 to 824. The next morning, on Monday morning, this past week here on Monday morning, the 10th, we gap up, right? We trade on up here. The government shutdown is being averted and ending, and that's confirmed on Monday morning. Markets had closed just over 610. We're opening at 619. Guess what? That's like a 1.5% move. Usually we're expecting about a 1% move in the Qs can get us a 100% gain, give or take, in our QQQ options. And so from this perspective, you say, okay, this is exactly how we like to do things, to say, let's take advantage of this type of setup. If you get more than a double, consider it a windfall profit, right? Just take the extra amount over and above it. So right off the open on Monday morning, we're ringing the register, getting out at 903 for 119%. Okay. So whether you're prop trading, whether you're trading for yourself, this options approach is definitely a way to leverage short-term moves. And I don't care if AI is in a bubble. I don't care if AI is just corrected, or what the longer-term talk is. I'm really focused on a day-to-day pattern that we found of success here. We're going to show you several patterns actually today that we like to use. A couple of them are bullish, one of them bearish. But the idea is that this is how you look to take that money and run. So if you've got 2 contracts in for $412, you're making almost $500 a contract with a little bit better than 100% gap up on Monday morning, and you're making $982 gross profit. Remember, what's your commission on an option trade these days? They're way down from when I got started trading options 36 years ago, after I graduated from Duke University, I got into the stock market right after graduation and immediately gravitated towards options. And back then, not many people knew about options compared to now. A lot more people are aware of the power and leverage of options and the risk, right? You've got to always manage both reward and risk. But the idea here is that, look, we're ringing the register, your maximum commission, $2 in on 2 contracts, $2 out, no ticket charges, maximum commission $4. Some brokers are even cutting out the commission on the closing side transaction, could be even less than that, $4. But the point is, okay, you keep the vast majority of what you earn. Let's look at another example. You know, you saw that breakaway set of gaps that we had in late October. And what you see here happening on the bottom panel here is one of our indicators that we like to use is the Williams percent R, percent range indicator, developed by Larry Williams. I know Larry, he's a great trader, great guy, great trading innovator. You know, he's always looking at new angles here. But the percent R was just a way to quantify where is the market that you're trading. And this can be used pretty much for, once you learn this system for the Qs, you could easily go and apply it to individual stocks, Forex, crypto. So that's probably the biggest thing that I want to kind of remind you of here is that if you don't want to trade the Qs or you don't want to trade options in your prop trading account, then you can take the same methodology and go apply it to other trending markets. You've seen the trends up and down in crypto. You've seen the trends up and down in futures and Forex and individual stocks. Of course, there's tons of ways you can trade this, right? We just like the Qs because it's so easy to leverage it appropriately to a 2-day hold and not buy more time than we need by buying a 3-day option and still have that day left to get out before we never hold into the expiration day. So you think about all this and you say, okay, look, we're looking at this and saying, okay, powerful percent R. This is, if there's one flaw in thinking here, notice this green line on our percent R is saying 60 percentile. Okay, what does that mean? It means if you were measuring, like if we closed right at the highs, looking back over the last month or more, and the percent R is going to read up around 100%. It's going to be as high as it could go. And you would think that means that if you're this overbought, you would think that means that it's got to correct. And while there is one correction day on there, this correction day was when Trump threatened the China extra 100% tariffs on that Friday, October 10th, about a month ago. That's the one correction day in this uptrend that was really meaningful on the downside. I am not interested in trading and picking a rabbit out of a hat and a stop clock right twice a day and that's it, like trying to trade the downside in a powerfully bullish pattern. We're going to be much more interested in finding the bullish setups when percent R is this strong and staying this strong, because what it means is that you're not at the top of the range, are you? If you're making higher and higher highs here, both in the prior early October phase and also, of course, in the more recent, the late October massive run to the upside, higher highs, higher lows, you know what that's called? That's called an uptrend. Right, so the goal here is that let's go ahead and get on in line, attuned, and in sync with where the market really wants to go, which has been to the upside overall. So on this gap up, we traded both of those pops to the upside, the one before it too. But we said, okay, look, on that particular trading day, that was on Monday, October the 27th. We said right near the end of the day, we wait to the end of the day, by the way, on daily candles. Why would we wait for the end of the day? Why don't we chase a gap up right off the open? Because gap ups can reverse, right? We want to make sure we're getting our pattern right into the end of the day. We're buying right near the end of that candle. You say, oh man, look at how much you've missed. You cannot think that way. You have to think about where are we now and where are we likely to go into the next trading day, or no more than 2. So the idea is like, you know, I've got a signed basketball here from Mike Krzyzewski, coach of Duke, you know, winningest men's coach of all time. You know, it says on it, he signed his name, it says next play. What does next play mean? It means don't stand there admiring the last great shot that just swished through the basket that you had a great shot. Congratulations. But you know what? Get on to the next opportunity, the next play, right? Don't get stuck in that past moment, whether it was a good trade or a bad trade, and let that hang you up from your next play, in this case, your next trade, right? So applying it to traders, next trade. Congratulations, I would say, for following your system, not for whether you had a winner or a loser. Follow your system, grade yourself on how well you're following your system, and then get on to the next trade when it sets up, and you'll be a lot better off. So we got into that for $375 per contract. So on $1,000, that'd be 2 contracts in for $750. Couldn't quite get that third one on. Bought the 630 calls from about 628 into the end of that day on Monday, the 27th of October. Next day, we go from 628 to a high of about 634.5. And so we're targeting 750. We get that. How do we get that when we bought a 630 strike call 3 days out till expiration on the 27th? We bought the October 30th, day before Halloween options. And you say, okay, look, you'd think that means you got to go to 637.5 to be worth 7.5. Well, there's time premium still in those options, right? The very next day, you still have 2 more days to go before the expiration. So you will also have time premium. So in addition to the 4.5 intrinsic value, there's another $3 of time. We're able to cash it out that day at our double target at 7.5 and make $750 on 2 contracts for being in one afternoon, out by the next afternoon. So, and by the way, when we get in late in the trading day, another benefit of that, in addition to seeing the daily chart pattern set up properly, this is a daily chart, David. Yes, the only dailies. We're focused on the big trends here. That's the name of my company, bigtrends.com. 26 years and counting. But the idea is that, look, we're focusing on the big trend, and we're focusing on that we will never have a day trade, because we're getting in typically in about the last half hour of the trading day, which means you're not going to hit your 50% stop or your 100% target in 30 minutes. I mean, it's just a fact of life. You got to get used to the fact that that's not our game in this system. We're looking for a next morning catch what we think is an important momentum into the close that's positive, that we can get the upside gap, and then from there really focus on the next opportunity to go, right? So here's another, the day before that, that was a Friday entry, Friday, October 24th, we had gapped up, and I believe we'd even traded the day before that too, but we had gapped up, finished up, right? So we got the white open body candle showing that we are closing above where we opened in addition to gapping up. So you've got multiple things that are happening that are showing positive momentum. And our percent R reading, of course, is in the 95th percentile or so, right? You can see on the next day, it's 99.75%. Why? Because it's closing almost at the high of the day that next day. That's the top of the range, except it's not a range, is it? It's an uptrend in motion. And like we said, that's why we bought again there at that almost 100 percentile reading, because it's powerful to the upside on a day-to-day basis. I'm not saying long-term it's not quote-unquote overbought, and long-term it couldn't go back down. I don't care about the long-term in this strategy. I'm carrying day-to-day here, right? So that's kind of, as a prop trader, how you want to think about how can you stack up these in a short-term basis. And frankly, we think we're taking advantage of the conventional wisdom, thinking that overbought's bad, and saying those people that are selling that market there, guess what happens when the Qs keep going up? They have to rush to cover. That's even more future buying power when the bears are on the wrong side of that major move, which they've been since April, right? I mean, even some really bright people, the Paul Tudor Joneses of the world, were calling for really disaster from the terrorists back in March and April. And he acknowledged that he was wrong and moved on, and I'm sure he's made a lot of money since, right? He's a brilliant trader, but it just shows you that even the most brilliant can get caught off sides and basically have to adjust the other direction, right? So it's just one of those things where we're looking at a pattern that's worked for us. So we get in 348 a contract, again, buying 2 contracts for just under 750. I'm sorry, this is right about 696 actually was our total entry dollars, and on a $1,000 cap, right? So you're only getting 70% of your total invested. That's okay. We're not going to overinvest. And so we're buying out the 620 calls, and we're about 616, right? So we're a little bit out of money on that one. But you see, you shouldn't let that scare you away. The very next day, it gaps up to 624, trades to 627.25, and we just need 696 to get our double. Why don't we hold for more than a double? Because that's just being greedy in our view. We don't have a ton of runway here, right? A 3-day option. It's not for widows and orphans, right? It's still an aggressive growth strategy, but it can be managed and scaled back based on how much you commit of your capital, right? So the idea is that we bought it on a Friday, sold it on the Monday, gap up, said thank you very much, took the double, and ran back to the sidelines and took the $696 in profit, minus what, a $4 commission at most. So the idea is that you want to keep on rinsing and repeating these as much as you can. So some of the basic strategy guidelines here are that we don't want to hold these more than 2 trading days. So in order to buy and hold for 2 trading daes, I shouldn't even say buy and hold, it's a quick strike strategy, but we're going to be in there for up to 2 trading days. We prefer to be in there for 1. That's really where you're still got some good time premium in these options that we don't want to let go. And so the 3 days expiration, 3 DTE entry is what we're looking at. So, if we were buying on Monday, we'd be going out into the Thursday expiration day, but we wouldn't hold and past Wednesday. So you look at this and say, okay, these percent signals, are several of them. The super strong ones I've been showing you, but we'll also show you the bounce back strategy as well. And then, we're just going to kind of rinse and repeat and look to do this about maybe 7 or 8 times a month, or about maybe a couple times a week, right? So we're not going to trade every day. We're going to have times where we think there's an edge, times where we don't. If it's not an edge, we never force a trade. So the goal is to be really sensible. Now, here's another eye opener. You say, look at this. It says alerts are sent between 3:40 and 4 p.m. You go, hold on. Doesn't the market close at 4 p.m.? The QQQ options will trade until 4:15, okay? So 4:15, you say, okay, that gives us some extra time to get into the trade and still be in on that day's calendar day, right? So that way we're not going to ever generate a day trade, just getting in by 4:15. We'll send them out through a real-time email, and then you can also get set up as a text alerts help as well to make sure you never miss a trade. So I recommend getting both delivery methods. Noise is my biggest challenge as a trend trader, right? I'm trying to eliminate as much noise as I can. Can't get rid of all of it. But we're trying to minimize the fake outs and then take advantage of the breakouts, right? So that's really the goal here. So we're going to focus on, okay, how do we get these with 3 days expiration, 3 DTE options, get plenty of trade opportunities, plenty of opportunities to grow our account and manage the risk. Now look at this. When you go back and say, okay, we're talking about bang for the buck. We're not buying a 1 week out or a 1 month out option. It cuts into our leverage too much. So we're buying 3 days expiration. We've got the customizability of every single day expirations on the QQQ options. Look at our average contract entry price since the beginning of 2023, $3.32, meaning $332 per contract. If you're putting $1,000 in, that gets you right at 3 contracts in on average per new trade. Sometimes we'll get 2, sometimes we'll get 3, sometimes we'll get 4. But the goal is that we're looking for that bang for the buck. We will never hold it past the 2 full trading days after we got in, right? So that's one of those that prevents you from riding down the slope of hope, right? Hope is not a strategy. Hope will get you in a lot of trouble. We want to be relatively emotion free when we're placing these trades. When you have an expectation emotionally that you're going to make a lot of money, or that this trade can't lose, or that, or on the other side, you get into a fear-based mode of thinking, those things just all work against you following a system consistently. Your main goal coming into any program when you're getting ready to prop trade or trade for yourself is that you're looking at, how can I execute a system, a methodology consistently, 100%, no deviation. When we say buy, we buy. When we say sell, we sell. We don't second guess the signal. So when you do that, when you do second guess it, you're letting your ego take over. Your ego is all of our egos are very strong. And what's your ego's number one thing? The ego thinks it knows best. The ego's never been wrong before, right? The ego's always wanting to be right. That is not helpful in trading. So you're looking to edge that out, right? Edge that ego out and basically say, let's focus on just a purely mechanical, systematic approach, almost robotic, if you will, and basically just saying, okay, now it's just about capital. How much capital do you put in? How much risk do you want to take? And what I find is new subscribers coming in, you're usually better off to start small and then build later, because your first goal being consistency of execution, the money shouldn't be your first goal, because the money, if you're trading too big, the money will swing too much and it'll get to you emotionally. Trade small, prove it to yourself, then you can start believing in the system. Let the system prove it to you, don't just say my word for it. When you do look back at overall performance on all trades called out since the beginning of 2023, so here we are through today on all closed trades. If you started with a $5,000 model portfolio, you put in $1,000 a trade, and you never compounded the amount you put in per trade. You kept it fixed at a maximum commitment of $1,000 per trade. Even as the portfolio grew multifold, you'd have taken a $5,000 portfolio to over $28,000. That's gross before commissions, before subscription investment, for a gross profit of $23,123. Now remember, that's past performance. Past performance does not guarantee future results. We know the future results are going to vary. We do, personally, I tend to think that, yeah, it's a guide for what to expect in my own heart going forward, but I can't tell you to expect that. I can tell you, though, that we're going to keep firing on every trade. That's the one consistency that you can apply for the future, is that we keep on following our system through the ups, through the downs, right? That's the nature of the beast, is that's how you can stick with a methodology through all kinds of market volatility. And like I said, just remember that past performance can't guarantee those future results. Future results will be better or worse at different times, right? So the goal is to just make sure that you're following the system. So we talk about the setups. There's actually 8 different categories we can get on this setup. It's driven by the combination of the Williams %R, percent range indicator. You'll see it on most platforms either shown as Williams and then a %R or just %R either spelled out or sometimes with a percentage, and that percentage may be at the very top even before the alphabetical ABC indicators get shown. So just know there's several places you can look for it on your platform. It's there on most platforms. I can't give away all the settings here, but when you become a subscriber, I give you all the settings and rules. Okay, so you can follow along, you learn the system. But we're looking at history as a guide, right? I can't guarantee the future, but the profit factor means you don't just care about your winning percentage on any system, you also care about when I'm right, how big do I win? When I'm wrong, hopefully how small can I lose? So those combination of win percentage with the size and win to loss become an important profit factor that we monitor. So we go back and look at some other examples here. Remember, before those 2 big gaps up, I showed you already 2 big gap up charts. This was picking it up right before that gap up breakout. We bought it late in that day. Why did we do that? Because we liked that we got this reversal. This J hook, as my late friend Steve Bigelow would call it, who was a candlestick master, looking at that kind of fake out pattern on the downside followed by a rip back to the upside. So right near the end of the day, near 611 at the close, we're buying the 612 calls, 3 days expiration, paid 377 bucks a piece. And the very next day we gap up and keep trading up to 617. We've got time premium still on that, so we sell it out at the double and say sayonara. Again, once I get a double or better, I don't care what happens after that. I want to lock it down, take the money and run back to the sidelines. That was a $754 profit in less than 24 hours. You look at another example here. This was another nice little J hook pattern where we kind of open lower, then rip back up, right? You see the J, right? Finishing strong there. And you see we're just under 604, we're buying the 607 calls. You see in a lot of these cases, we've got to buy slightly out of the money. That scares a lot of people. But the goal is to say, look, if you just trade a small, even if you're investing in one contract for 391 bucks, you know you're trying to double that. We didn't double this one, okay? So there's day 1 and day 2. Day 1, we go up and we don't get our target, right? It's up just a few bucks. But you see here, that the day 2, it's slowing down, right? And so a lot of people would hold and hope that it's going to keep going on day 3 on the day of expiration. We do not. We are Xing it out right at the end of day 2 there on that red closing area around 611. We've got a 607 call. It's worth about $4 intrinsically, but we've got another $1.33 of time still in it. And we only make 37.6%. But here's the key. Look what happened by the end of day 3. If you'd taken it to the expiration down here under 606, you would expire worthless and you would lose a 100% give back, right? That's too much risk. You know, even if it was going to go up to plus 100%, giving back 137%, that's not a good risk reward ratio. So that's why, again, another reason why we don't want to take those trades into expiration. So it only made $294 in profit. Better to make a small profit and turn that into a big loss. Remember, there's that big down day on the Trump tariff fears back on October the 10th. We didn't trade that. The trend had been up. The %R pattern had been relatively bullish. Sure, it shook down there for a day. This is our other little pattern where it's starting to base out here. You see that we actually are not up above that 60% line. We're back around 40%. But that actually is showing us we've not made new lows. We're finishing back here just under where we closed the day before. We're about 598. We're buying a 600 call for $4.30, and we're saying we think it can double to 860. Look at the gap up and the continuation the next day. It goes all the way up to about 606 and a half, and so we're taking it down with a couple more days of time left at our 860 price target and making 860 bucks on the total. 2 contracts in at 860, out at 1720, right? So that just shows you how you can also find the kind of oversold pattern once it stabilizes can bounce back within a little bit more of a range pattern there. But there's another one that was, still a relatively strong %R setup around the 80 percentile rule. And if you've ever heard me talk about how big trends trades %R, I like to call it, it's like Pareto's principle, the 80-20 rule. The top 20% of the readings in %R will tend to generate 80% of your profits in a call buying approach, because that's where the strength is, the movement is strongest and fastest typically. And so it doesn't mean you're not going to have losses. There will still be losses, but the idea is that when you're right, you can really strike it quick And that's what we're after here. This one took 2 days. You can see we bought it at 340. The next day it ran up a little bit, but then it gapped up on day 2. And that included a weekend there. So in on a Thursday afternoon, held it through the weekend, knew we'd be out by Monday's close on a Tuesday expiration, and managed to get our target intraday. See, at intraday it traded at 602, worth about $7 intrinsically. We're out at 680, and then it pops back down to 599 at the close. So this is the power of taking it out whenever you get it rather than holding and hoping. Another September example, breakout, shot back up after that little pullback day before that. Again, we're not trying to be heroes and catch that pullback day. When it closed red, we are not trading that. But when it gaps up, closes positive, we buy those at 302. This would get us 3 contracts in for $906 on a 596 call. And 2 days later, it goes to our double target. It makes $909 for a couple days work. So the goal of all these is just to say, okay, how do we rinse and repeat? This is more of the oversold pattern now. You see percent R cut down under the 40% level, then stabilize, right? Not making a new low here, kind of making a little triangle pattern there. But we liked it, and it said, look, it doesn't bother us that it closed lower as long as it doesn't make a new low that day. And you see here that we are believing there's stabilization to come. It pops up dramatically that next day, right? You can see it finished at 564, goes all the way to almost 574, maybe 573.5. And you see a more than 10-point move in the Qs, and we're only getting a few of those points in that move. That's okay. About halfway through the day, we weren't even having to trade it all the way to the end of the day. We just paid $284 a contract out at 568 on 3 contracts, makes $850 ish. So you get the idea that, you know, how we rinse and repeat these. What do losers look like? Here's one that we thought was a really good setup, where we thought, hey, we like that we're still holding up here and we're getting a positive close, a little J-hook pattern we think there. This one gaps down on us the next morning and just keeps on going all day to the downside, right? Well, guess what? You've got no hope in that particular, no reason to be in that trade once your stop gets hit. It's going to get hit, right? That big of a move down, it's about a 7 or 8 point move down that next day. We're getting the 50% loss. And just like we get 100% gain on a 1% or better move in our favor, we're taking the 50% loss of 1% move against us. So from that perspective, we say, okay, that's going to happen. And you can't always explain why. Here's what you don't do. When you're wrong, when I'm wrong, we were wrong in this case, okay? Do not add more capital to your existing capital you've already got in. Don't think it's an even better buy at $1.50 after you paid almost $3 for it. No, that is cardinal mistake number 1 for all traders, especially option traders, because if the trend is going against you, you have 2 things working against you. You got price action working against you, and you've got time working against you. That's kind of the double whammy that really hurts option buyers. So don't make that mistake in any option strategy you do. Never average down, never throw good money after quote unquote bad when the trade's not working. You just take the hit, admit the loss, and move on. There's no room for perfectionism. You know, perfectionism can be a very costly belief, and you cannot have that belief in trading. So we're trading a single ticker to get that laser focus. We're still getting plenty of opportunities. Here's some back-to-back trades happened right before the presidential election a year ago, and it had both patterns, right? Here's the basing pattern, right? You see how we're not making a new low. We're hanging in there just a couple of days before the election. The election is going to happen right in there. You see in that big gap here, right? That's the election gap up. But we were in and back out that first day for 100% and out before the election. Then we don't take advantage of it in front of the election on this particular system, but you see the next day we rally hard after the election. Market loves the news, and we close significantly higher. We're buying, again, 505 calls. The volatility is now coming in quite a bit. We were buying well out of the money the time before, but this time we're a little bit in the money, buying the 505 calls, and 409, big shot up to 514 gets us our 820 double. So it's just a system that's worked really well for us through all kinds of market environments, bull and bear. And you know, we're averaging about 8 new trades a month, or about 2 trades a week. So one more from late September into early October. And here's why you'd put a 50% stop, not a 20 or 25% stop. We get in here near 600. We buy the at the money 600 calls 3 days out. The next trading day, we open lower, and you see we trade almost to about what, 596.5. You're down several points on the Qs. We paid $3 for these options. you know, at $1.50, we're going to get stopped out. If we'd had it at, say, a $2 exit, we probably would have gotten stopped out down about a third. But the 50% gave us some wiggle room to hang in there. You see it reverses back up, and then on the second morning's gap up to 607-ish, we're locking down a $7.31 exit, 143% better than our double right off of that open. So that's the power of not getting faked out by too tight of a stop, by being too cute with your plan. That generated more than $1,200 of profit opportunity. So we only got a few minutes left, so I want to tell you about our super 26-year anniversary special. We're giving you a chance to take advantage of the QQQ system here for not 1 month, but 3 months at a super discounted rate. So try it out for 3 months. We're kind of in the best 3-month cycle of the year, in my opinion. November, December, January is usually my favorite time to trade. There's not a lot of reason for institutions to be tax loss selling this year because there's so many gains out there, right? So that, and we've kind of already come out of that tax loss selling usual maximum area that they'll do it is by the end of October because of the way a lot of their tax years and their fiscal years are set up. So basically, we're thinking that there's still an upside bias. Our indicators are still pretty well set up for more calls than puts. Why don't we try to trade puts? Because if we will eventually if the environment changes, right? But right now we're still leaning to the bull side and having a lot of success with it. So that's part of the importance of getting yourself attuned to what the market is telling you, what the market is doing, not putting your opinion overlay on it, right? Just let the chart tell the tale. Trade what you see, not what you believe. So 3 months, I'll give you the same thing we give to longer term subscribers, including you will get the settings and rule sheet. Part of the terms and conditions when you sign up is that you don't share that with anybody else. That's for your benefit only as a paid subscriber. You also get weekly video training from me. So I'll talk about what the markets are doing, what we expect the Qs to do next on a week-to-week basis, looking at the charts, and then detailed email access to me and my analyst team if you've ever got a question on a trade. Now, if you're buying that off of my Big Trends website, you pay $297 for every 30 days access. That'd be $891 you'd invest over 3 months. We're going to slash that for you today. Take more than $700 off of that $891. Take it down to only $177. Like I said, celebrating our full 26-year anniversary of BigTrends.com, launching November 15th of 1999 here today, and you get the benefit of a massive savings when you go to BigTrends.com/corner. Now, let me just quickly show you that page because you'll see how simple our order pages are. We've already taken the discount, so no other promo codes or discounts apply, right? We took the $891 down for you. You don't have to do any other work except decide how you want to pay for it. We figure by the time you come to our order pages, you know you're ready to get started. We try to keep it as simple as possible. I'm a big believer in the KISS principle in trading and in business here. Keep it simple, and you can see that if you have any trouble getting your order in, you can call our 800 Big Trends number there, 800-244-8736 on the top right, or email us, clientcare@bigtrends.com. But we take all the major credit cards, and you can type all that in. If you type it all in, make sure you get your email in over here on the left. That's the first way we're going to communicate with you on a welcome packet of information. Give me your password to log in to see my past trainings and whatnot. But the idea is that if you want to save a lot of typing, you review the terms and conditions either way, and you click on that, I agree to terms and conditions, and either put all your information in, hit the green button, or even easier, look at terms and conditions, click off on that, and then basically go the orange PayPal route where you can click the PayPal button, it'll reroute you to your PayPal account, you log in, decide your money source, a few clicks later, you've locked in. 90 days of value for just $177. That's less than $2 a day. So, you know, making it attractive to say, look, that gives you plenty of time to let the system prove it to you. For $177, you know, you can pay for that very easily on one winning trade. You know, if you're putting $1,000 in, you expect to make 1,000 on a double or lose 500 on a loss, you know, and the goal is, of course, we want to have as many doubles as we have stop outs, and that's our goal, so that that 2-to-1 reward for your risk can benefit you greatly over a larger sample of trades. So I'm out of time. I need to hand it back to Anthony so he can get ready for our next great speaker and trader. So thanks for being with us, and thank you, Anthony, for having me. Always a pleasure, and you all have a great day with all of our great speakers and traders coming up.
Thank you, Price. If you have a 2 minutes or 5
Sure.
minutes, would you be able to answer any questions in the chat? You could just type it in. You don't have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
sure
I
will. Yeah,
appreciate
see
it.
some questions.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you got a bunch there if you could do that.
You got it. Thank
We
you.
didn't expect it, so thank you.
Pleasure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Price, for joining us and delivering a phenomenal session. Up next, we've got Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators showing off tools built specifically to help prop traders thrive. If you're looking for smarter trade copying, risk management, and execution features, Joel's your guy. So please give a warm welcome to our next guest, Joel Wyse from Affordable Indicators. Joel, are you there? I see you. I see you, but I can't hear you, buddy.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
Thanks, guys. It's been a while since I've used this platform. Give me a second to share my screen. I'm not seeing where to do that. It looks like Price is still sharing and I may not have permission to share.
I'll get you. Sorry about that, Joel.
There we go. So now I can share my screen. Give me a second. All right, we should be good to go now.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me pull up the questions. Thanks for your patience, guys. All right, let's get started. I think we're good to go. My name is Joel Wyse. By the way, thanks for being here. We've got 181 attendees here. So you guys are the committed ones on a Saturday. I don't know about you guys, but here in Atlanta, it's a beautiful fall day, sunny day, 70s. I've actually got a holiday party I'm heading to immediately after this. Not that you guys care, but yeah, let's hop in. Thank you, Price, for giving us some technical analysis on options and showing us how you do that. I'm gonna transition more into prop trading, and I know he mentioned it, but my products are primarily developed for prop firm traders, actually. And I'm probably the only software developer that's going to be presenting today. I would say it's my primary title. So yeah, let's hop into it. I'm going to continue here into the PowerPoint. All right, so this is my office. I'm presenting from here today. I always like to show this just to give you guys a picture of who I am. I actually purchased this condo right after the COVID pandemic. I always like to say I always work from home. Even before the pandemic, I was working from home. And so it was a huge transition for me to actually work in an office and set up a space for my work. This is my desk, my current setup in the corner of the condo where I'm presenting to you guys today. And one of the things I always love to show people in these situations is my sauna and my cold plunge, because I believe that the complete picture of your lifestyle makes a big impact on your success as a day trader. And so if you're learning disciplines, if you're practicing disciplines in your everyday life, it's going to help you, and it's going to transition in directly into your futures day trading strategies. So today I'm going to show you some trade setups. Again, these payouts, I want to be clear, I'm always never want to hide anything. These payouts are almost 2 years ago, but I was trading actively, getting payouts. And then what happened is my software company took off, which presented a whole nother set of challenges as I developed a trade copier that quickly gained momentum and became popular. It presented a whole nother challenge with hundreds and now over 6,000 customers that I'm taking care of on a daily basis. And so trading is not my primary focus. I'll just be clear about that. My primary focus is being an excellent software developer and building tools that can help you guys succeed, or not even succeed, but execute what you're trying to do as a trader. So basically what's going to happen today is I'm going to showcase my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence. So I'm going to hop out of the PowerPoint real quick. We're going to go directly to the screens. and I want to get started and just show you exactly what I've built. All right, so there's 3 things I'm going to show you today. I'm going to focus on 3 main things. The chart trader. So I built a whole suite of features for trading directly in the chart window and entering and exiting your trades quickly, on time, and as planned. Here in the background, I have my trade copier solution. Today, I'm going to show you some brand new features, including this window where we can configure all the prop firm settings right there. And then lastly, I'm going to show you my support and resistance solution and cover some very specific trade setups. And I know that Price was mentioning the QQQs. I'll be talking about the NASDAQ today, which is just the futures instrument of the QQQs. So very pumped to continue getting into this. Let me center myself here though on the main topics for you guys to see. So again, chart execution features for all trading plans. And what I believe is the best trade copier and risk manager features available. I developed it. And then lastly, support and resistance trading analysis with trade setups. So I want to give you guys my practical 6-point trading plan. So I believe you need 6 things to develop a trading plan. And I'm just going to run through them real fast. I think you want to write this down because I know if you're like me, when you go to trade, it can often feel very chaotic. In fact, that's why I don't trade. It's because I've got a chaotic software business I'm managing. I'm trying to build a team. I got 3 or 4 guys that work on my team right now. And if I'm trading and building a software company, I just want to do one thing excellent first. And then again, my plan is to come back to the trading in January and February, which I love hearing from Price, by the way, that his favorite time to trade is November to January. Super helpful. I'm certainly pumped for the new year. I think it's going to present just a lot of awesome opportunities. So by the way, I'm tracking the questions. So if you guys have questions for me, just put them in and I'm going to leave some time at the end to answer those. So in my trading plan, guys, or in the trading plan that I've developed serving probably 2,000 customers on custom project, over 6,000 customers have bought some portion of my software on the platform. Trading hours. I think first you need to develop your trading hours. What hours am I going to trade? This is very important, right? I don't think, and my fiance would, I'm sure, support me in this, anyone should be in front of the screen all day long, especially with day trading, right? So if you set a couple hours where you're going to place your trades, that's it. If you haven't profited that day, move on and come back the next day. The maximum number of trades, right? Every time we enter, we're exposing ourselves to risk. So how many times am I going to enter or exit the market? I'll give you guys one more thing. I'll just be fully transparent. I don't think anyone else today is going to say something like this, but I'm going to say it. When I blew my last set of prop firm accounts, okay, the biggest mistake was continuing to trade. After I got stopped out, within 5 minutes, I was in another trade. Got stopped out, within 5 minutes, I was in another trade. And so I think when it's not going your way, you need to limit the number of trades and move on. I hope that's authentic, transparent, helpful for you guys. 5 trades a day. What markets are you becoming an expert in? Is it going to be the NASDAQ? Is it going to be the ES? A lot of my clients trade gold or crude. Whatever it is, I think you pick 1 or 2 markets and just laser in on becoming an expert. It's like one of the things I love that Price said, 35 years in doing this, he's always looking for the next edge, right? So we continue to learn, we continue to become an expert. We never have it all figured out, right? Number of contracts, again, not my problem, is trading size. I just have had some stop outs in the last hiccup, but you need to stick to a specific size. And I'll show you some position sizing tools today. And the last 2 are closely related, is the language and the mindset. Language, again, we're going to keep our language positive. We're going to keep our language clean. we're going to believe, and then the mindset, we're going to believe and think positive that we can be successful, that we can make good choices. Cool. So you guys with me here? They are geared toward the discretionary trader, Eric. Thank you for the question, my man. I love hearing from you guys. I know I'm a little bit off today, just a lot on my mind, a lot happening. But man, I'm just grateful to be here. Every single month I'm serving 300, 350 new customers each month. And so thankful. I believe God's gifted me to write software as my primary gifting. And hopefully with some supernatural strength, I'm going to call myself a gifted and profitable day trader soon. So, all right. So that's my trading plan. So what is the enhanced chart trader? Let's jump ahead and I'll start with this. The enhanced chart trader is a suite of execution tools for entries and exits. And the idea here is, guys, that you can build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. Let me grab a swig of my coffee real quick. So continuing on, I'm going to look at the enhanced chart trader. And the first thing we're going to do is start with the basic chart trader tools. Guys, this is super straightforward and easy, but if you've used the standard chart trader, you know the limitations. And so I'm just going to show you some of the features here. You can click buy and click the chart. Right there is your order. Rather than having to right click, you can precisely place your order. Now, because it's Saturday, we're on a sim feed, so I'm not sure how this is going to work, but let's try some things. If we hit sell, you'll notice as we hover our mouse, we can attach orders to indicator plots. So I can attach an order to a 50 EMA. You guys see that? Or if I click right here, it's going to attach the order to a 20 EMA, 8 EMA. This is a 200 MA. So I've designed this so that you guys can attach these orders to plots. If you enter trades like me, you're looking to enter at key levels. And so this gives you the ability to enter trades quickly at a plot. Could be Bollinger Bands, could be anything that's plotted here on the price panel. We've got the break even button. So if I go market into this trade, again, another feature I can see, and I know the price bars aren't moving. This is a Saturday, this is a simulated feed. So we're just in this trade. But again, the break even button, one click is going to move the stop loss up and near the break even point. And this can be adjusted, right? So if you want to be break even minus 10, scroll your mouse, break even plus 10, the break even button. Very basic features. Now let's hop into more advanced features. So for you prop firm traders, we talked about size, and I said trade a certain size. Some of you guys may want to trade a certain dollar amount. So how do you do this? Let's take a look at some position sizing. All right, so position sizing is going to allow me to, if I'm trading, say, micro instruments, it's going to allow me to size my trade based on the dollar amount. So look closely right here at this dollar amount being $200. So as I get ready to enter this trade, I can determine my stop and my target. So if I've got a 10-point stop, if I've got a 15-point stop, now it's 6 contracts. Notice how it changed to 6. I've got a 20-point stop, we're down to 5 contracts. 25-point stop, 4 contracts. So again, it's automatically adjusting the number of contracts based on a $200 risk. So let's look at this closely. As I move this stop loss, see what's happening? 5 contracts, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the more points I risk, the less contracts I can trade, and it's keeping it all the while underneath $200 per trade. Trevor, thanks, man. Can that profit and stop visualization always show on your screen or only as you're about to enter? Trevor, it can show on the screen at all times. So again, let's go ahead and hit buy market here. And this is NinjaTrader, by the way. I forgot to mention that. I think it's still one of the best platforms. Don't get me started on some things that I don't like about NinjaTrader, but at this point, all my software is built there. So, I mean, hey, I'm in it with Ninja at this point. So, Trevor, if I go buy market, I've got real targets and stops, right? I've got my actual targets and stops. I've got the dollar amounts here. Again, this is unique to my software. Click these, you can change it to points. Click again, you can change it to ticks. So you've got points, ticks, dollars. All right. If you're about to enter a trade, I'll close this trade. If you're about to enter a trade, same thing. So, okay. So if I go buy limit, now I can begin to plan my ATM. So you see, as I'm moving these around, this is changing the actual plan for my targets and my stop. So if I go up here and I fill this trade, and we're kind of blind on here as to where the market's trading on this simulated feed, but I'm moving my targets and my stops around. Once I fill this trade, I have the same target and stop that I pre-planned before I entered the trade. So, and you'll notice here with position sizing, you can buy click. All right. And as I change this, watch the order change from 3 contracts to 5 contracts. So see how it updates the order from 3 to 5. So if I'm changing my stop, the order is going, the number of contracts changes to keep us within that set $200 risk. I feel like this is such a deep dive. There's only so much we can cover today, but guys, I've got videos on my website. You'll see, I'm going to show you where you can go watch and learn more about the products that I'm offering here. What's cool here too is you can trade. Thanks, man. Yeah, and one more feature, Trevor, I'll show you. I'm still working on like not getting these to overlap. When you place an order, it shouldn't be placing another overlapping plan. But if you turn risk reward on, this is sweet too. Watch this. Turn risk reward on. So now risk reward is on. And as I move the stop, the targets move. So I'm able to keep my same risk reward. Because guys, I hear from so many traders, and I risk 10 points every time on the NASDAQ. I risk 8 points. I go for 3-point wins. And I'm thinking, that's not how the market works. You can't have the exact same target and stop every time and expect to come out ahead. Just my opinion. The market's moving. You should be basing your targets and stops on how much the market is moving right now. Sometimes the market's going to be more volatile. In those cases, you want to have larger stops and larger targets, right? But using position sizing allows you to keep your dollar risk the same. So if you have a larger stop in number of points, you can still keep your dollar risk the same for every single trade, which is important in risk management with prop firms, by the way. So we could cover so much more here. I mean, there's a lot in this, but I'll just kind of quickly transition to advanced exit orders. Here I've got the ability to set up custom trailing stops. Okay, we've got charts for Renko and range. These charts are going to allow you to enter on a green or a red Renko bar or range bar. Place your order exactly where it needs to be to get in when the bar closes. To enter on the bar close. So this is going to wait till the bar closes, and as soon as the bar closes, submit an order, get you into the trade. So yeah, there's a lot here, but I would encourage you guys, at the end, I'll answer your questions. And David, I'm not sure about the screen refreshing. What do you see? Maybe it's a little bit delayed. I'm clicking through these tabs at the bottom very quickly. But so trade copier. All right. So there's been a lot of talk about this. And again, we got 200 attendees in here. Welcome to the new attendees. Thanks for being here. You can use your Apex trade copier, Richard, but man, I would highly, so let's talk about the trade copier, right? So this is my trade copier window. Here I've got Apex, Bulanox, and Take Profit Trader accounts right here in this window, right? I've also got some simulated accounts here. But there's a few things you guys need to know about the trade copier. I'll give you a couple of the latest updates. One is compliance with prop firms. My software is compliant. Wow, thanks, Perry. Thanks for being here, man. Perry says, I've used the Apex copier in years and I would never go back. Sherry's asking about risk management. Yeah, thank you, Sherry. I've heard of that guy, Guardian Angel, and incredible, it seems. But what I've heard is lately he's just not doing customer support. So yeah, definitely an aspiration of mine. The challenging part is, guys, is building a team, right? I feel like I hit the office and there's customer requests coming through, lots of stuff going on. And so I'm trying to build a team and get support. If I could develop software all day long, it would be a dream. Let's see, Mark. Yeah, he doesn't respond. It's crazy. It's crazy, Sherry. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, that's right, Mark. Yeah, that's right, Mark Richards. So Mark Richards is asking, we have to use your software to overlay on NinjaTrader to use the trade copier, not just NinjaTrader software alone. Yeah, so if you buy my trade copier today and it's priced at $175 or $295, by the way, compared to other solutions, I'll just name them, Replicanto, I'm offering lifetime updates and support. So I'm not playing games. I'm not going to charge you for more updates and more support. It's a one-time purchase, and I'm with you, supporting you along the way. Continue to build in features. You'll see this on my YouTube channel. All right. And then there's other cloud-based solutions now that are charging monthly. So you're paying $49, $99, $199 a month. I've got it all right here. You can go look at the reviews. All right. Mark. Another Mark, thank you for buying my copier. I just want to say that Elite Trader Funding doesn't allow it. I would just challenge you on this, Mark. Go take a look at Elite Trader Funding's Trustpilot reviews, and I would highly consider making an exit on that one. I've tried to get in touch with them, and we just haven't been able to work it out. So, I haven't heard about the tick blaze solution, Mohammed. However, I know Sean. I know tick blaze is, there's a lot of issues there. Look, every platform, there's been issues across every platform. That's the hard part, right? You've got Project X with Top Step that just went down a couple days ago, completely down, right? Gone. And so nothing's perfect, but man, I'm in the fight to be the best. Thanks for saying that, Joe. Joe says, I bought your complete system. Very happy. Thank you. Give me 1 second. All right, so I love answering these questions. This is kind of the most fun part for me. I love interacting with you guys. It makes me want to do some of these kind of on my own more frequently because this is fun. But yeah, I think you'll find, and I'm not going to cover all the features today, but what I did recently is give you guys the option to set up even sim accounts as prop firms. So if you hit edit, you can set your peak balance, right? So if you guys know this, set your peak balance. What's your goal? Let's say 4,000. What's your drawdown? 3,000. Is this static, trailing, or end of day? And now you have a configured prop firm account. So yeah, and then daily goal. So daily goal 500, daily loss 300. So it's saying it's at a loss. I think again, this is weird stuff with the simulated feed. I don't know what's going on here, but you can see my videos. I shouldn't even be showing you how to use this right now because we're not even connected. It's a Saturday, but yeah, this has been super fun. Even these features, developing these, I really enjoyed it and getting some pretty good feedback on it. So that's kind of what I know about trade copiers and the latest on, you know, what's happening with trade copiers. So again, I think platform based is going to give you the most reliability. Everything's right into Ninja. Orders are getting submitted and routed across multiple accounts within the same platform, same computer. And this is what's being required, right, of each trader for compliance. And again, I guess Elite Trader Funding has a huge thing on compliance lately. Again, I think they're just having a hard time paying traders. So, I mean, I'm just going to leave it at that with Elite Trader Funding. You can go look at the Trustpilot reviews, Mark. So yeah, so the chart trader products, the trade copier products, again, kind of, you know, there's such a quick overview here, but again, you guys can go look at my videos. You're going to see the track record. Yes. All right. So I'm just going to keep answering a few more questions before I jump into the last part of my presentation. So I've never gotten this many questions. This is crazy. I'm loving this. This is fun. But what we're going to do, guys, is I'm going to answer some more questions, and then we're going to jump right back into my trade setup. So for what it's worth, I've been fully transparent with you guys about my trading, right? I haven't traded much lately, but I want to show you some trade setups I think still could have value for you guys, right? Because how many of you guys have tried automated systems? You know, someone has promised you that, oh, here's an automated system, you know, and then you're kind of left be disappointed, right? There's some great automated systems, but for the most part, I think, guys, what you need is discretionary trading. And so that's what I'm going to kind of discuss today. Thanks, Todd. So let me get through some questions here. Gary, I'm going to give you that at the end of the presentation. You're going to know exactly where to buy the copier. Thanks for asking. David, NinjaTrader has promoted my copier. As far as I know, they don't have their own, but yes, they have recommended my software and my trade copier. If they have their own, I'd love to hear about it. I'm always kind of keeping an eye on these things, so let me know, David. Richard, if I add your stuff to NinjaTrader, will it affect the current stuff I have for Apex charts? No, Richard, they can work together. 100% my trade copier will work right alongside of other third-party indicators, and every day we're answering customer questions about this, but yeah, it's working with a lot of different third-party indicators and definitely will not conflict with Apex. Mark, what are the best prop firms that are copy friendly besides Apex? Guys, I would like, you know what? We're just gonna have some fun here. I'm gonna show you guys something that I think this is gonna be actually probably the most valuable thing I'm gonna do today. So let's just go to Trustpilot right now. Let's take a look at Trustpilot here. And this is, I met with these guys, and I'm not even being paid to, not trade day, trade. Hold on, let's look at Elite Trader Funding first. Okay, Elite Trader Funding. So go take a look at the reviews, guys. Look at all these 1-star reviews. Do you think there's a problem here with traders getting paid? All right. Let's look at, and I'm having a hard time. Why am I like blanking? I think it's just being here in front of you guys. It'll work with Rightline. Yeah, Hector. Yeah. not Tradeify. It is trade day. I don't know why. So yeah, these guys are definitely smaller, but trade day. I just had a conversation with them, with the CEO, James Thorpe, this week. All right, but trade day. So look at the number of reviews, 901. Go read some of the 1 stars in your own time. Now let's check out trade day. Okay, 1,200 reviews. So they have more reviews, 4.6 stars. Do you think they're paying traders? Do you think they're being fair on their payouts and their rules? Yep. So look at, and now I got 2 guys coming in with talking about elite trader funding. So I'm just telling you, I would be careful. I think it was I'd be careful with my words, but yeah, I think it was very rash of them to ban all trade copiers and then come back with compliance agreements, with, I guess, partnerships, whatever they want to call it. But yeah, I would encourage you just go put every prop firm in here, look at their number of reviews, and look at the rankings. Because you cannot, guys, trust me when I say you don't have control over Trustpilot. I'll show you my page, all right? I've got one customer on here yesterday that left a 1-star review that I'm working with, but she's been a tough customer. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But I have no power to get this removed, okay? Like, I can't do anything other than help the customer and hope that they'll remove the review. So I'm telling you from experience, like, you can't cheat on Trustpilot. So I would trust it and I would look at the prop firms. All right, sorry, I'm off on a tangent. Let's go down and look at more questions here. Where are we at? Man, this has been one of the most fun presentations I've done in a while, and I feel like I'm all over the place. Harry, are you talking about you had your first interaction this week trying to solve an issue and was super happy with the service and the solution quickly found? I don't know if that's about me, Perry, and my team, but thank you for saying that. About me and my team, Perry? Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, Tradeify is good, and I'm gonna be trying to make partnerships with these guys. Obviously, like, I'm gonna, like, being truthful, right? I'm gonna sell more trade copiers if I have partnerships with the prop firms. So I think just makes sense for me. All right, so let's get into the trade setups. Todd says, cool of you to share a trading setup. So yeah, and Todd, keep your expectations low, man. Start with low expectations and let's see if I can impress you, because I think you've probably seen things like this before, but I do believe that I can bring you some value. So just summarizing where we've been so far today, I've showed you some chart trading features. Again, I've showed you probably 10% or less of what's in here. Second, we moved on to the trade copier, barely got into it, but I'm showing you what the window looks like. What's cool is this new column here is showing you the type of drawdown. We got a lot of accounts with end of day or static drawdown. All right, so we've looked at the chart trader, trade copy, and the last thing I'm going to do is show you, or try and just walk you through how I think. And I've got 5 minutes to do this before I wrap it up by noon with some questions and my offer. So hang with me, guys. 5 minutes and a fast overview. So let's just go back. And I always acknowledge too, we're looking at something that's already happened. Anyone can see it after it's happened. But let's just start with Friday. Let's start with Friday. So market opens here, comes down. Of course, if I'm honest, I may have tried to short here, right? Because these are the 5 minute moving averages, right? So you've got 5 minute 20. Let's try this. Yeah, right there, 5 minute 20. You see the chart trader attach feature again, and then 5 minute 50. Okay, and you can do this with my indicators, and then you have 50 EMA here, 20 EMA here. So I keep it simple, guys. A 1 minute crossover, the 50 and the 20, I think is so effective. I mean, a lot of guys trade pre-market. You can even see it here, right? When it first crosses over, you buy the first pullback into the moving average. And what did I tell you guys about targets and stops, right? We vary targets and stops. And so when I'm buying this pullback, I'm targeting a retest of the high. So from here, 27 to 53 is 26 points on this one, right? So, but after the market opened, spiked up through moving average crosses, we're clearly bullish. You have all kinds of buying opportunities in here. There's a first buying opportunity off the VWAP. So again, I watched the VWAP, right? If you guys don't know what the VWAP is, Google it, use ChatGPT, use Claude, use Grok. But right here is a buy, right? After a strong move up. Another thing I like to do, I'm all over the place when I trade. So just take everything I say with a grain of salt. But another thing I like to do is measure these pullbacks. So if you measure this pullback here, displace it up here, look what happened. Do you guys see almost identical? If I zoom in here, this pullback made the exact same pullback, almost to the tick. Do you guys see that? Pullback, pullback. The market repeats itself in waves. All right. Yeah, I mean, PropShop trader. Yeah, it puts me in a. I see your question there. Yeah, yeah, it's tough. So I think what happens with PropShop trader is Sean's trying to make his way through his own prop firm, his own platform at TickBlaze, and you know, TickBlaze has its own set of problems and bugs, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about that. So these guys want to isolate away from NinjaTrader and like Project X, and because the reality is the fees add up. Like when you buy prop accounts through, for instance, Apex, they're having to pay NinjaTrader an amount of that for the license key, right? Because they're giving you guys a license key with your prop account. So, all right, off on that tangent. All right, so we're measuring pullbacks here. If you guys can't tell, I'm ADHD. I'm like, oh, there's another question. All right, back to this, back to this. All right, so do you see the first bounce off the 20 EMA right here? It bounced off the 20 EMA, revisited the high. So like I've said before, we vary our targets and stops. 24,901. Okay, we target the high, which was, can't hardly see, but whatever. It looks like 901 to about 70 points on that, okay? So if you're taking a 10-point target or a stop, you're gonna get stopped out, right? I mean, the market's moving at a bigger pace. It's moving right down here. Look at the ATR, 35 points a bar, okay? So this is what I'm talking about when we talked about position sizing earlier, and we said we're gonna vary the number of points in our trade. This is why we don't want to take the same number of points on every single trade. We want to vary the number of points in our target based on how the market's moving. So if you guys want to keep the same dollar amount, then you position size. You trade a certain number of contracts to keep the dollar amount the same on every single trade. So again, guys, 20 EMA, 50 EMA. Once we came back into here, we bounced off the 50 and the VWAP again. So this overlap is key. I think, you know, I have a hard time with having a rule set in trading, because if you had a rule set, then you could just program it, right? You could just program it and automate it. So I don't think trading always comes down to a rule set. It comes down to experience in some cases and just probably risk management. But this, having these two things overlap here is key. And then guys, what you're seeing here, yesterday's low that kind of blew through, it provided some resistance, but this is my key levels confluence indicator. And so this is one, yeah, John, I mean, I won't even say it out loud, but yeah, I agree with you, man. And guys, I'm truly, like, I'm not perfect, but I'm truly just trying to be fully transparent, operate with integrity in the best way that I know, and just provide some value. Like, because this industry has enough people that you can't trust, enough people that just want to take advantage of you. And so trading's hard. I'm not here to say it's easy or make any promises or any claims other than that I want to develop great software on the NinjaTrader platform. So yeah, we kind of went off today on some of these prop firms and different vendors, but anyways, so pullbacks I think are the best bet for discretionary traders, right? And then when it crosses over here, the first time you get the cross to the bearish side, what happens? You wait for the pullback. Here again, if I'm being, fully with you guys, probably missed the fill and you're sitting there like, oh my gosh, it didn't quite come back to the 20. Are you kidding me? And then you try and enter and maybe you caught it. Maybe you can take your target down here. But and then we got the 5 minutes bullish here, obviously. And you're pulling back into the 5 minute area of the moving averages. And yeah, thanks. What doing talk about? Yeah, cool. But anyways, I need to wrap it up. And you can see in the afternoon, we got a bullish cross and it just kind of bounced off the 20. As soon as we get the bearish cross on the 2050, you can sell the pullback here and then it sold off into the close. I like these when they line up. When this 20, again, I'll use my attach feature here. You got 20 EMA on the 1 minute chart overlapping with the 5 minute 50 EMA right here. So we're kind of breaking below the 5 minute moving averages. Right here my mouse is, and then once we pull back into this area, it's a good sell. But again, it's easy to, Dave, I won't call your full name, I'm sorry. Dave, thank you, man. From the UK, appreciate you for being here, man. So here we are, guys. It's 2 minutes for me to wrap up, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up my website and just leave this very clear for you guys about where to go from here. So I've got my website right here. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. Let's see if, thank you, Anthony, for the contact. It's killing me. All right, you guys should see the link now. There we go. Perfect. So go ahead and go to my website. Right here at the top, you're going to see the Trustpilot reviews that I mentioned. Man, I'm curious to pull up PropShop Trader now after this ends. It's always kind of fun reading some of these reviews. I'm not going to lie. But here's what I have to offer, guys. My offer is going to be good through Sunday, November 16th. It's going to be coupon code CORNER for 40% off anything on my website. Keep in mind, this does not stack on top of the existing sale pricing. So the prices that you see for the trade copy are set at 40% off. That's the current discount. It's not going to be an additional discount. But the bottom line is the final prices are all listed right here. So if you're interested in my key levels confluence indicator that I showed you guys on the charts, it's right here at 60% off. This is going to match Black Friday. If you want the crossover, yeah, I mean, there could be good things about PropShop too, Trevor. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's all just, sometimes it's hard to distinguish, and, you get traders that are upset and you can't even always trust one-star reviews sometimes, right? So trying to believe the best about everybody, but this industry can be, can wear me down sometimes. So, but yeah, we've got support and resistance suite. Right here's the trade copier only, or the full dashboard suite. The chart trader tools, which I love. Obviously, I love them. I developed them. I don't know why I'm saying that, but right here's the position sizing. Okay, the essential chart trader tools. if somebody wants to go all in this weekend with the chart trader and all the features, here's the pricing. If you do that, I'll give you a bunch of other indicators for free. So I would obviously love to see a few people commit, go all in with me on this, the professional chart trader tools. Here I'm breaking down each of the chart trader features right here for you guys at $295 each, or like I said, you can get them all right up here underneath the professional chart trader tools, get them all at once. But yeah, this page lays it all out. I want to point out a few more things. NinjaTrader products, see all products right here. The more information links are going to take you to the pages where you purchase. This right here is my YouTube link, top right corner. Going to take you to my channel where you can watch more content on the trade copier. As of 3 weeks ago and a month ago, I'm getting back into publishing YouTube finally. So yeah, I think that wraps it up. Couple more, thank you, Trevor. Couple more things here. All of my products are lifetime license. And guys, I'm gonna be around, trust me, I can't find a better job than this anywhere. I'm gonna be around for a long time. We're coming up on Thanksgiving. I just wanna say I'm so grateful for what I get to do and be a part of. Day trading is so much fun. Still something that I'm all in on and working on myself. I'm not just only a developer, I'm in the game with you guys. So let me know how I can help you. I need to head out after this presentation, but right down here in the bottom corner is where you will best reach us and send us a message. So I believe that wraps it up. Again, thank you, Anthony and Traders Corner. Always a pleasure. This has been so fun. I hope I didn't ruffle too many feathers today, but I think that wraps it up for me. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Joel, for kicking us off with Prop Trader Precision. Next up, let's welcome the dynamic Marina Villatoro, also known as the Trader Chick. Marina is going to give us a live breakdown of how to understand market trends, identify setups, and avoid costly consolidation traps. So let's welcome to Traders Corner. Marina, how are you?
Hello, I'm good.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Okay, 1 second. Let me just, can I also have the question box?
Yeah,
Let's
I'm giving
see.
that to you right now.
I think I got it. Yes. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Anthony. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here, everyone. I am very, very happy to be here. So today, obviously, the name of this presentation is about prop firms. So I have now been teaching, well, I've been trading, I should say, I've been trading for almost 14 years at this point, and I accidentally began teaching. I never, ever thought I was going to be teaching, but when I started to make consistent wins, I was sharing just in different Facebook groups because I don't know about the rest of you guys, but trading can be very lonely. And I really wanted to just chat with people after I was trading because I only trade for about an hour a day max. My mind can't go any further, and it was wonderful. I was able to do my 2-3 trades. They were always bringing me, like, they were consistently bringing me profits. So I started to just talk with people and explain my strategy, and all of a sudden people are like, oh, can you tell me how you did it? Can you share? And somehow, without even realizing, I became an educator. So now I've been doing this for almost 10 years in the education world as well, just sharing. And prop firms have obviously been around forever, right? Probably like 30 years. They were once sitting in big office spaces and slowly have now morphed into online prop firms. And one thing that I have to say, and I have a lot of students who come to me because they want to be funded by prop firms. All of them, like, I need for you to understand what prop firms are. Prop firms, they give you the idea that they are going to fund you. You first have to be reviewed by them, because think of yourself. Would you want to give money to just anyone? I know that a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to be funded by prop firm, but they have to vet you out. They have to filter you. They have to know, are you going to be making money for them, or are you going to take their money and lose it? So how do they do this? It's structured so that the prop firm wins, right? It's like the casino house always wins. What do I mean by that? They charge you a membership. The thing is, like, I think their system is well done because they're protecting themselves. The problem is the people that think that they're just going to get funded in the minute, right? Especially like, oh, I'm going to be funded, you know, whatever amount of money by the prop firms. Meanwhile, the way they get you, well, the way it begins is, all right, you want to be funded by us. You have to pay us a certain amount per month, a membership, until we vet you, until we filter you out, until we see how you're doing it. And that could cost the person who wants to trade and be funded sometimes thousands of dollars until they are funded. So what happens is a lot of people start with these prop firms thinking that they're just going to magically be funded. And then they realize, oh, wait, I actually have to know what I'm doing because they're not going to fund me. So that's how they end up coming to me and being my students, because they want to have help for understanding how to trade. And what I tell them is, if you want to be funded by prop firm, stop your membership with them, learn how to trade, and then go back, because then you get vetted, and it takes about, I think you have to go through a certain amount of tests. Within a month or two, people go in and start to get funded, versus in the meantime paying them the monthly fee for you to be, you know, for you paying them for no reason while you're learning. So this is something that is really important for everybody to understand who wants to be funded by a prop firm. They are not going to give you their money just because you say you want to be a trader. You need to come in with the goods. You cannot be a Formula One driver if you don't have a clue how to even drive a go-kart, right? I mean, everything takes a strategy and the time. The same goes for prop firm. So my goal today is for you guys to start to learn and understand. First of all, trading is not complicated. It could be very simple, not easy, but simple. And that is my goal for you guys today. So it's really important. If you have any questions, please let me know. This way I could also help you. I am Marina, the Trader Chick, and I actually want to give you guys a little bit of a creative view about day trading. All right, so just go with me. How many of you guys here like Cirque du Soleil? Me and my son are absolute over-the-top fans, right? We have gone, it's a thing that me and my youngest son do together all the time. It's funny because my oldest son and my husband aren't interested in it as much. And we have gone to, I don't know, at this point, I don't know, probably several dozen. Okay. So what's really interesting is, hang on just 1 minute here. Okay, so Cirque du Soleil, we watch these guys and we are just like, oh my goodness, how is it possible for people to do such things, right? How is it that ordinary humans could do such extraordinary things? The interesting thing is that we sometimes don't look at them like that. We think that they are born extraordinary, but here's the thing. They are not born extraordinary, right? So it is literally, I wanted to, and one time when I was watching Cirque du Soleil, I was like, this is the bridge that's missing for a lot of people who want to become successful day traders, is that people who are Cirque du Soleil, first of all, we know before they get on stage and do these death-defying acts for us, that they have put in the work, right? A lot of people who want to be traders say one day, I'm going to be a day trader, and then the next day go and start putting their hard-earned money into the markets. It's ludicrous, right? You're not going to get any money. I call it donating money to the markets. So let's break down, what does a Cirque du Soleil performer do to do what they do? First and foremost, they're committed, right? They have years of training. You might not need years of training for day trading, but you certainly need months of training. Why would anyone? It's amazing the amount of people think that they're going to be day traders and be successful. If it was that simple, we'd all be millionaires. You guys need to commit. It's a process. It's a commitment, and you need to learn. You cannot be following other people, right? If I'm a Cirque du Soleil performer, am I going to be just following somebody who's walking on a tightrope and thinking that I'm going to be able to do it? No, I actually have to understand how it's done. Intense focus. Are the Cirque du Soleil performers on their cell phones scrolling through Instagram and Facebook? Chances are no, they die, right? Yet, why are we so distracted when we are sitting in front of our charts when all we need is this intense focus, and that's how we're going to do it? Discipline. Discipline. They show up, they train, they practice, they show up. 99% of the people that want to be day traders don't even know what they're looking at. They don't even know the terminology. It blows my mind. Total trust. These Cirque du Soleil performers, some of them are partnered, right? They have several people in an act. They trust them with their lives, right? They trust their equipment with their lives. Day traders, what is our equipment besides our mind and the strategy? It's the platforms that we're using. I cannot even tell you the amount of people that I have met that have lost so much money because they have not put in a few hours to learning their platforms. They just start shooting off their money, donating the money, not only to the market now, but also to their platforms. So they don't trust their equipment. So they've already entered with massive doubt and lack of confidence because they don't even know the equipment they're working with, okay? And confidence. The Cirque du Soleil performers are so confident. They have to be. How is confidence made? You're not born with confidence. You can't convince yourself, oh, I'm confident. That's nonsense. That's not how confidence works. Confidence works with training, with little tiny goals being achieved. You're not going to make $1,000 a day. You're not even going to make 500. You're not even going to make $100 per day. But what if you start to make $25 per day? Because for some absolutely insane reason, day trading is the only profession, only industry that people can justify losing a little as okay. No way, you should be losing anything, but that doesn't happen. Like, imagine if a Cirque du Soleil performer was like, well, if I just fell a little, no, they'd die, right? They would die. She would die if she fell even a little bit. So this is where I recognize that Cirque du Soleil performers and day traders, we have so much in common. It is not that complicated to become a day trader, but it does take several tiny little things to start to get you in that direction. All right. So what are these specific things that could make us really good pro traders? Let's talk about this, guys. First of all, if you want to, let's pretend that in the Cirque du Soleil realm, we're only going to focus on tight ropes. So if you're learning how to do a tightrope, you're going to begin probably an inch off the ground, but you're going to understand everything about the tightrope, right? How to put your foot, how to walk on it, how to balance yourself. What is the tightrope of trading? Trends. Trends. If you don't understand how to spot a good trend, understanding that the sideways trend is your deadly trend, it doesn't matter who you're following. It doesn't matter what indicator you're working with. It doesn't matter how much money you're paying for those indicators and how much money you're paying for these alerts and chat rooms, because you are not the driver's seat. You're not the driver, right? You are letting somebody else drive, somebody that you don't have a clue who they are. You've maybe heard them talk that they're winning, but you don't really know, because it doesn't matter if they're winning or not. What does matter is, can you win? And this is what I want to talk to you guys about, because once you understand trends, you could do everything. And I can guarantee that. Now, before I jump in, because we only have a few minutes together, I have the entire presentation for you guys at makingofadaytrader.com. You go here in the browser, sign up, you'll get the presentation instantly for free. makingofadaytrader.com. makingofadaytrader.com. So before we jump in, I just want to do a really quick intro. I am Marina, the Trader Chick. I am an expat. I am right now living in Barcelona, Spain. I've been an expat for over 20 years. We've lived in Central America for 20 years, and then 3 years here now in Barcelona. Before I became a day trader, I was a fitness instructor and a travel writer. Why is that important? Because a lot of people have this misconception that you have to come from an economics, math background, financial background. I was a fitness instructor. I loved it. I still do fitness, but I don't teach it anymore. But that it just shows that anyone can actually master day trading. The other cool thing is that I speak 3 languages. I learned Spanish in my late 20s. I also speak Russian because I was born in the Soviet Union. But when I learned Spanish, and if anybody here who's sitting here has learned a second or a third language, it's a process. It's similar to Cirque du Soleil. You commit. But one thing that I did recognize is when I started to learn it, I started to look at the market as its own language. And the second I saw that it has its own language, everything shifted for me. And that came to me because I learned several languages. And I just wanted to share that little tidbit with you. And the cool thing about trading, we could do it anywhere. We could do it anywhere and everywhere. And like I mentioned before, I'm also a travel writer. That's because me and my family travel for 3 or 4 months out of the year, every year. We went to Japan for a month. We're going to France for a month. I just came back from the States, which I was there for 3 weeks. So I travel a lot with my family. And what does that mean? Am I a trust fund baby? No, I fully support myself and I do it with trading. And that's the cool thing about trading. You could do it from anywhere. So go and get my free presentation, makingofadaytrader.com, and then you could follow along. So every performer starts from the basics, guys. It's the same with day trading. We're going to start by building those walls that you're going to hold in the windows. And what are those windows? The trades. So they don't crash, so that you actually have a foundation. This guy, who probably does some absolutely insane aerial moves, started on the ground. He started making the small little moves. Everybody needs to start small. If you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, I have to become a day trader and make the same amount of money I'm making in my profession that I've been doing for 30 years, and you expect to get that in 2 days, stop fooling yourself. You are lying to yourself, and guess what? All your money is going to be gone. You don't want that, and it could be 100% avoidable. So let's dive in. There are 4 basic strategies all around trends. And once you guys get that tightrope, those trends, you will be able to fully walk on those tightropes with confidence. All right, let's begin so that we can end up like this, only in day trading terms. Okay, breakdown of a trend. We all know that there are 3 trends, right? We know that there's an upward trend, we know there's a downward trend, and we kind of understand that there's a sideways trend, right? In other words, another way of saying sideways trends is exhaustion pattern, indecision zone, the chop, channeling market, transition, whatever you want to call it. The point is, it's the dead zone. I call it the dead zone, literally, because this is where all of our losses occur. And I'm going to explain to you why, and I'm going to show you how to fully avoid that so that you guys get into positive trades. First and foremost, let's talk about the upward trend. Each pivot is higher than the next. This is where you're entering your buy. This is where you are going long. Okay, this is where you are going long. What does that mean? Super simple. You buy low, exit high, take the profit in between. Super simple. Then you have the downward trend. Each pivot is lower than the other pivot. This is where you are entering a short. You're shorting the market. You are selling. What does that mean? Super simple. Enter at a high price point, exit at a low price point, and you're taking the money in between. You're taking that profit in between. All right. Now, let's talk about that sideways trend, the consolidation, the transition, the exhaustion pattern. I call it the dead zone and the trader's worst enemy. Why? So here is what this looks like. We've all seen consolidating markets. We've all seen the sideways market. Why is this the dead zone? So here's the thing, guys. Day trading is an incredibly emotional state of activity, right? It's very emotional. It's very highly emotionally charged. Why? Because we tell ourselves nonsense stories. So let's pretend that you are a trend is your friend kind of a trader, and you're looking at this market and you're like, you know what? The market's been going up all day. I'm going to continue. I'm going for a long when I start to notice that there is a consolidation. Then you have the contrarian trader. They're looking and they're like, you know what? The market's been going up all day. It's going to correct. I'm going to short the market. None of those things are true. Who cares what you think is going to happen? You can't ever beat the market. You can never predict what the market is doing. Here's what's happening. The market was going up and now it's taking a break. Now, if you're a professional day trader, you know what you're going to do? You're going to take a break too. You're going to sit out and wait until the market is telling you what it's going to do, because it's not doing anything. You do not want to be putting your hard-earned money in this really boring, nowhere movement market, because you have no idea where it's going to go. None, right? Just because the market is going down in a good way, is it going to continue down? You don't know. It might continue up. You have no idea. It might completely change direction. You are not here to decide that. You are here to read what the market is telling you. And this is why so many people lose money in this zone. So it's understandable if you lose money on the very first one, but when you are seeing it, that's when people start to pretend that they're going to beat the market, predict the market, and even worse, they're going to start losing and they become revenge traders, right? We've all been there. We've all been there, but you have to completely separate yourself from what you think is going to happen to what is actually occurring, right? And that is the most important thing to understand. Okay, so now a lot of people say to me, well, how do I even spot that this is happening? Or how do I know that this is going to happen? What is the indication of it? Areas, guys. Areas. I love areas. The market respects areas. And if you do not respect those areas with the market, it is going to penalize you. How is it going to penalize you? You're going to be stopped out all the time. So what are areas? Support and resistance areas. What's a support area? Support is when the market starts to hit a floor of the market. It's going down and all of a sudden, boom, 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 it starts to hit. That is a support area. Okay, it is a place where the market is stopping that movement, and you have to wait and see what it does. You'll never know what it does until it actually does it. But is it better for it to do it while you are sitting and studying it, or when your money is on the line and you're sitting and praying and hoping, right? Got to be smart. Keep that money out. Do not put it in when you start to see those markets. Sit out. Wait until it either transitions to a new trend, or breaks through. All right, because when there's a sideways market, this is what could happen. Does this look attractive to you? This is so grindy and choppy and just ugly. I would never put my money on the line here. Yet I would definitely say 90% of the money that is lost during trading days are lost in these markets. Resistance area. What is a resistance area? It's when the market is going up and boom, it starts to hit a ceiling. Why is that ceiling there? Who cares? That's for you to know. You'll never know. But it is definitely a ceiling that the market is telling you, hey, I'm taking a break here. This is an area that I find to be significant. Just chill out and wait and see what I'm going to do. And you need to respect that area. So now that we know that there's areas, this is how we start to identify these channeling markets. The biggest question is it possible to avoid losing even in the beginning of these areas? And how can I already start to recognize when the market is losing its strength and it's losing its movement? How can I even know that? And this is my favorite: reversal areas and divergences. So first and foremost, I have one chart, two indicators. That's it. If you have a good, strong platform, they all have universal indicators. It doesn't matter which platform you are going to be on. They all have indicators that are universal. And the price action is the same regardless of the chart you're going to be using. Because with that said, prop firms, some of them like you to use their charts, okay? It does not matter what chart you're going to be using, because if you understand how the price action works and what it's doing, you're going to be able to succeed. So reversal areas, double tops, triple tops, double bottoms, triple bottoms, head and shoulders. Guess what? That's free. It can be done in any charting software. And divergence. Divergence is my personal holy grail, and I'm going to show you guys what it's all about. Okay, so double bottoms. As you can see here, the price action is going down, and boom, you get a beautiful double bottom. It is screaming to you, you know what, I might reverse here. It's not 100% reversal area, but it is a very strong indication that it most likely can reverse, but we don't know when. That's not for us to decide until the market tells us. However, it's definitely a place where I'm like, you know what, I'm out. I'm not touching this. I'm sitting on my money. Now, if you look at my red dots, I use MACDs. That's my favorite indicator. But if you look at my red dots and the price action, it is very divergent, right? That is screaming, do not enter. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but for one thing for sure is I'm not going to continue just yet in that same direction. Sit out. So when you are able to recognize those divergences and the reversal patterns, sitting out of bad trades is probably more powerful and energy taking than just putting your money constantly in the market. And when you can be patient, like a big game hunter, you know, they don't go out there and just shoot everything in sight. When you could sit out and just wait until that good move happens, because you are understanding divergences here, reversal patterns are here, areas, I'm sitting out. You are that pro trader. That's what makes the difference between the pro trader and the amateur trader. All right, spotting these areas. Now, once you understand these, that's when we can master probably the most powerful trade out there, the breakout trades. Guys, the breakout trades are the best, but if you don't have your areas drawn in, you're not going to know what's going on, because when you're in the live market with real money on the line and you have nothing drawn to the left, you're going to be sweating, right? There's a saying that we have in the traders world, everything is to the left. What does that mean? It means that your charts are prepared to enter properly. And when you do enter, your adrenaline is pumping as fast as it is if you're a Formula One driver, right? I'm not exaggerating. So I want to look to the left and be like, you know what? I'm prepared. This is a valid trade that has worked for me over and over again because I've also been back testing. So let's put all this together. Go again to makingofadaytrader.com. This is where you guys are going to get the whole presentation that you could go back at your own pace. All right. And the breakout areas. Guys, the breakouts are the best trades out there. But if you don't have this stuff drawn in, you're not going to be able to recognize them. What's a breakout? You are headed, let's pretend that in this upward trend, you are headed upward, right? It's an upward trend, but all of a sudden, boom, it's flat. It's terrible, sideways market. I'm sitting out, I'm waiting, and all of a sudden, it breaks out. It breaks out of that area. Now, you can see my price action is breaking out. My MACDs are flying through the roof, showing me massive strength. The black dashed line of the MACDs, that's a 0. That means that there's absolutely no strength. And if you look here at this resistance area, the majority of it is kind of hanging out around that dashed line. But once it breaks out, boom. Once that happens, now I am in high alert, ready to put my order waiting for it to fill me where I want it to go. Okay, that is how it's done. Before we move on, I just want to do a really important thing. Why are Cirque du Soleil performers so successful? Because they dominate one market. They dominate one market. This woman is not going to get on a motorcycle and start to do motorcycle tricks, right? Day trader wannabes have this idea that if they go into many markets, many instruments, they're going to win. On the contrary, that's when they lose the most. Focus on that one. Focus on that one instrument. When you dominate it, that's when you could go on to the next. All right, guys. So here's the thing. We have absolutely everything we need to take action, right? But how do we know that we're doing it right? How do you know that you're actually doing it right? There's a ton of summits. There's a lot of presentations. There's all these amazing gurus on YouTube, podcasts, books. But how do you know that you are doing it right? How do you know that you're doing it right? Because all of this is great, but the real question is, how do I get started? And this is not a question that I get from beginners. It's mainly from seasoned traders or traders that have been, you know, in the markets for a long time and they're still not consistent. And they ask me, Marina, what can I do to turn this around and be profitable, but consistently, right? And I have to tell you, every single time is that they're simply lacking the understanding of the basics. Once you get that basics, that is when you could go through the roof with your opportunities. Honestly, I've seen this over and over again. Imagine getting into a car and learning how to drive a car, but not really, right? You get in, and because you've been in the passenger seat, you think that you're going to be able to master the driving. But if you've never even seen the clutch and the brake and knowing when to move the clutch with the brake and the gear shift at the same time, something that is so incredibly basic today, right? Like I jump in, I don't even think about that movement, but it took me probably like, several tries to figure out when to release the brake and the clutch and to be able to shift gears. This is what I'm talking about, right? Those are the basics of driving. All right, you know what? Let's get even more so. If you've never been in a car before, do you know where the horn is? Not until somebody shows you, right? Now, imagine even more creatively. Imagine somebody who's never been in a car before gets into a car and you're like, all right, buckle up. It's going to save your life. And they're like, buckle up. What am I buckling up? But I have to buckle up. It's going to save my life. All you have to do is show them one time where the seatbelt is, right? Because the reality is we are not born with this information. We are not born with this information. All right. And this was my own personal sad truth. I spent over $20,000 on trainings and I struggled because no one taught the basics. Every time I asked, can you please explain what's a divergence? Can you please explain to me what is a reversal pattern? Can you understand? Can you help me with the price action? I was either ignored or treated like I was born with this information. And none of us are, right? We have to learn someplace. But the majority of these academies, they just throw you in, because they want to look like, you should know all this stuff and look how great we are and teaching you this stuff, but avoiding the really important stuff. So if you are already signed up with a prop firm, you're just going to be donating money to the prop firm while you're learning. So stop that donation, go and learn the basics, guys. Once you understand the basics, boom. I never had that in the beginning. And I ended up losing almost $4,000 in 5 minutes, but that's actually not true. At that point, it was almost 2 years that I was struggling. But this particular time, it was $4,000 in 5 minutes. I was listening to somebody in the chat room. I started chasing a trade. Of course, I lost because, the second I entered that trade, it was already done. It was just horrible. And you know what? After I lost this amount of money, I felt so defeated that I quit. I ended up quitting. I could not take it anymore. I felt bad. I was losing my family's money. It was awful. And you know what, though? Here's the thing. We are all bit by the trading bug, right? All of us. And it never stops itching. And the main reason why is because deep down inside, we know we could do this. When I quit for about 4 months. But I just could never stay away from looking at other people trade and successfully. And I was like, you know what? If they could do it, I know I can. I know that I could do it. And that's when I decided. So at that point, I had 10 indicators, 3 charts. I literally donated 2 charts, high definition monitors to my garbage men. I removed all my indicators and slowly started to put them in and go back to the basics. Very slowly. So during about 3 years ago, one of my students says to me, Marina, your trading style is very similar. Your philosophy is very similar to Coach John Wooden. And I was like, who's Coach John Wooden? I never heard this guy's name before, right? So of course I had to look him up. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. This was a legendary coach. I mean, he has had 88 national championships, 10 NCAA. I mean, he is great, but his entire philosophy, when in doubt, get back to the basics. And that is literally what one of my students said to me. He's like, Marina, your style is exactly like Coach John Wooden. And this guy trained A-star, A-list players. And it doesn't matter how many awards, how many national championships you've won, every single season began with the basics. How to tie your shoe, how to roll up your sock, how to dribble the ball. Why? because it doesn't matter what you've done. If you are going to get a blister, if you're going to get a sprained ankle because you didn't tie your shoe well, you're out for the rest of the season. So today I have a very special offer just for the participants, because I know that you guys have taken the time and I really, really appreciate it. It's my introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. This whole course for you guys is at $97. It's a one-time price. It is not recurring. One time you'll pay, and here's everything that you're going to be getting. First of all, I just kind of want to wake you guys up of what can you get for $97 today that is going to bring a similar return on investment. Do you guys like to play golf? I don't know about you guys, but golf today, I don't even think there's anything less than $200 per person to enter the golf course, right? And you want to go out to lunch? Here in Barcelona, me and my husband went out to dinner the other day with a bottle of wine. It was over 100 euros. And let's face it, and Spain is not even that expensive. So let me break down for you what you're going to get for $97. First of all, please go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. You could put in HTTP because a lot of times it comes out with the S. Just remove the S. And let's go here so that you could follow along and see exactly what it is that I am selling here. Okay. Bootcampfordaytrading.com. This is what you guys are going to be getting. First of all, a simplified day trading package, right? I am going to give you a tutorial on how to set up your platform. Remember how I said that a lot of times we struggle with the platforms? No more. I will make sure that you guys get right to the fun stuff, which is the trading. Now we're going to focus on the trends, upward trend, sideways trend, downward trend. We're really going to dissect them. We're really going to focus on understanding them so that you are walking that tightrope without any problem and with confidence. And of course, the magic telltale signs, reversal patterns and divergences. This can be done on any market, any chart. As long as you're spotting them, you are going to be able to have so many aha moments, because reversal patterns and divergences are my favorites. And we're going to talk about the areas, support areas, resistance areas, and once again, divergences. Again, when you guys understand divergences, it's going to be like the biggest wake-up moment. And the coolest thing is they are the simplest to spot, but they are the most powerful indications of what is happening in the market. All right, and then with all that, we are going to master the breakout trade, because the power of the breakout is what, without a doubt, one of the best trades out there. All right, and we're going to avoid the fake out breakouts, because fake out breakouts are real, but you could avoid them. All right, and then you'll get unlimited access to the curriculum for life. You'll have the curriculum for life. All of this is valued at $1,600. This is all that you guys are going to be getting in the course. Now, before we move on, I just want to tell you some of my students. I have students from all over the world, because that's the cool thing about trading. You could do it anywhere in the world. So Michelle, best money ever spent, just finished the boot camp. Derek, you are the only mentor who truly checks the work. And Adrienne, I enjoy boot camp and I am learning every day. Now, I want to go back to one really important question that I asked you just a little while ago. How do you know you are doing it right? How do you know that you are doing it right? Who's there to help you? Who is there to work with you? So in this 1 month, $97 price, you guys will get 1 entire month of mentorship with me. Unlimited 1 month mentorship with me, because I know for a fact when you have a mentor, that's when you can take it to that next level. And I will be there answering all your questions about charts. Whatever questions you have, you don't have to worry, how am I doing it right? I will be there to help you. Now, this is a price only for the participants. I normally charge $297 for this course and do not offer any mentorship. So not only are you getting it for 60% off, but you also get me. So go here, http://bootcampfordaytrading.com. Here's what you guys will get for that $97. Everything in the course. 30 days one-on-one with me mentorship, and also in the live chat room. But here's the thing. This is worth less than one price of a trade, right? Less than a price of a trade. Normally trades are what? $200, $400, right? So you could 10x your return on your investment and go to 100 of these dinners. The thing is, because of the mentorship, I only have space for 25 people. And I normally sell out really fast because it's a, it's a no-brainer of a price. Just education and working with me alone is going to take you to totally new heights and will be able to allow you to get into the prop trading firms a lot faster and save you a ton of time and a ton of money. So let's go here, boot camp, so you guys could see the order form. And so here it is. As you can see, one-time payment. If you do want to do a payment plan, you could do 2 times, but you automatically get instant access to the course, okay, and to me. But if because of holidays, you want to postpone the mentorship, don't worry about it. I understand, because it's, we all have that issue, obviously, with holidays. Don't worry. You could just say, Marina, I've got the special right now, but I will get it when the holiday, and I'll start mentorship with you when the holidays end. All right, guys. So go here right now. I think that there's actually quite a few questions here. Let me just see here. Hang on a sec. Oops, hang on. Okay, what's your approach to identifying early as possible? Okay, hopefully, Trevor, I answered your question about how to spot the consolidations. Honestly, reversal patterns and divergences have been my absolute savior, and they work. I have done so much back testing on them, and they really, really show up and show you when it's starting to happen. And yes, you've given much of your profit back to the chop. Everybody has. It is a completely normal thing. Every year, Coach Owen made his basketball players sit down, practice, start, taught them how to properly put on their tennis shoes. Yes, so they would not get blisters. Exactly, Dwayne. Absolutely. Getting back to the basics, guys, a lot of times we really overlook the basics, and it's really, really important. So, Mohammed, which market do I trade? I personally do the E-minis, the ES, but this works with everybody. So it doesn't matter. With any market, you could totally use it. And I actually have a lot of students that work with the NASDAQ. So yes, absolutely. All right, guys, let me know if there's any questions. And I just really want you to understand, I know that we are focusing on prop trading. Prop firms could be very beneficial, but you need to go in already knowing how to trade. They're going to be testing you, and you don't want to be spending, I don't know what the normal fees are, between $150 to $250 per month while you are being tested and reviewed. So meanwhile, they're earning money. That's how they earn the money to fund you. And I would have to say 95% of the people literally just give them money, and then they don't ever make it because they don't put in the time to learn how to trade. A lot of students get that from me. A lot, because a lot of students come to me because they want to be in prop firms, and that's when they realize, all right, they stop their memberships with them, and then they come back, and that's when they learn, and then they are more successful with the prop firms. All right, let me see here. If we buy a membership, can we? Yes, you could postpone until January even, because I know that the holiday season can be a little bit complicated. No problem at all. I can see nothing. Hope for the what do you mean you can see nothing? Okay, so let me know if there's any more questions, guys, and thank you so much for taking your time here. I really, really hope you guys got some really good information, and you could always write me. Just write me. You could go to the Trader Chick and ask me any question you want. I'm happy to answer them for you. And thanks, Anthony, once again for having me. It's always so much fun being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina, for an energizing and educational session. We do appreciate it here at Traders Corner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, everyone, please get ready for a mindset shift. Norman Hallett, founder of the Disciplined Trader, is here to talk about the real success path for prop traders, from getting funded to earning a consistent, reliable income. Please welcome the great and very consistent Norman Hallett, the real Norman Hallett, not the AI version.
Don't be so sure, I think.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Don't be so sure. You really don't know anymore. I don't know if Marina's still here, but hi, Marina. I
Hi,
just,
Norman. I
I
am.
know you're here. I'm so jealous because you're in Spain. It's such a beautiful place. Oh God. Great presentation, Marina. I saw the last half of it. Very nice.
Thank
Basics are so
you.
important. They really are so important. I'm going to show my screen. There we go. All right. Well, thank you. I want to say up front that prop trading is very different from retail trading. There are some things that you need to emphasize. My mother used to say to us, "You're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable." So I'll start. They say you're supposed to start with a joke. Prop trading requires that you emphasize certain things that you may not be emphasizing now. Let me see if I can. I don't know if there is actually a camera thing that I can do, but maybe not. It is a camera thing. I don't know. Do you see me on the camera now? I'd like to be live. In any event, the idea is that I'm going to show you the differences, the things that you need to do. Listen, if you're a trader who believes that you can be a successful trader, and even if you're in the struggle or even in the losing phase, but believe that prop trading, which you really can get started for about $30 to qualify for a $50,000 account. If it takes you more than a month to make $3,000 on a $50,000 account, maybe you need another month, another $35. But it's very inexpensive, really, to do this. And the reason is so.
We lost your screen.
Oh, lost my screen. Let's see.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Do I have control? Can you?
Yeah, you have control. I don't know what happened.
Can you take me off control and
Yeah.
put me back on control?
Yeah, do that.
And I'll get into the. I'll get right into it because we don't have too much time.
This might knock you for a second. Is that okay?
Yeah. If
Okay.
it knocks me, I'll get back in, I guess.
All right. Sorry. Okay, Norman will be right back. Be sure to check out the survey link for a free chance to win a $50,000 Warrior account. And Norman will be back with us very soon. Joel Wyse, are you still there as well? I think Joel's hanging out with us too somewhere. Norman's back.
I think you can hear me again. Let's try the share.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll watch for the share button. There we go. All right, no more fooling around. I'm going to share the screen.
There you go.
You good?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, no problem. It probably was me pressing the wrong button. All right, let's get into it. I want to show you the difference between prop trading and regular trading, and then make you an offer I think you're going to want to take advantage of at the end, but that's going to be up to you. If you don't know me, I've spoken on dozens of domestic and international stages for the last 4 years, and the last 4 decades. Really haven't done a whole lot of that in the last 4 years. I've been working with professional traders, writing trading plans for them, while helping traders, prop traders, to get funded and paid on a consistent basis. I'm going to explain why I stress getting paid on a consistent basis. I've written 4 books. The 5th one just came out last month, and most of them have been on trading, creating trading plans. This one was about, this is called Their Money, Your Profit, cashing in on the prop trading revolution, and it's now available on it's a soft launch we've done, and it's available on Amazon right now. But I continue to write papers. It's part of really a learning process for me. When I actually write these papers, I'm recalling some of the things that have worked for me in the past and wondering if I should re-employ them. So it's a good thing for me. I keep doing it. I'm known for infusing the importance of mental and emotional discipline in my talks and writings, because it's really at least half as important, or twice, just as important as anything else. Most people say, hey, if you have a good plan, it's going to work. Not necessarily true. You got to be able to follow it. And I think the more you trade, the more you realize that many traders who struggle and are losing get in their own way. And I build trading plans to help you not get in your own way. I'm going to show you a little bit about that too. In my past, really most of my learning came from this experience. Really, in the 1980s, I ran a room of 63 professional traders, and actually was responsible for 2 other offices of almost equal size, 45 and 52 people at the max in those rooms. I learned that simple trading plans work, and every trader is different, and that's an important combination. If you have too many redundant or overlapping indicators, there are too many hoops to jump. That could cause hesitation, over trading, or actually hesitation, lack of confidence, and so on in a trade. Every trader being different means that we all have strengths and weaknesses, and it's important to emphasize the strength and to neutralize the weakness. We used to think that we can turn a weakness into a strength. Very, very hard to do. But we found out that all traders really have to do is neutralize the weakness and amplify the strengths. That's enough to get you solidly behind your own trading plan. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that in this 45 minutes. Here is the main screen I want to show you today. It's a fast track to trading independence. I want you to get long-term income from this. This is, I think, what 9 out of 10 traders that I interview, this is what they want to do. Okay, a simple trading plan. The first column here talks about that you are unique. You need to find and employ a simple, proven trading plan that is built for prop trading. And when I say built for prop trading, one of the things that you need to understand is that in most prop trading firms hold loss of open trade equity against you. What that means is that if I were to start with a $50,000 account, whether it's in the evaluation stage or that you got to get through before they give you the funded stage, in a $50,000 account, you got to make $3,000, okay? But you cannot fall below $2,500 below your open trade equity high. Now, it's a lot of words, but let me give you an example. If you have a $50,000 account that you just paid $35 to initiate, and you put it up there and you make your first trade. Now, in the $50,000 account, you can't go below, you can't receive more than 5% of your open trade equity high, which means your closing balance high. And what that means is that in a $50,000 account, you have a $2,500 floor. You can't go below $47,500. So $50,000, if you put on a trade and it's up $1,000, okay, and you say, boy, I think I can get more, you put a break-even stop. Well, the market comes down and breaks you even. Now, if it's your own money, you say to yourself, I should have taken that $1,000. It was right there. Should have taken it. I wanted more. Won't do that the next time. But in prop trading, they count that $1,000 you let go of against you, meaning that that former $47,500 floor is now $48,500. They've taken that and they've raised that because you didn't take that open trade equity. Now, that may sound mean and you may complain about it, but the truth is professional traders know that you don't give away 2% of open trade equity. In a $50,000 account, if you have $1,000 in an open trade equity, you want to defend that, at least 90% of that, or no less than 75% of that. And if you were to do that, you would have put that $750 in your account and only offset that by the $250 you didn't take. So you would literally have no change in that from the $2,500. I don't want to get into too many, but the idea is they take open trade, loss of open trade equity against you. So you need to do something different. One of the things that we do several things differently to defend against that open trade equity problem, and that is to employ some kind of a scalping mechanism. Because when you scalp, that takes all of the open trade equity that you have in that part of the trade, and you're actually by taking open trade equity, by grabbing a nice profit when you don't let go of open trade equity, that's actually padding your distance from the red line. So that's very, very important. So you need to have that element in there so that you can have the other part of your approach, which is the runner approach. You want to be able to take advantage of a trend. You can do that more easily because you've already taken some of that. You've already padded your open trade equity by a bit. You can have a little more freedom letting something go. So I can't get into much of that, but I wanted to explain that. I didn't have a chart on that because that tends to confuse people just as much as the oral version. But I think if you're trading at all, you can understand what I'm talking about. So that's one important place that prop trading is different from regular trading, retail trading. Every trader is different. You want to define your strengths and weaknesses. We can help you do that with my offer. I always talk about, in fact, with this offer, you're going to get a one-on-one session with my wife, who is world-renowned for her work with subconscious training, and she joined me in this the Disciplined Trader back in 2000 when we started the firm, and she's been helping traders to strengthen their strengths and neutralize their weaknesses. I'm going to give you a session with her in our offer. You want to match your trading plan to who you are, so you can help yourself get out of your own way by changing your subconscious mind, or you can plus you can change your trading plan in subtle ways to match who you are. And we help you do that too in this offer and in this plan. And there are 7 current nuances. What they are small tweaks that you can make to match you. One thing that's not one of the 7, but one thing that, for instance, let's say you are a trader that lacks patience, okay? And if you lack patience, that means that you're rushing into trades. If it's an hour between trades, you're kind of bending your rules. What you want to do is expose more frequent triggers. And one of the things that you can do that's a little bit obvious, but let's consider it a nuance, is instead of trading from a 10-minute candle chart, trade from a 2-minute candle chart, because the shorter the time frame you're using, the more triggers you'll expose. But that's a simplistic version of, there are other nuanced things that you can do to fit you. And why is that important? Because if a trading plan doesn't fit you as a trader, you're going to be all over the place. Okay, so second column, positive expectation phase. You want to install a winning mindset. This is very important. When you've been losing or struggling, it really means that what's been happening is that you've created a habit. You come to the computer every day expecting to struggle. I hope I don't lose today. I hope today's a good day. All this hope is combined with fear, and you're really not sharp. When you have a winning mindset, when you expect to win because you have been winning, it's a total different approach. So you need to understand the why of your trading plan. In other words, you want to get through the tough days, and you can do that by understanding the why of your trading plan. I'm going to show you that in one of our charts, and why we use a particular one of our triggers that we do. But unless you understand why the system is asking you to do it from a deep standpoint, you're going to hesitate when there is a question mark in your brain. Okay, so you also want to model a winner. We have a trading room that just started 4 months ago. This is in its 5th month, and we have retained 87% of the people who started in that room and have joined since. And why is that? Because this is a room that you have a lot of winning going on by example. You can follow somebody's trades, trade along with them. You can learn from them and then try it on your own, which is a combination of what I'd like to see you do. But the idea is that when you see somebody winning on a consistent basis, I know last month, Dan, the room made $3,200 on a small account. And that's his 5th winning month in a row with those kinds of numbers, okay? And I'm just saying that when you see a winner win, when you can follow their trades and do what they're doing and start winning for yourself, that will create that winning mindset, so that when you come to the table, with or without the room, you're going to come with a winning you've got to learn what they do in the room, which is we use our simple trading plan. Plus, Dan is a former member of the CBOT and a floor trader, and so he actually has infused a few things that professionals do that you may want to use. His son Matt, Dan and Matt is his son, and they both run the trading room. And Matt has developed, he's a computer nerd, and he's developed what he called Matt levels. And that he's allowed to be in this room to run alongside of the loaded gun simple trading plan. And so you can actually trade with them along the way and develop that winning mindset. I'm going to give you a couple of weeks in that room for a part of this deal, so that you'll be able to actually start winning right away with them in the trading room. And you can start the trading room anytime you want after learning the basic system. So you want to begin weaning yourself off. And like I said, what I'd like to see you do is spend maybe the first month following the trades, doing the trades that he's doing. And then only out of the 4 days, Monday through Thursday, that the room operates, on that Friday and maybe another day, only look at them 3 days. Go to the room 3 days and trade on your own for a day or two. You want to see if you got it. You want to know that you got. Hey, look, some people are just in the room all the time trading what he trades, and I have no problem with that. But you really want to learn how to fish. And when you learn how to fish, you'll never know if you learn correctly until you do it on your own. So I like the idea of weaning off the trading room. And in fact, there are a couple of traders who have weaned totally off the trading room and want to stay in there just so if they need it, they have, because for $99 a month, it's not a real question of whether you want to stay in a room that can just be just copy. So they want to stay in it knowing, they want to know that they have that in their back pocket. And now that they're winning, $99 doesn't look like much. Anyway, the independent phase, let's look at that. You want to build a stable long-term income. Okay, build a stable long-term income. Now, this is important. You're not, when you come to the table in prop trading, there are really, I consider 3 levels. The evaluation stage, let's see if you're good enough to get funded. And when you get funded, so there's that phase of where you got to get over that $3,000. Actually, in Apex, where I have most of my accounts, it's 2,600. You got to get to 52.6 before you can start asking for money. And there are nerve points where you start to dry up a little bit with your intention, because you don't want to come back over that under that green line once there are certain mental things that we help you with too that are sticking points in this process. But these are only steps. What you should be considering every day and in your goals every day is, I am building a long-term income. Okay, I am building a long-term income to take care of myself, my family, and my needs. Okay, and to be a charitable part of my thing. I love the charity part. So you can infuse, but you want to be developing a long-term substantial income, so that when you want to celebrate your move from evaluation to funded, and you want to, but you don't want to celebrate too much. That's not your goal. That's a minor goal. You want to keep in front of you at all times from the beginning that this is a long-term stable process. This is what you want. You want to have that long-term stable income, and so that you can appreciate where you're going and have a drink that night and whatever and celebrate. But that's it. You have a much grander goal. And as long as goals have to be big, otherwise you're going to trip over these small stones. Because really what you want to do is have 7 or 8 or 3 or 4, however many of these $50,000 or $150,000 accounts that you've been granted. And you want to learn to diversify those accounts so that you don't risk one, or you want to risk all at the same time. People use what they call trade copiers, and I have no problem with that. I use one too, but I don't copy all of my accounts with a trade copy. I only do 3 of them at a time, and I count them in 3 sections. Right now I have 12 funded accounts, and so I treat them as 3, actually it's quarters, 3, 3, 3, and 3. So and what I do is this way I make sure that I'm not putting all of my eggs in one basket. Now, you don't even think about that when you're trying to qualify for your first account and you're trying to get your first payment. But I want you to know that that is out there, and that is your goal, not not just the stepping stones to doing it, okay? Unless you keep it out there, it's easy to fall back with these other steps. Your goal is not to get funded. Your goal is to develop a long-term stable income. And to do that, you have to frame your trading as a business. Now, Anthony's seen a lot of my other presentations, and I always talk about trading as a business. You know, in a business, you put an ad in a paper and it doesn't work. You know, nobody calls from the ad. It's not, sure, you'll lose that ad money, but you've just learned that that's not a place to put your ad, and maybe it's the wrong ad. So you learn things from your losses, okay? You don't learn a whole lot from your gains, except for let's stick with it. But so you need to have a trade, you have to have a mindset of framing of your trading as a business, and we can talk to you about that at some other point. And you want the turtle approach. This is not a horse race. In fact, some of the rules of prop trading demand that you don't just win on one big lucky trade. They want to see a consistent approach, and so you got to have the patience. But I'm telling you, if you can win consistent, if you're in a trading room, say like we have, that is exclusive to loaded gun traders, it's not open to the public. And what it is you're going to learn that slow capital growth is actually fast capital growth, okay? Because you can get there pretty darn fast if you're just consistent and you take your scalps and then you let the runners run, okay? So long-term income plan, building your personal money machine. We've talked about that to some degree already in what we've talked about. So let's get to my offer where I show you some charts and some other things. I hope you're enjoying this. I'm not taking questions here because I still have a lot to teach you as far as a lot to offer you. And we'll do that at the end if we have time. And I'll be on my own, the offer page that I give you, I'll be on the chat on that page where we can talk after if you want. Issues getting in the way of receiving consistent payout. First of all, the open trade equity penalty that I talked about. You're likely focusing on the wrong thing. You need to focus on staying away from that red line, not on your equity. You don't care, you know, because if you keep looking at your equity, how close am I to the finish line to start getting paid? You're looking at the wrong thing, because what you don't want to do is get blown out. And if you don't get blown out and you're trading responsibly, that money will be there. So you need to focus on keeping yourself away from that red line. And I mentioned $2,500 in a $50,000 account. If I get anywhere close, if I get $1,800 or lower to that red line, and that's really the majority of what they're giving you from the beginning, I totally am focusing on building that back up to over $2,000. I don't want that affecting my head, because your head is what kills you in this business. The wrong way to approach. So you're likely focusing on the wrong thing. How to utilize the scalp runner combination. If you take a nice scalp, and I'm not talking about a $10 or $20 scalp, I'm talking about a $100 scalp. Because if you have a trigger like we have, you're going to get a nice pop. And you take out half your contracts. And in the micro S&P, you can have 3 or 4 contracts in an approach and still keep your loss below $200 or $250 max, which is what I would like you to do. So a scalp runner approach means that you take the scalp and then you let the runner run. You move to break even on that runner position, and then you defend the open trade equity from there. So by doing this, you're padding your distance from the red line, okay, with the scalp, and then that takes your pressure off the runner, okay? So traders are isolated, and this is a big thing that I've learned over the years, especially online. It's easy to fear. There's no accountability. It leads to over trading, revenge trading, lack of patience, etc. A lot of things happen. You know, before the internet, I always seemed to have a trading partner next to me. I had an office in Miami for a while, just managing people's accounts when I first moved down here. Some of my bigger clients came with me from Payne Weber, and I managed their accounts. But I had a guy next to me to talk to. Hey, what do you think of this? Who'd ask me questions as if I knew what I was doing. He knew what he was doing. It was great to have that accountability and right there, but you don't have that online. So it's important to be in the kind of room and to have the community that is important, okay? And we have that too for you, a community in school that we just put together last month. It's been fabulous. Now, struggling and losing become a habit. I've mentioned that a couple of times. When you're in a room that works, then that positive expectation becomes part of you because you're seeing it happen on a daily basis. So let's get to the total package that I want to offer you today in our last 20 minutes of this. Take a little drink. I'm sorry I'm talking so fast, but I'm trying to talk clearly at the same time. So let's get to it. The prop trading total package. Let's look at the plan, because there are 3 parts to this: plan, support, and community. You have all 3. You have what you need to win in prop trading. Okay, here's the plan. It's the loaded gun simple trading plan. It is built for, actually it was not built for prop trading when I first built it 3 years ago. 2 years ago, when I first fell in love with props, what is this where they let their money, you get 90% of the profit? Why is that? Well, it's because most people are just paying the small fees, and they love people who are winning to brag about it. So they bring the next 100 in so that 90 just paid fees. And you may be one of those people just paying fees, and that's okay. I was really, literally, with all my experience, I was, for the first month, I was paying fees. I'm saying, why is this different? And so I figured it all out for you. Okay, so loaded gun simple trading plan. It is tested and proven, and you're going to see that in the trading room, as well as the people that you talk to in the community and so on. Let's just look at how simple a trading plan can be. Okay, you're looking at the chart that I trade off of, that we all trade off of. There's an RSI on the bottom, but that's really only used for position sizing. Okay, the trigger is not part of that. The trigger, I'm going to show you more closely what one of the triggers is in a second, but I just want to show you, this is from Wednesday. I was putting together this presentation. I have a chart from Wednesday and one from Thursday. This, I believe, is the NASDAQ, which a lot of people trade. And this is the 5-minute chart. And you can, here's one of our signals right here, another one here, another one to go short here, another one here, and another one here. Now, what's happening here? Here's the signal. Again, I'm going to show you a close-up of a better chart in a second. But you can, the scalp would have been taken here, and then you have a runner. Now, what are these? These are EMAs, moving averages. I'm not going to give you the numbers because they're tested and they're proprietary, but I want to let you know that this is a longer-term moving average. This is a shorter-term moving average. I learned this kind of technique on the 50 and the 20, but you know, that's not what we use here. But let's say it's the 50 and the 20. I will only take a short trade when the shorter term moving average is below the longer term moving average. And I will only take a long trade when the shorter moving average is above the longer term moving average. Why? Because it is a huge edge. And trading success is a matter of accumulating the edges. Okay. And when you stray from this, you are losing probably the biggest edge that you can have, not only in prop trading, but in all trading. So I will not take a short trade unless, in fact, there's a trigger here to go long. I didn't take that trade. Why? Because the shorter term moving average is below and not above, and you want it above in a long trade. These were all short trades. I'm going to show you a little bit more about that, but I do want to mention that those 7 nuances really come into play here, especially when you're using a new position. I want this trading plan to fit who you are. Enough about that for now. We can talk more about nuances when we get together. But here's a little bit stronger look at a plan. This was from, was this gold? I've been trading a lot of gold. Yes, this is gold. And if you're not trading gold, there's a micro contract that's only 10 ounces. Really, you want to consider it. Let me show you what one of our loaded gun, in fact, one of the original loaded gun trades. You see this right here? This is these are 2 candles. It's a 2-candle trigger. And there's more to it in some other cases, but this is a 2-candle trigger. It is a hesitation candle followed by an extension candle through the short-term moving average. Okay, so what you have, and so here's the why. Remember I said, why would you trust anybody to give you a trigger? Why? Where did it come from? Well, here, not only is it tested formation and so on, but it came from this. From a series of times that I was looking at, I was in Chicago looking at the trading floor, and in New York. It took me a year to come for this to pop in my head. And I was looking and I was seeing that when you had a candle that was a hesitation, a hesitation, a hesitation, a hesitation, when you have a hesitation candle. The guys on the floor were at that time smoking cigarettes and bullshitting the whole time. They were doing nothing. Then when this candle formed and was closed, all of a sudden everybody was up on their feet on the steps, waving their hands. Okay, it showed that what showed them, and I asked them after a while, I said, why you got, because there's a good possibility that the trend is starting. That's it. So when I show you this trigger and our other triggers, you just don't want one trigger because sometimes you can wait all day. But here is, so here is a trigger right here. Now, in this particular case, I did take, and there's a reason why I took this particular trigger even when the 8, when I had eaten something, but when maybe I ate breakfast and I thought to myself, hey, it's early, I'll take a, but the idea here is that when the shorter term moving average is above, you're taking more of a risk. And what I do, if I do that, and there's a lot of traders that just take the trigger and will do it anywhere because they just feels like winners. They'll take a lesser position, maybe 2 micros instead of 4 that they usually take in a trade like this. So if you're going to do it, in any event, but look at this. There's 2 things. There's another thing I want to show you, that when you have a squeeze between the longer term and shorter term trigger, like here is a perfect trade. This is a perfect trade. It could, it's not a big trigger. Maybe not. It's that perfect. But look at how squeezed we are here. Look at how squeezed. This is actually overlapping. When you get this, it's a show that, especially when it's a longer term thing like this, when you're squeezing, it just means there's a lot that the long term and short term momentums are coming together, and it's important to consider that after that is going to come a new direction change. So when you see a trigger in the squeeze, I call that a sweet spot. So look at here. I mean, we had 5 in a 2-hour period, and this may be a 2-minute chart. I don't have it here, but the idea is that here you got your, if you took this trigger here, you got your scalp trigger here, you would have put it on here, you got your scalp here. Put on a trigger. Not only did you just get your scalp, but you got a nice runner. Here, you got your scalp and a beautiful runner. Wow. And here's another trigger with a scalp and a semi-runner. Here's one where you actually got your scalp because you see this tail. So we have 5 instances of all winners. I'm sorry, 6 instances, all scalps, and 2 really nice runners and a minor runner. Okay, so this is an approach that works. If you're prop trading, you need to try this. And this is only one of a couple of triggers that we have. We have several sweet spots. And really, please don't go, and when you see this on the chart, do it, because it's got to be in a certain situation also. So, but I wanted to show you the effectiveness of what you have when you have a trigger with a pop, okay? So let's get to the support level. I want to give you 90 days of unlimited one-on-one coaching with me, okay? And I want to make sure that you understand the simple trading plan. I won't take 90 days. Most traders with experience only have 1 or 2 meetings with me. It's not a tough plan to understand. And the nuances and things we work on in the community, or we can work on together, we can work on in our monthly meeting, okay? There's a live trading room for this support mechanism. I've talked about that a lot. You want to learn to win. You want to make winning a habit, and you want to develop that positive expectation. And don't tell me positive expectation, it's really not. No, unless you have your positive expectation in front of you all the time, these hiccups in the market, these crazy days, they're going to affect you. But if you see winning happening over and over, it really solidifies the fact that yes, there are anomalies, and I'll put my stop in to make sure I'm not getting killed. I'm going to be responsibly trading, but I'm going to maybe reduce my, during choppy markets, you want to emphasize the scalp and not de-emphasize it. Okay, but this trading room is run, as I mentioned, by Dan DeMaria, a former independent floor trader, CBOT member, and his son Matt. It's a tag team. There's not a trading room like this. This is going to be, right now we have about 75 members, because I haven't, I want to get it right. And again, we've only started a couple of weeks ago. I'm not going to be able to show you a flash of it here, but there are learning things that you can take advantage of, but mostly it's the communication. Buddy up with somebody who's getting a trading plan, who's already getting paid. Ask questions, get answers. We're all on it. Me, Tisha, Ron, Dan, Matt, everybody's on it, all right? So eliminate your primary mental and emotional issue, okay? I'm going to give you in this offer a private one-on-one session with my wife, Tisha, okay? This is the private Zoom session with her where you'll have your separate boxes, okay? And she will ask the questions to really identify what your main issue is. And she will, sometimes half the time, traders don't even know what their main issue is. She will uncover that for you, and she will make a subconscious training, a meditation that you can listen to before you start trading to bring that issue to neutral. And then maybe she'll tag on helping you with your strength, even strengthening that, because that's really something they'll accept right away. Okay, so you're going to get a free, we charge $500 to professional traders for this, and we charge $250 for an hour with Tisha to our loaded gun traders, but I am giving you a session with her. Okay, so the community part is easy to explain. We're developing it now, but it's already getting rave reviews from our people. We post, we comment, we reply. Again, we're all on it to give you ideas and share tips and so on. You can ask questions, get answers. If you're seeing a school community, I was in one for another reason. I said, I got to create this for our loaded gun people. You can find a trading buddy for accountability. You're going to learn from winners. Traders who are collecting profits. I mean, it's one thing for me to tell you what to do. Yes, I'm collecting profits, but you know, I'm the guy. You know, you're not the guy yet, but you're going to be the guy. You can be the guy or the gal, and you'll see what others are doing to be that. Jeffrey Sasser says, I felt burned out very long time, multiple systems. I like loaded gun trading because it's so easy and yes, simple to understand, gives you an edge. We all talk about an edge. Brian, who was a good trader before, but had a little struggle with prop trading. He's on his way. I'm up over 10,000 in 7 days in a $250,000 funded account. Thank you, Loaded Gun. And Ted says that Loaded Gun, he's been with me almost the longest of anybody. It's simple to understand, easy to set up with the rules. Follow it on any time frame. Takes me 5 minutes to look at all the markets I trade, make my plan for the day. Here's a little bit about Dan. Okay, former independent floor trader, member of the Chicago Board of Trade, 12 years as the mayor of Morton Grove, Illinois, a reasonable suburb. If you've been in Chicago, you know a lot of these traders have their houses in Morton Grove. He retired this year. He was actually one of our original, we sold a box set of mental support for $2,000 back in 2000 to about 2010. He was one of our first purchasers of that, because he understood the importance of the mental and he wanted some support. And he called me in April and said, listen, I bought your mental stuff years ago. He said, I love your loaded gun. I really want to run a room for you. And we talked, and I'm letting him run the room. It is the best decision that I may have ever made. He and his son run this room. Anyway, Trading Pro room moderator with his son Matthew. I've talked about that for you. Brian says, I wanted to take a moment and let you know how amazed I am with the trading room. I booked 300 in 2 eval accounts. That got him almost there to be funded. I didn't expect this, but I can feel myself borrowing discipline and patience from Dan. That's why I put this, but we have plenty of testimonials. I put this one up because of that sentence. I can feel myself borrowing discipline and patience from Dan. Learning experience has been incredible, fantastic thing we've done. The other David said, Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, I want to send you a quick email, let you know that the room is really fantastic. Dan and Matthew are teaching us so much. Can already see that I'm approaching trading futures a little bit differently, and you have to with prop trading. I have had several profitable trades in the last 2 days. And the final testimony came not last Friday, but a week ago, Friday. My friend told me that Julie, you're the best trader I know, and you're the worst trader I know. Like 97% of traders, I have some bad habits: getting out of not getting out of losers, adding the losers, revenge trading, on and on. For me, I have the knowledge. However, knowing and executing are 2 different things. For me, this trading room is priceless. And this is a semi-professional trader already, okay? With encouragement from psychological help from Dan, Norman, Tisha, and they helped me become a better trader. I have received multiple payouts recently, got kicked into live, which is the highest level of one of these trading firms, top 1 futures. They helped me get there. I can help you too. Julie is one of the people in this room. Listen, and in the community, this is one of the people you'll be going with, not just me, okay? Here's my offer to you. Here is the prop trading total package, and there's a special this is a price that's going to be better than what I'm going to be offering when I'm offering it at the for Black Friday. You get the loaded gun simple trading plan, fits on one sheet of paper. It's only an hour and a half of videos, doesn't take much, okay? You're gonna get the nuances to help you fit your trading plan. We'll talk to about that in our one-on-one. I may be able to advise something outside of the nuance, maybe one that I'm testing that may help you. I want you to stick to the trading plan. If you do, you'll have the kind of winners that I'm talking about, okay? 90 days, one-on-one, private coaching with me. This 90 days starts with our first session. So go ahead and learn, take a look at the room, whatever you want to do. But that 90 days, you really should learn and then come to me in the room. 90 days is a lot of time, and I don't even really count days. If you need me, I'm going to be there for you. But the 90 days of one-on-one starts with our first meeting, okay? Group get-togethers. Every last Wednesday of the month, we get together. I change the times around so that people around the world can get together. But we all have our boxes. Sometimes I just seem to be lecturing when nobody has questions. Sometimes there's a hot seat, whatever. But you get that group get-together also, so that we can all kind of talk as a group. And then, of course, you have the school room, which is really looks like it's supplanting this particular advantage. So 2 weeks in our trading room. I'm going to give you that 2 weeks free in the trading room. You can start anytime you want. After that, if you want to stick to the trading room, it's $99 a month. But I want to give you 2 weeks in the trading room, okay, so that you can experience what winning is like. One-on-one issue solving with Tisha. That one session I want to give you with Tisha so that you can unwind what's stopping you from this could be the most valuable of everything, except for maybe the plan and the room, and it's pretty valuable. They're all valuable pieces. But listen, again, we charge $500 to professional traders, and we charge $250 for our traders as a discount to that. I want to give you that. I don't want your mind to get in the way. And you're going to get admission to the Loaded Gun Traders Hub, which is on the school platform. It's been fun developing. We're taking input to develop. We've already have some things that you can download for those members and so on. So anybody who owns Loaded Gun gets a ticket to the trading room. And of course, my guarantee, and it says, I'm so confident that you're following the Loaded Gun trading plan will result in you getting funded by a prop firm so that you risk their money, not yours, and still receive 90% of the profit you generate. All you got to do, it's a conditional guarantee. Show me a week of trading, any week of trading that you had, and it didn't work for you, and I will refund your money plus $500 for your trouble. I've never had to do it. I won't have to do it. If you follow the trading plan and get out of your own way, you can do this. I currently offer this without the trading room, without Tisha's session, without the school community right now for $24.97, and we have purchases at that price, okay? But for this, $797. This is the early bird Black Friday price, and it's for the first 5, so it's going to be taken today, okay? And if you're not in the first 5, it'll come up with a waiting list. Put that in there, and I'll do my best to contact you. We'll work something out, even for a better price than what I'm going to. But try to be the first 5, okay? Their money, yourprofit.com. Okay, I've changed the page. You'll see at the top of the page where I explain this offer again to you. At the bottom of the page, it summarizes. So there's no coupon code needed. I want you to be a winner, and I want you to focus on long-term, profitable, long-term, reliable income. That's our focus. Not to be funded, not to get there. No, that's our focus. And if you're in this community, we can all get there together. Look, trading is a lonely business. Okay, I'm the first to admit it. Trading is a lonely business. Have a group of supportive people. Have me one-on-one. Be with us on the last Wednesday of the month meeting. But I especially want to be in the trading room and be in the school community. This is a total package. This is a prop trading total package. Be part of it. $797 for the first 5 people. That is it, Anthony. It's a little bit different presentation today, right?
Yeah, it sure is. I'm just glad it's not AI.
Yeah, well, I won't admit that if I am or not. Maybe we have 1 minute for a question if there are any. I don't know. Haven't done this presentation all but just once, and this is the last time I'm doing it. So at this price. So I don't know if there's anybody that, and it's a one-time forever kind of thing. Except if you want to stay in the trading room. That's $99 a month after your first 2 weeks free. Are there any questions at all, or are we done?
What percentage of your traders are funded? Do you know that?
Funded? No, I don't know it, but by my work in the I would say 80%. I mean, funded is not the hard part. I can show you how to get funded in a couple of days, but it's not going to help you. Okay, the vast majority. Let's just say that. I mean, if you're stuck in the in the evaluation stage, we really need to talk, because those nuances can help you, because apparently you're not getting out of your own way, and maybe you don't have a trading plan that works. This trading plan and you know, listen, the evaluation stage. I wrote a paper that's actually available in the school community. The paper is called "The Death of Simulated Trading." There's no reason to simulate trade anymore. You're better off just evaluation stage. This way, when you start trading well and you understand what you're doing, you're rewarded with the account. So it's a good question, but it's an elementary question. It's a question to me that says you may be stuck. So let's get you unstuck. Let's get you going. That's my answer to that. Anything else?
Follow-up question: what percentage are getting payouts?
That's a tougher question, because it's funny. Because I would say, if I had to answer at this point, I would say 35 to 40% are admitting it. Okay, but a lot of traders I'm finding are very closed mouth about that. I had two traders that I can think of in the last few months that just kept asking questions, and I said, listen, you got to start getting paid, and they say, well, that's not my issue. I am getting paid, but I want to be more diversified. Listen, you're asking certain questions that are, the next thing you probably would have asked is there a guarantee? And there is a guarantee. Don't look at what can stop you. And really, I believe that even the 30 or 35 or 40% that are getting paid, that the people that we work with, and again, there's people that have come on in the last 2 months that are not getting paid but are on their way. So that's a question that needs more refining. But you need to believe in yourself that you're the person that get paid. Forget everybody else. Forget everybody else.
That's
they're
great
not gonna help you. You're the only one that's going to help yourself. Okay.
Thank you, Norman.
And
Really
thank you. I got a little emotional there, and I'm sorry.
Me too.
About
Yeah, you brought me into it.
that.
You brought
Listen,
the whole audience into it.
who's the person that asked that question? Give me a first name.
That was Gibson.
Gibson.
Gibson. Yeah, Gibson.
Let's have a drink. I'll bring the onions.
Yeah.
If you know drinking, the Gibson has an onion.
Gibson, contact Norman.
Oh,
I left your contact stuff in the link. So
okay, very good.
Yeah.
Well, give me a call. Give me a, if you go to, in fact, I will be on the chat after this, on this page, theirmoneyyourprofit.com, if you need me. Let's get on. I don't want to take too much of the next person's. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate everybody who stayed with me on this.
Thank you. You'll find Norman's link and more in the chat. Don't miss his Black Friday special. Thanks, Norman. Pure gold for anyone serious about going pro. Now let's welcome back Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades. Today, he'll be revealing Magnet 2.0, his upgraded system for safer, more consistent news trading. Thanks for being here, Leigh.
How you doing, Anthony? I don't have the ability to take the charts.
I apologize. It's on me.
No problem.
Do that for you.
There we go. Give me a second then.
Okay. All right. You should be set up. We can see your screen.
Okay, Kenny, give me half a second because you took me by surprise here.
Take your time.
Okay.
We were 3 minutes over, so you got an extra 3 minutes.
That's okay. No problem. I just got to find my slides now. Here we go. Okay, you should be able to see everything now, and obviously you can hear me. So I think I'll get started. Anthony, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, everybody. I'm sitting here listening to presentations. It's not easy doing this. I've got to tell you. It's like a machine gun, one after the other. Everybody's got their their offer, everybody is going to make you a successful trader. And how do you decide? How do you figure out what's right, what's going to work? How do you know what's real, what isn't? There's a couple of things that I just find really interesting about all this. Before I even get into my presentation, maybe I've been doing this too long, everybody. I've been doing this for, I'm going on 10 years with the same company, and that's a long time. So I've been with 10-minute trades for 10 years. And when I started, no one knew what a prop company was. There was no, they existed, but nobody knew what it was. And there are things that you have to realize that even though I would say 95% of all the people that we see now are trading prop accounts. Hardly anyone is opening a normal account. I say normal. Hardly anyone is opening an old-fashioned account with cash anymore. And that's a sad thing in a way, because think about one great thing. And I know this is a prop account webinar day. Everything is about prop accounts, but you want to know the truth. I think the truth is the most important thing. When you talk about trading, there's so many untruths out there. And the truth is, there is nothing better than getting a payout, okay? Obviously, you get paid is phenomenal. But even above that, there's nothing better than taking a cash trade, making a bunch of money on that cash trade, and that same day being able to withdraw money from your account. You normally don't do that from prop accounts. You got to build up the account. You've got to pass an eval. You got to become funded. It's a very significant process, and it's not easy. Everyone says it's easy. It is not easy. Everything requires work, requires labor, and if you don't put the time in, whether it's prop, schmop, or cash, you're not going to do well. My goal today is, yes, 10-minute trades. You can trade the way that we trade with most all of the prop accounts. But I'm going to show you a skill that will allow you to become a successful trader no matter how you trade. It doesn't have anything to do with prop, doesn't have anything to do with cash. It has to do with trading. And if you have a way to trade that will make you trade well, then it doesn't matter if you're trading prop or you're trading cash or you're trading Forex or you're trading stocks. What we designed is a system based on very simple magnets, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'll give you a brief overview of our company. I'm going to start. My name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director, 10-minute trades. Like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. I think I know what I'm talking about. And I also know that if you're not careful, you could lose money. You can still lose money if you have prop trading, because some of the companies out there, they want you to follow them. They want you to open 10, 12, 15 accounts. That's not small amounts of money. So you can spend a lot of money being a prop trader. Don't kid yourself and think that it's only going to be very, very little amounts of money. It can be if you open one account and you're just trading one account, but many of the systems are based upon you need multiple accounts, you need trade copiers. As you get into this and do your exploration, make sure you understand the truth. That's the best thing that I could say after all these years that I've been doing it. One of the reasons that our company is a NinjaTrader partner is because we tell the truth and we're completely transparent. At 10-minute trades, we trade a system called appointment-based trading. We use the NinjaTrader platform and we trade futures. But I will tell you this, the concepts that I'm going to show you today about magnets, they will work on any chart with any instrument, because magnets have been around since the beginning of trading. And that's why I love them so much. So that's what I want to show you today. At 10-minute trades, we have a system. We have 4 major elements that make up the system: our weekly schedule, our daily trade reports, our trade room, and our software. Our software has many, many different ways and setups that you can use and that you can trade. If you're a discretionary trader, you could just become a member of our software only, and you can use it on NinjaTrader, and you could do whatever type of trading you like to do. discretionary, scalping. Our software is very configurable, and it's not just news trading software. It was originally designed to trade the news. That's what we did in the beginning. And over the years, it's like I said, it's been 10 years. For 10 years, I've been working at this company, and we've been updating our software every year. New version, new features, new ways to trade. We went from 2 methods of trading, spike trading the news and reverse trading the news, to many, many different ways now. Now we trade right after the news with magnets or scalps. We have reversal continue trades. Definitely, we've added many different setups, and our software can be a standalone product, or it's a key element of our system, obviously. Weekly schedule, daily trade reports, trade room access, our news trader software suite, magnet trader strategy, and the trap trader strategy. We have 3 strategies that install into Ninja: news trader, magnet, and trap. Takes about 2 minutes to install the strategies. We start our week with a weekly schedule. We call it the weekly market mover. I'm going to fly over this stuff and get right to the magnets, because every webinar we talk about this. Our weekly schedule has our trade room schedule on it. It has important news events that are taking place during the week, because no matter what, still our focus at 10-minute trades is trading the news or around the news. We don't want to sit in front of our charts all day long. Even with magnets, which you could theoretically sit in front of your charts all day long if you wanted to, they're going to work better if you use them around the market moving events that we highlight on our schedules every week. These are the best times to trade, in our opinion. Then we have our daily trade reports. Not all the events that we trade have a daily trade report. I'd say about 70% of what we do gets the daily trade report, the treatment, the treatment of a daily trade report. When an event has a report, it gets into the way that report has been trading over the past 6 times. It's got a miniature journal, but suffice it to say, we're always discussing whether or not we think a trade will be smart or safe in our trade room. And that's actually one of the most important things that we do and that we strive to do, is figuring out what events are the best to trade, what events are the safest events to trade. So we still, like I said, are geared around news. All of the trading we do is by schedule. We send a schedule out to our members every week, and then we meet in our trade room any as much as 1 to 5, 6 times a day. And we trade. Maybe we'll spend 30 minutes, 45 minutes in the room. We'll leave, we'll come back a couple hours later for the next event. That's how it works. And every single trade room is an educational lesson. It's a lesson in risk. It's a lesson in how to use software and our software. It's a lesson in how to read the markets. It's a lesson in how to trade. And obviously, it's a lesson in the way that we trade. So appointment-based trading, it's simple, it's based on time, and it's pre-planned. We're not usually being surprised and showing up in a random trade room just to be there because we can be there. That's not the way we work. People love the way we trade because you can work a full-time job, you can look at our schedule, and you could trade part-time if that's what's right for you, and pick the best events that fit your schedule. So that's one of the best parts about what we do. A lot of people use our system, use our methods in addition to other trading systems, because of course there are people out there that love trading full-time and they don't want to trade just one system though. So our system is very, very advantageous to most other systems because it can protect you no matter what you're doing. If you know when the news is coming out, it's important because you could be in a trade that could get damaged by news moving the market when you're not prepared for that market to move. So no matter what, it's vital to know what news is coming out and when. Why does news move the markets? It's very simple, and there's categories of events that move the markets. High impact economic reports like a GDP report or for instance, a Fed announcement, rate announcement, that's going to move markets. Big company earnings reports, that's a big part of what we do. We have invented a couple of different things. We invented a way to trade futures, not stocks, but we trade futures on big company earnings reports. So for instance, we had a phenomenal trade a couple of weeks ago on Caterpillar. We were up in the morning. Caterpillar releases their earnings early in the morning. People got into our trade room plenty early. And we have tools that we teach people to use. We use TradingView, free version. For $50, you can open up a Thinkorswim account so you can watch the stock charts if you're trading earnings. We teach you the best, most reasonably priced ways to do things so that you could succeed. And many of these methods are prop account friendly. And that's what I want to stress today also. There are some things we do that some prop accounts won't let you do. Not all prop accounts let you trade the exact second that news is released. So we have many trades that we take right after the news, maybe sometimes minutes after the news, so that it is allowed with even the most stringent rules of prop companies. I mean, everybody's trading with prop accounts now. I can't think of maybe 10% of the people that come to our trade room that trade cash. It's not to say that cash isn't good. It's also not to say that there is one really bad thing about trading prop, and it's something you must be aware of and try to fight, and that's getting bad trading habits. When you're not trading your own cash, when it doesn't hurt as much as losing your own cash hurts, there is a tendency to start trading wacky, using bad, risk management, creating bad habits. That is the one really negative thing, in my opinion, about trading prop. It really creates bad habits in traders. You got to fight it, because what happens when you lose or if you blow up a prop account? You know what happens? It costs you your monthly fee if you want to restart the month, and that could be as reasonable as $20. So you could have theoretically, had it been a cash trade, that would have lost $1,000. In prop, the worst that you could happen is it blows up your eval. That costs you $20 to reset it, and maybe it blows up your funded account. That means you got to put your time back in and get funded again. But you're not losing real cash out of your pocket when you have a bad trade. So there's a tendency to start trading with bad habits. Don't fight it. Always trade as if you're trading real money and that it's cash coming out of your pocket. It will help you to create better habits. So I was saying we invented this way of trading futures on earnings. We got up early. Caterpillar's, it's an event we've been trading for years. Our software creates this range. It puts the orders on the chart right there a second before Caterpillar's earnings. Incredible explosion. That was over $500 profit, and most people traded that in their prop accounts. Plenty of people are getting paid, even trading breakout news. So don't let anyone tell you that you're not allowed to trade news. Every prop account has rules. You got to read them, follow them, and do what they say. Otherwise, they will not pay. If you don't do what they say, they will not pay. So what causes those fantastic moves in the markets are the news is expected, the news comes out, and it's different from what's expected. That creates moves in the markets. That's what we take advantage of. And then finally, trigger category number 3, market opens and closes. We trade market opens in our trade room. We use magnets to help us at times to trade market opens, and our members are really doing well trading market opens. Every day, I would say almost every single day, I get great screenshots from my members like this. Let me see if I can move this screenshot in. I mean, we get great screenshots of their profits all the time, how well they're doing. Give me half a second. And that's part of the fun of what we do, is we get these great screens that our members show us. But this was recent market open. Some of our members trade multiple setups. Our software is very easy to set up an NQ open. One of them trades silver at the open, an MNQ open. He traded 3 different instruments that morning, over $700 in profit, trading the NQ, the micro NQ, and silver. And we teach how to do that in our trade room. And that is the most important thing, is the teaching, the education. It never stops in our trade room. A lot of people want to know where we find the events that we're going to trade. Those events are found on the free calendars, Forex Factory, investing.com, Trading Economics, Financial Juice. Financial Juice also has a squawk box. We listen to the news in our headset. And then earningswhispers.com is a great website, helps us, it's free. They have some great tools for trading earnings and finding the best stocks to trade earnings using futures. So don't forget, choose your prop accounts, companies wisely, choose the companies that will work with you, because not all of them do. Some of them are pretty difficult to deal with. Okay, I want to talk about quickly what our software is. It's a strategy. It's a custom add-on to the NinjaTrader program, and it installs into the NinjaTrader program and becomes a part of the platform. Our strategies have multiple setups. We can automate our trades. We can semi-automate our trades, and it controls your entries, your targets, your stops. If you want, you can trail your stops. You can manually trail. You can put your orders on automatically, and then you can manually manage the trade. If all your targets get hit, a trade is over, because your targets get hit, everything happens automatically. So let's talk about what magnets are, because every single chart has them. When you set up your charts, when you're a trader, when you're first starting out, most people don't know how to set up their charts, and they don't know what to put on their charts. Most charts that I see over the years, the biggest criticism I have of most trading systems, the charts are unbelievably confusing. They're impossible to read. They look like millions of lights exploding all over the place, and it's very hard to tell what's going on, and that stands in the way of being a successful trader. This is the NinjaTrader platform. This is how complicated our charts look. We have very, very simple charts because we want to simplify the way that we trade. If you look at these lines, that's the high of day. This middle line, which is kind of orange, is the 6 p.m. open. This green line is the VWAP. And then we also put some pivots on the chart. The PP is the central pivot. That's about all we put on our charts, except volume, and we use the squeeze. We are squeeze lovers, because the squeeze is a great momentum indicator. Magnet trading is momentum trading, and we very often use the squeeze as one of our methods for entering or deciding whether or not we want to enter a trade. So let's talk for a moment about what a magnet is. A magnet is very simply a common popular level on a chart that many traders look at. Why do many traders look at them? They put their orders around these areas. Where do people tend to put their orders? High of day, low of day, above the VWAP, below the VWAP, right? PP. Those are popular areas that are used over and over by traders, because that's what they're taught. Many traders are taught, oh, if it breaks the high of the day, you could go long. Oh, if it fails to break the high of the day, you could go short. So lots of orders are placed around those levels. And that's why I say to you that magnets, the concept, works beautifully on any chart. You could have a stock chart that will have magnets. There's going to be high of days. There's going to be lows of day. There's going to be previous highs, previous lows. There are many magnets. We have 2 magnet systems in our magnet strategy. Strategy system 1 is an automated high of day, low of day system. So we just click the magnet trade strategy, and right at the top it says high of day, low of day. It defaults to a 1 order system. Every trade that we take is 3 ticks away from the magnet. So I'll just throw this random trade, even though the markets are closed. Let's see if it'll, you know what, markets are closed. I'm gonna have to show you videos, unfortunately. It's the one problem on Saturdays, but here's the concept. Very simply, the magnet is our exit, all right? The magnet is your exit. So if you have a high of day or a low of day, we're trading into that exit. When that exit gets tested, that's the way you make your money. You hit that exit and you leave the trade. How many times a day, if you look at an instrument, do you see the most popular magnets, which are the high of day, low of day, and the VWAP that we like the best? Now there's a VWAP, there's a PP magnet. Notice I'm looking at the MNQ price moving up, 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 tests the magnet. That's the trade. Also, we had a possible entry on a squeeze going back. If we go back a little bit, we have something we call the aftershock reversal squeeze. It's an entry after a direction has changed. Also, it can be after news, after shock. News can be a shock to the market, but it's a very simple signal. It's not complicated. Most people use the squeeze if it's above the 0 line and it changes color. That's your long signal in here. Well, we like to use it differently. Our long signal is back in here because we're using a change in momentum. We don't demand to be above the 0 line because, so remember, most indicators are lagging. By the time you get up to that 0 line and go above it, the trade half the time is over. I don't want to necessarily wait that long. So we have a system where we're looking at momentum bars before they get to the 0 line. And notice on this particular chart, and this, folks, was just a random chart I turned on 1 minute before I got to this webinar. I didn't know that there would be a perfect squeeze signal that we use. Right here, where this line is, that would have been a very possible long move, long entry, and our new software generates a buy signal on the chart telling you that you can buy there. And it happened to work beautifully that day. This was the end of the day on Friday. That's what this chart is. Price went up, 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 and up, and it tested the PP area also. Not only was it an aftershock magnet, but it also went and tested the PP. It was a double trade. There were actually 2 possible trades. So one of the things we've added to our version 2.0 is using the squeeze to enter early, and we call it the aftershock reversal squeeze. And we have 3 methodologies of using it. 1, we're testing the high of day. If it gets rejected and changes direction, we get a momentum signal there. And if we're sitting on top of the high of day and we go down to it and go back up, that's another possible entry because it fails to the downside. Here's the point. Very simple visual signals tell us possibly when we want to get into a trade. There's a couple of other things you want to look at, and we teach our members how to use the charts, how to set up their charts, what to put on their charts to help them trade magnets. And you want to put, most of the indicators are free or they will be included in our magnet strategy. There is an indicator on NinjaTrader called the current day open high low, OHL. free indicator. That puts the highs and lows on the chart. Pivots, free indicator, puts the highs and lows on the chart. Volume up and down, free. Net change display. Net change display is actually an amazingly simple indicator. All it is a number. But when you come in the morning, if you look at that number and you see it's a green 211, the first thing it tells you is that very possibly that particular instrument is positive, it's bullish on the day. Now we teach you how to look a little deeper. You don't want to just trust one simple indicator to tell you whether something is bullish or bearish, because there's a little bit more to it than that. But there's not a whole heck of a lot more to it than that. You want to look at maybe a 15-minute chart, get a feel for what the instrument's doing, and then you truly know if something is bullish, bearish, or maybe it's consolidating. But these are free tools. That's one of our goals, is to try and be as reasonable as possible and teach people how to populate their charts so they get as much information as possible without buying a lot of indicators that don't keep up with the current market, because the markets move fast. For the way that we trade, we don't need a million indicators, because remember, we're trading around the news. The news is fast. Indicators, most of them don't keep up. So we don't need a million indicators on our chart, but we need to be able to gauge the direction that we think the price is going. And we have tools that we teach. And besides indicators, we also use the news squawk box. What happens in the news result is very important. In other words, if the jobs report comes out again this Friday, right? And it is coming out this Thursday, actually, they're saying now. The jobs report comes out. If the jobs report is terrible and there's no jobs created, that's as important an indicator as a typical pivot or as a typical high of day, low of day. It might even be more important. It may have more control over what the market's going to do for the next couple of minutes. And we teach our members how to use this information to make intelligent trades. The magnet lets us also trade after the news. So let me show you a couple of magnet trades so you could actually see them work. And let me also show a little bit of clarity on signals. One of the type of signals that we take, give me half a second. We have something that we call our typical, what we call our typical signals, or general, I'd call it general signals. Let me grab this chart. I apologize. It's giving me a little bit of grief. Here we go. So this is a chart just with the most basic, simple signal. So notice how there's a green higher momentum bar, then all of a sudden it's dark and it starts heading down. That's a potential short signal. And then on the opposite side, you have a potential long signal. However, we do always think about, are we in a bullish or bearish situation before we don't just jump into a random trade just because we have a signal. But signals are the first step to getting a heads up to whether or not it might be a good time to trade. Let me show you a couple of magnets so you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Yesterday, we traded a whole bunch of market opens. And one of the things that we did right at the market open, very often before the market opens, the YM gives us a magnet trade. Notice here on this chart, this is a chart of the YM and the MNQ, and we trade those market opens every morning. All right, and I will answer every question that winds up in the chat. Notice this red line is the low of the day. The VWAP is above us. This is a potential market open magnet trade, and ironically, it's magnetized with the net change display showing that the Dow is down big time Friday morning. It was down almost 300 points when we got into the room. So I'm thinking magnet to the short side on the open. I put my magnet trade on the charts right at the open, and here it is. I want to try and get my video into the right spot. So let's let it run for a second. There's our orders, and it happens so fast. Let me try and back it up and stop it. Otherwise, I'll show you a different one. So our magnet software has an auto mode where if it's purple, it'll automatically trade. We have an order entry that's created with a thick line. We can move our order line, but right at the open, exactly what we expected to happen, the YM shot down, went through the magnet, and actually for a 2-position trade would have been a really, really nice profitable trade. It burst down to the magnet. Very simple magnet trade. Our MNQ trade was one of our traditional breakout trades. We didn't use the magnet on that trade, but we had 2 setups going at the exact same time. We have a setup for the NQ, the MNQ. That trade was over in 12 seconds, and it went through both targets. And that is more the rule than the exception these days on the MNQ. We love trading the MNQ on the market opens because it's really been trading well. But notice how simple our charts were on that trade. No different than what I'm showing you right now. Pivots, VWAP, that's it. There was nothing else on our charts. It's really easy to understand how magnets work and how to set up your trades. It only takes a couple of minutes to completely set up a trade, okay? So let me show you a couple of more because it's very important to see how they work because that gives you an idea of what we're talking about. So here's an oil magnet trade. Every instrument will have magnets. Every instrument will always have magnets. And we never use the words never and always in trading because it never does the same thing over and over. And it always is not the same. Everyone knows that if you are a serious trader. Magnets, always. They will always be there unless people stop looking at the high and the low. And that's just not going to happen. Here's the magnet order. Our software puts that thick line on the chart. That's our entry. The exit, remember, the magnet is the exit. So we can put our orders around the magnet to exit the trade there. We could also put another position on if it goes through the magnet and goes further than the low, which is the magnet on this particular chart, then we will have more profit because we'll have a second position. So you can trade multiple positions and take advantage of going through the magnet. Or if you just want to test to the magnet, you can control the software, set it up. So that's bingo. That's a magnet trade. It just tested the low of the day, and they often do it rather quickly once they get to that area. Here was another magnet on oil. The left side was full-size oil. On the right side, we were trading micro oil. There was our magnet fill. Remember, we got filled at the heavy line. We're testing the high of day. We're bullish on the morning. All the elements are there. Not a lot of genius required to figure out. This is a real nice possibility. The squeeze is working in our favor also. It's to the upside. There's not a single thing that says don't take this trade. There we go. Hits the magnet. You're out of the trade with a profit. This is the strategy we're teaching. We have added 3 things to it just this week. I'm finally done adding features to Magnet Trade 2.0. And I've added signal generation when the VWAP is tested, when the high of day, low of day is tested, and we're putting in a generic, general squeeze signal generator. And that's going to be part of Magnet 2.0. I expect the software to be done. I'll have the final version late tonight because our programmer is in another country and I know his schedule. Trust me, I know his schedule. I've been up for nights talking to him about this upgrade that I've been working on with him. I'll have the final version tonight. I'll do my testing, and for Black Friday, we're going to have a magnet, the new Magnet 2.0 ready to go. I'm not here selling a magnet, selling a Black Friday deal. I'm just showing you some of the great things about 10-minute trades, and especially the magnets, because I love every day now we're trading magnets in our trade room. Why do prop accounts like magnet trades? Because they're very consistent. They're not $1,000 profit 1 minute, an $80 profit the next minute. Prop accounts like if you make 200 here, 120 here, 250 there, 85 there. They don't want to see $1,000 winner, $80 winner, $2,000 winner. They want consistency in your trading. It's very important. So the aftershock reversal squeeze is a very quick signal when there's a change in momentum direction on the momentum bars of the squeeze. That's the easiest way I could say it. If you don't have the squeeze, no problem. Our magnet strategy includes our custom squeeze, custom high of day, low of day, custom VWAP. Not everybody is a lifetime NinjaTrader subscriber, so you don't get a free VWAP. We include a VWAP with our magnet trade. We know what the magnets are. Can you trade market opens? Absolutely. I've shown you we trade market opens every single morning. It's almost always a setup is available to trade a magnet almost around every news event and almost every market open and every market close. Think about it. Price is always somewhere around a VWAP, a high of day, or a central pivot. These are price levels that just get tested over and over and over. Can you trade the news with magnets? Absolutely. Does it make the most sense to trade the news with a magnet? So what do I mean even when I say trade the news? So yesterday we had an awesome trade. And it's important to remember that we have multiple ways that we trade at 10-minute trades, and we teach you these multiple ways. And our DNA, before we got into magnets so heavily, our DNA used to be breakout trades, and it still is. And yesterday, they announced at the last second, because of the government shutdown ending, that the WASDE report was being released. We've been trading the WASDE report for all 10 years that I've been here. And we have great experience with the WASDE report. I was trading corn on the right, and news trades, something we teach every single day. Corn burst down. First of all, what happens in our software and what we teach our members is how to set up the software so it puts orders on the chart right before the news comes out. And then the news comes out and we get pulled into the market. This is what a perfect trade looks like. Obviously, not every trade is perfect. Every trade's not a winner. This was a monster winner. It hit my first target, and the greatest, most enjoyable news trade, or any trade, is when you enter the market, you're able to bring your stop into a positive position, and the market just keeps going and going and going in your position of location, your direction of profit. And that's what happened in our corn futures trade yesterday. The price just kept going down and down. And here's the funny thing, everyone. I was trading this in our cash account because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm old-fashioned. I still love taking a serious trade in our cash account because at the end of the day, if you make some money in your cash account, you can take it out that next day or that same day, and nothing like trading cash for me. I love trading cash. Anyway, can you trade discretionary with our software? Absolutely, because you're making decisions, right? Discretionary just means, well, you're making a decision when to get into the market. With the tools that we give you, with teaching you how to set up your charts, we give you the tools so that you understand some of the best times to put yourself into a trade. And of course, the idea is to put yourself in a trade when you could avoid the most amount of risk. So that's what we're also teaching every day in the room. A very funny comment someone just made. Anyway, any questions about the magnets? I'm going to make a very quick offer because this is a very quick webinar today. I want to make everybody an offer. If you'd like to join us, the only way you can ever know if anything works for you, you could listen to 100 webinars, 100 people talking. If you don't spend some time with them and actually do what they tell you to do and see if you can do it, it doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. So we'd like to make you an offer to come join us. All of our trade rooms, become a full member of 10-minute trades for 1 month, nothing held back. You can learn everything about everything that we do in 1 month. You're not going to be an expert, but you're going to see everything. You'll see an earnings trade. You'll see range trades, reversal trades, magnet trades. You'll get to use all the software that we use, every strategy that we generate. Nothing is held back. Full member, and it's just $97 for a month. That's our pro membership price. We have a new pro membership, and we're calling it Magnet Trade 2.0 Pro Membership. I'll throw the link in the chat for you. I didn't make a short link today, just was busy with the family. So give me half a second. I love teaching new people how to trade. I realize, of course, not everybody likes the way that we trade, and not everybody is going to be the perfect person to be a 10-minute trader. But no matter what, I can promise you one thing, that if you spend a month with us, you're going to learn so much about the markets, about strategies, about when it's safe to trade, about risk management. And let's be honest, almost everybody is interested in trading the news. It's not true that it's unsafe. If you have software, if you have good setups, trading the news is no riskier than trading any other system. We've been doing it for 10 years. If we could last for 10 years without blowing up all our trading accounts, because we do trade cash in our trade room, still today we trade prop and cash. And the truth is, trading the news is no riskier than any other trading. Yeah, sometimes you can have a loser that's painful, but you can have some great winners. Sometimes with slippage, you make more money than you expect. You have something called positive slippage. So there isn't only bad slippage, sometimes there's good slippage. Now, someone asked the question, is the magnet strategy compliant with Apex? So the thing that I would say, I don't see any reason why you don't have to trade fully automated with our magnet. So if they say don't trade fully automated, our magnet can be fully automated or not hardly automated at all. So every strategy, almost every news prop company lets you have automatic targets, you know, where your software puts the targets on the chart. So our strategies are automated, semi-automated, and very often the choice is yours. So $97, everyone. I put the link in the chat. We'll guide you step by step in all of our trade rooms. We'll teach you all about trading on a schedule, trading the news. And again, if you need help and I didn't answer your questions today, you can reach me, help@10minutetrades.com. I love teaching. I love the markets. And I really feel that if you give us 30 days, you'll stay for a long time. People really enjoy trading with us. We have a great community of traders that share, and that's very important also, to share setups, to share experience, because it's like Norm said, trading can be lonely. And when you're with a good group of people, with honest people, trading can really be a great experience. So I just want to thank you all. Anthony, that's my presentation for today. Everything is included, Christian, all the software, absolutely everything. All right. Nothing held back. It's a full total membership.
Hey, thank you, Leigh. You know, you have just one of the perfect cadences when you talk to for certain traders. You really do. So
Thanks,
thank
Anthony.
you. And I know those strategies work because I've used similar tools. And so please take his offer up. If you think it's the right one for you, take it. It's a good one, I'm sure.
I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Leigh. Appreciate it. Grab Leigh's newest offer in the chat now. You'll want this one for sure. It's great. Just seems like a great offer. Leigh, that was a game changer. Thank you for the insights. We always appreciate seeing you here. Now it's time to see what it takes to become NinjaTrader's chosen day trading leader, Gary Donahoo. Very impressive, of Viper trading system. Gary is going to show us how Viper did it and how you can follow suit. So thanks for being here, Gary.
Thank you for having me very much.
Yeah, thank you.
How's everybody doing today? It's Saturday, there's no trade, so I can't show you anything on that. But what I am going to show you right now is going to be the Viper trading systems. Now, we do have a little bit of, I'd say, a little bit more complex looks on our charts and things like that. I believe that you need to be able to see the trend. I think that's extremely important. Now, just to give you a heads up about Viper Trading Systems, first off, we've been in business since 2009, so we're probably one of the older vendors out there. You know, 17 years is a long time to be a NinjaTrader vendor. And by the way, NinjaTrader vendors, you know, somebody can sign up to be a NinjaTrader vendor, but to be a day trade leader, which NinjaTrader went through over 1,000 vendors and picked 12. And they're in the process of really expanding that program. So I think it's going to be really a huge deal before it's over. But NinjaTrader, let me just real quick do one other thing first, though. Let's go to disclaimer. Just so that you see a disclaimer, because futures trading does involve risk. There's always substantial loss of risk that can be involved trading futures. And you want to get a hold of somebody that actually knows how to teach you how to trade, okay? Teaching you how to trade, I think, is one of the more important deals that you'll run into. And at Viper Trading Systems, that's what we're all about. I was listening to Leigh there, and you know, that's what they're doing too, and I understand that because you know, futures traders, if you've ever looked into it, over 95% of futures traders never make it. If you think that Apex or Take Profit Trader or One Up Trader or any of those is not making a bunch of money off of the losers, then you probably don't know how the prop firms actually work, because prop firms are set up to basically do what's called an evaluation. That evaluation then shows them if you know how to trade. Well, if you know how to trade, they'll fund an account. You know, there's a little bit of money involved there, not a whole lot if they've got sales on, things like that, which a lot of times they do. And, you know, rather than trading your own account, because if you think about it, 95% of traders lose trading futures. That's not a real good number, right? So if you start your own account with 10,000 of your family's money, say, and start just trading the markets and you lose that $10,000, your significant other is not going to be too happy with you. So the prop firm way is definitely a good way to go. Now, we've also taken that even further at Viper Trading Systems, because we actually have charts that'll basically tell you 3 setups. We literally only go on 3 setups. We do what's called a line in the sand trade, which is long or short, depending on the line in the sand. We have a mid-band trade, and we have what we call a phantom trade. And those trades need to, well, basically the mid-band and the phantom have to match up very, very close to a Fibonacci that we teach, and works quite well. Okay, let me show you just a little bit though. NinjaTrader, of course, NinjaTrader has been in business a long, long time. And I think a lot of you probably know that they got bought out by Kraken. It was a $1.8 billion deal. So they're kind of in the process of doing some, you know, different things. And they went through and they came up with certain traders, vendors that actually have rooms, and they checked them out. They literally came into those rooms for a 6-month period to hear if there was language in the room, if there was real teaching, if there was real trades going on, that type of thing. And they chose 12 day trading leaders. And I'll show you the page right here. And these are in alphabetical order, you know, and obviously Viper Trading Systems probably wasn't one of the smartest things I ever did, picking all the way down to the letter Z, because alphabetically it puts me at the bottom. But it still put us in as one of those top vendors. So you can find us right there on NinjaTrader. Okay, and by being in business as long as we have, and having basically the teaching methodology that we do, because every single trade that is made in our room is drawn on the chart ahead of time, and we teach you how that trade was set up to begin with. And that's very important. And by the way, scalping is not a bad way to make a living trading, okay? Because, you know, for instance, I'll just give you an example. If you trade like a news event, to give an example, and you're on the wrong side of it, I'll give you a real quick view of like gold, to give an example. Gold could be headed up 100 ticks, news hits, gold heads down 200 ticks. Okay, you may have gotten a signal to go long at that news event, and then they just crater that market. So that might be okay for a live account of yours, you know, because you'll be watching your money. You might even be trading micros or whatever. But if you're going to trade a prop account, they've got drawdown thresholds. And the bigger the account, the more the drawdown threshold is. But the smaller the account, they're quite small, as low as about $500 on the real small accounts, $1,500 on some of the medium accounts, and up to $7,500 on a $300,000 account. So, you know, you'll have to kind of decide exactly which type of an account you want to trade when you're trading an evaluation like that, because, you know, there's substantial risk of big movements in markets. Gold, to give an example, can move profusely, you know, at just a split moment. And we've got charts, and I'm going to show you those charts. But first off, I want to tell you a little bit about us. We've been in business since 2009. I had a business partner that actually passed away in 2022, and I've taken the helm since then. And our website is vipertradingsystems.com, and we're very prominent on the website. You can see exactly, you know, we've got our contact information, pricing, login for the members area. When you're a member with Viper Trading Systems, you have an actual login that you can go in and you can train. You can download the scripts and different things like that. But we actually also got permission, and you have to do this like almost on a bi-monthly or quarterly or even 6 months, the way NinjaTrader's got, you know, the deal with Kraken and everything. They're kind of busy, but they allowed us to actually put on real details on our website. Now, we haven't gotten our second permissions yet, but through August 1st of 2025, we have actual proofs on our site, and we're in the process of getting it to where we can upload the rest of it. So basically, the proof is in the payouts. I mean, you know, anybody can talk about trading futures, but if they don't show you real money, real payouts, then are they the real deal? Okay, these are actual payouts from Apex. That's one of the bigger prop firms out there. You know, there's a 37,000. This is a bank account, by the way. That's just a picture of the deposits. And these are deposits that were last year, okay? And you can actually click on my website and see proofs of the actual trades too. Takes a moment to load it. And this is through August the 1st. And you'll see the P&L on here of each trade. You'll see losers also. And you'll see down here the deposits I was telling you about. And you'll also see certificates that have been given by Apex, to give an example. That's an Apex certificate for a $40,000 payout. That's another one for a $35,000 payout. Another one for 10. My wife, 10. Lots of 2750s. And then the power at Viper Trading Systems is, you've heard the word trade copying. Well, we took trade copying to a new level. We call it the Viper clone, and it's very, very easy to use. So what we do, here's an example right here. Apex, PAs, see those 5 PAs right there? That's $150,000 account. So, you know, at that time, that was up 25,000, that was up 25, 26, 25, and 24/7. But notice that the P&L for that particular day was 300, 300, 300, 300, and 300, because it was a simple one trade cloned 5 times. Then there's take profit, funded accounts, 280, 280. Here's actually in 280 again. And here's your Tradeify. And this is your 276, 276. So that's what we do, is we actually clone our accounts. And if you get on the right side of the trade cloning your accounts, you can make a lot of money. Here's another example here. This is a $150,000 account here, up $47,000 in equity, 20,000 in equity, 952 on clones. this is Tradeify right here. Pardon me, that was Tradeify. Yeah, Tradeify is another company that does your prop firm, also like Blue Sky and different ones like that. So when you clone, you can actually get to these giant payouts, because this is actually, true payouts that we were allowed to put on our website because we sent proofs of the actual payouts, the actual deposits, the actual trades that were taken, and we were able to do this and still be a full NinjaTrader vendor. Because if you do this without their approval, you're not a NinjaTrader vendor, because they don't allow, any hoopla. They check things out thoroughly. Okay. Now, Viper Trading Systems, we've got contact information on our site. You can simply click in the contact, put in your first name, last name, email address, phone number, and write us a message. It goes straight to our phones. We have a really good CRM management system that keeps us updated with anything our members need at a given moment. I could be at Home Depot shopping, and I'll get a message from a member, and I'll quickly get them back. Now, if I've got something in my arms or something like that, it might be 5 or 10 minutes, but I'll get it back to them really quickly. We're also one of the very few vendors out there that not only has email to get in touch with us, 2 emails. This is for our licensing department, and this is for our support. And we also have a cell number to get right in touch with me. It's as a matter of fact, it rung just a little bit ago. You actually heard it. Our hours of operation are basically for the support help is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Time, but I usually don't do help until after the room closes, because we do a trading room every single day of the week at 7:30 Central Time until 10 o'clock Central Time. And by being available for that time period, that's all you need. You don't need to just continually keep trading the markets, because the way a lot of people will lose money trading is that they'll just continue trading over and over, and then they quit using a strategy. And then if they get down a little bit and they were up before, they a lot of times go into what's called revenge trading. Now, I don't believe in revenge trading, and I try my dead level best to never do it, because you will not come out on the top side. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that. You get mad at the market. It's your fault. It's not the market's, but you get jumping into trades. Apex won't let you do that. You won't get payouts if you do that kind of trading. Like Leigh said just a little bit ago, they have certain rules and things like that. Well, we've actually built those rules into our strategy. Okay. Our strategy is called Object Trader. Now, Object Trader can actually take, basically, if you get, let's say, for instance, on this chart, I've got it in Sim, okay? But if I want to clone accounts, all I've got to do is click these clones right here. Now, all I've got connected right now is 2 Take Profit Trader accounts. And of course, we can't trade on Saturday. Thank you. David said, we've got the best customer service ever, and I appreciate that. Yeah, we've been around a long time. But let's say, for instance, that I wanted to take a trade, like this was right at the open of the market on Friday. We have what's even called a region that we can actually draw above here and even below here. And let's say the market does decide to pop up, takes the trade, this market decides to pop down. That's kind of that breakout trade that Leigh was talking about, okay? And you'll notice that over a period of time, gold had been kind of sideways, a little bit to the downside, right? And so when it broke right here, and I opened the room on Friday, that was a monster trade. And our scripts, even though, if you think about colors and different things like that, our indicators are not lagging. Now, the reason that they're not lagging is because our indicators are all based on price action. They're not based on something that could happen or might happen, but actually on this price action, okay? So when this midband turns to this color, it's pretty much telling you to short the market, okay? Now, we also have what we call a breakout trade. this, not breakout trade, line in the sand trade. So in the room after this monster move right here, we just simply look for this pattern right here. We look for a thrust and a retrace with a higher low. That's your first sign that you're getting a trend change, is a higher low. Everybody should know that if you've been trading a while. Over here to the left, you've got a swing that was identified, low, high, lower, low, and still stair step down. So when they break and they come back and kiss that swing, our indicators are telling you, it's screaming to you to take that trade. A little cyan dot appears right here. This is called a mid-band power dot. And our people nailed that trade on Friday. It was a good trade. They also nailed this one because this is a line in the sand long short trade at the open. This was a line in the sand long short trade at 7:35, which is, you know, about when I get the disclaimer done and everything else. So this trade was just absolutely beautiful. This trade right here is called a phantom trade. Notice the dark cyan dot here. This actually will trigger the trade based on what we call phantom power dot, and it'll trigger the trade on that bar right there. That trade turned into a good trade. Okay, and all you got to do is get some good trades under your belt. Just to give you an example, if you took this trade that was called in the room on Friday, this one here, which was also called on Friday, which is a mid-band trade, let's just say you took 20 ticks. We'll just round it at 20 ticks. There's a $400 trade. There's a $400 trade. There's a $400 trade. You're done for the day, if you want to be. But keep in mind, what if you clone that times both those accounts? Then that's now, instead of 400, that's 800, that's 800, and that's 800. So, pardon me, 400, 400. So you're 800, 800, and 800 for the day, instead of being just up, you know, 400 times 3, you're up 400 times 6. What if you then said, you know what? What if we put blue sky in the mix, to give an example? Okay, and you wanted to trade it too. Well, you just simply go to your connection, and I'll do that. And let's go ahead and wait for it to load. You just heard it load. Now I have to reload Object Trader because it's only got Take Profit Trader there. But let's say now you said, okay, and maybe you want to add an Apex account and everything. All right, now your clone's showing Take Profit and Blue Sky. So what if I took this, okay, $400, $400, $400, but times 1, 2, 3, 4 accounts. And it's that easy. Our Object Trader with clone is set to simply trade in sim until you decide to trade it live. So if I wanted to fire a trade in sim, as long as this little puppy right here is blue, it's telling me that I do not have any live accounts going. If I clone an account, you'll see that it turns green. That's telling me that if I click a button, I'd lose my accounts because I'd be trying to put an order in on Saturday, so I'm not going to do that. But this turns green, and you know what account you're on by just simply doing that. What if you had a $25,000 account instead, and you wanted to trade micros instead? Click it one more time, and it'll trade micros based on a multiplier down here. We could put it at the same, so you know a full contract's 10 times what a micro is. What if you wanted to do 30% of a full contract? You just simply set your multiplier to 3. So every time you fired one contract in sim, it would fire one contract here, one contract here, one contract here, and 3 micros. It'd be that easy. And you can do this all on the fly as long as you're not in a trade. You know, once you're in a trade, you can't change anything on here because your trade's already set. Okay. Now, when you clone, what we showed at Viper Trading Systems, my wife and I, at the time those true figures were published that NinjaTrader let us publish, that was 7 accounts. Okay, if you had 7 large accounts with like a, you know, with your bank, you know, put into a broker, you'd probably have $100,000 or more, maybe even more than that you're trading. Those accounts, when Apex was on sale, were $953 for 7 accounts. Those 7 accounts turned into $250,000. Now, $250,000 is a lot of money because, frankly, I was in the TV and appliance business for 25 years of my life, and I had 4 appliance stores and probably never made $250,000 a year. Well, that was in 3 months. So you do the math and you can do pretty good with this system. And we show it time and time again. I showed one week, for instance, where we used those 7 accounts, and my wife and I, between us, we did $57,000. And we proved it. We showed it on our site and everything. And then we started getting payouts and all that type of stuff. And you saw the payouts. Okay. Now, what I do at Viper Trading Systems, and when you think about vendors, think about this. Most people think, well, if you can teach, those that teach can't do, you've heard that, for instance. So basically, that's not totally true, because there are people out there that have an ultimate goal in mind to teach people how to do something. Okay. When I met Charles Boyle back in 2009, he was trading for another company and doing webinars. And when I met him and I saw his webinars and really liked the guy, and we decided basically to start trading together. And then we built a company together. He passed away in 2022 during that COVID stuff. But he taught me a lot. Over those years, I learned, how to really read swings and how to, we built the best software I think that's available, period, out there. This little trader right here, Object Trader, has cost me up to this point a little over $150,000. But it's the most beautiful system that a person could possibly have, because we have every type of trade setup that you can imagine. For instance, I'll go over to the right side of the chart. This is the end of the day yesterday. So if I wanted to actually set up a trade right here on a region, I could actually just simply draw my region. And maybe I don't want to take it unless it actually breaks that. I can do X ticks. I can do long at the top, short at the bottom, whatever I want to do. What if I want to do a power dot instead? This is a red background. This could roll over. Okay. Well, we'd simply take a power dot to the short side, but if it breaks up, we'd be taking it long. Let's see, Bucky saying, not been paid for the above 2 accounts on Friday when I emailed, looking at, I can see payments have been made on Friday. Are you talking about Apex? Or Apex? Yeah, because Apex, one thing about Apex, and Apex has been around a long time, but they do have some rules and everything, and we've built those into our strategy. I want to show that to you real quick. Right down here, you can see that our accounts, daily 30% negativity profit warning. Apex has that when you're a funded trader. So we have this where somebody can turn this on. If you get a 30% negative warning, you better stop trading for the day, because you might be, eating up some of your equity. Okay. We also have things built into ours. For instance, let's see here. We'll go up here, like dollar cost averaging, for instance. Okay. I would highly recommend turning that on, because if you take more than one contract, you really should make sure that you're profitable, at least in the green, before you click that next contract. And this will keep you from doing it negatively. That way you don't just add to a loser. But we've also got do not allow hedging into ours. We've got basically down here where you can even control your accounts. Let's say, for instance, that I wanted to hit a max target of, say, 750, but I'm not willing to lose any more than 500. This would tell me if I was below 500, and I can even shut my account down by simply turning this on. Now, I'm not going to try to teach you all this today, because basically, what we've got here is a system that's pretty powerful, and you'll really, really, really need to study some videos. Yeah, we're totally NinjaTrader, Brad. I've been with NinjaTrader since 2009. I'm not, affiliated with Ninja. We're a vendor, but we are what's called a chosen vendor. And being a chosen vendor has really been good for our business because, well, it's a trust factor. You know, we're actually a day trade leader. You can click us right there on NinjaTrader's website. There's not too many of us. There's only 12 of us. Okay, 12 were picked by NinjaTrader, and some of these have a lot more, probably like some of them that are even, you know, on the floor, for instance, on the CME, that type of thing. So, you know, but we're into teaching people to trade futures. We literally trade futures. You can do Forex too if you want to, but I just strictly do, you know, the futures markets myself. Okay, so basically, if you want to get started with somebody like us, okay, on our website, we do have, we'll just go to the website itself on the front page real quick. We do have it to where you can actually see some videos for free. You'll be able to see my 3 trade setups for free videos right there. If you want a 14-day trial, which is actually 10 trading days for $39.99, you can do that. Okay, and that even includes my scripts, it includes the trading room, it includes everything that even members get. You want to join up with us? We've got a pricing right here, and it's $2.99 a month. I usually run a promotion because I want people to make money, not just pay for our stuff. So I give a $50 a month discount, and I can give you the code for that. And I can tell you this, I've got traders that have been with me literally since 2010, pretty much shortly after Charles and I met. We've got a database of being in business this long. I'll just show you real quick. I'm going to try to hide some of the people on it because it's not really right to show customers' email addresses and things like that. So bear with me just one second. I'm going to hide their accounts here real quick. But just to show you here, been in business a long time. We've got 11,759 pages with 235,178 traders in America that are out there. Now, I'm not telling you that we're that big because, you know, 95% of traders fail. I said that up front. I try to be very transparent about what I teach. We want you to be one of those 95%. No, we don't want you to be there. We want you to be that other 5%, because the 5% are the traders that are making the money. Okay, I'm going to give you a real quick heads up. If you were to look at like Apex, all right, they've got over 400,000 accounts. Did you know they pay only approximately 2% real money? Now, if you think about that, that's huge, because that means that all those other people are just trying to pass those evaluations. And that's what we're here to teach you, is how to pass them, how to get funded, and how to get money. Because overall, it's all about the money, right? Because if you look at our website, you'll see that we've got proofs right here on the website. I mean, these are actual deposits. We haven't been able to put them back on again since August the 1st, because basically NinjaTrader is working on this deal with their day strategy leaders, and they've got a lot of other irons in the fire, because when Kraken bought them out, they've been very, very, very busy. And we really felt this was going to roll out in June, and it hasn't rolled out totally yet. It's just day trading leaders. But in the very near future, NinjaTrader is going to actually not only let you find us, but to guide you to us. And that's pretty important, because NinjaTrader gets about 70,000 new NinjaTrader subscribers monthly. So by, you know, getting that kind of publicity, so to speak, it's going to be very, very good for us. Okay, we're even in the process, by the way, of we've got 2 programmers that work for us, and we're in the process of doing a full automation. We're not talking about just automated, you know, little things here. We're talking about a learning AI, you know, and so far it's looking very promising, because you know what will eat up every AI out there? And I've tested a lot of them. You know, you can see them work for months and months and months, and guess what happens after that? They quit working because markets are fluid. They don't do the same thing on a month-to-month basis at all. So you're going to always have to be to where you're going to have to either tweak the AI, which is not a real true AI. I've been to webinars before where I've seen these guys show, look what kind of profit this made. Did you run it with the the normal settings? Well, we tweaked it a little bit. You can't do that. If you tweak an AI, then that means you're just tweaking back testing. That's nothing. Okay, so we're in the process of actually getting it to where with a learning AI, it's going to give little notices at the bottom, like for instance, 70% probability to trade, that type of thing. Does our system have any chart freezes? Well, you can get into anything that has to do with tick by tick information and colors on screens and everything. I run a very, very powerful system. I run the Blue Ice with tradingcomputers.com, a Falcon computer. I don't ever have any freezing. Now, I'll be truthful with you. I've seen freezing on just a regular chart simply because of the fact that NinjaTrader is also a little bit of a hog when it comes to resources. If you look, for instance, at even their own bar colors, the red and blue bar colors, they actually take up quite a bit of resources. Okay, but no, I don't have any issue with it whatsoever. And if you run a fast enough computer, you're not having any issues with NinjaTrader at all. What I'd recommend if you do, you just simply take off some of the stuff. But most of my people know that, but think about it. If you're going to be a doctor, or are you going to, go back to the old days and, just grab a, kitchen steak knife and cut somebody open? No, you're probably going to do with more of the tools they got nowadays. I go to an eye doctor now instead of the old days. He's got all digital stuff, and it costs him a lot of money, but he's keeping up with the times. It's the same way with this type of thing. You've got to have a good computer to make sure that it will run anything. A strategy is going to take a little bit of, obviously, resources. I've got very good programmers that make sure this is all top-notch programming, so that we don't get into the lags and things like that. But, this does have nice things to let you know what's going on, though. The colors on the chart and everything. But one thing, if you'll keep in mind, if you continually go for our phantom trades and our mid-band trade type setups, see, here's mid-band here and here's phantom here. Notice this went from short to long to a beautiful retrace. Now, would we have taken the break anyway? Well, in my room, if we were open at that time, I would have been drawing on my chart and I would have seen this right here and this lower low here. And so when they broke, let me ask you a question. If that's a low, this is a higher low, and that's a high, isn't that pretty much a breakout area? And I teach that in all my webinars. Now, this is just a certain chart right here, but you can see it, and that's where you take the trade. The brand of computer that I use, John, is a Falcon, tradingcomputers.com. It's Blue Ice, liquid cooled, i9, all the, the good stuff. You can get close to $5,000 in one, but they're well worth it. I've got 2 of them, and I've also got another Falcon computer too for developing and things like that. But I'm going to run out of time here pretty soon, but I want to show you real quick a little bit, and I'm going to go to our members area. Okay, now our members area, what we do every single week is we put out links to our trading room and to my webinar. We allow people to download a Viper trade manual, which is how we trade all the time. Even if you pop in for a trial, this Let's Begin module right here teaches you the 3 trades that I teach right there. We also have so that our people can download their own scripts. I do help always, if somebody needs any help, I'll be more than happy to do what's called a remote PC support, where I can come into your computer and help you. And we also are doing away with the old ways of NinjaTrader licensing. We're going to our own licensing system, And that's going to be pretty much a game changer because machine IDs continually change, and somebody will get up and their machine won't run the scripts because the machine ID changed because Windows might have done an upload or something like that, like where they basically do upgrades. Okay, but real quick before we get going though, I want to give you a code if you want to join up with me even. Let me go to this payment deal here and get a coupon, and I'm gonna put it in the chat there because I'm gonna give you 100, that $299, which is almost $300. I'm gonna give you $50 off of our site, and I'll send that. That's the discount code for our pricing right there. Okay, and let me put into the chat log. This is our home page, so you can get in touch with me about anything you need. And that's there. And I'm going to put in one more right here. I'm going to go pricing. This way you don't have to use that coupon if you don't want, dash 3617. I hope this works actually, because GoDaddy messed up my website the other day. We had to do some major repairs. There we go. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fix that. And this is to get you in at the 249. All right. And basically been around for a long, long time. I teach futures trading. I've been doing it for a long, long time. I've traded myself personally since the early 80s. I'm kind of like Leigh was earlier. I'm older. I've been married 53 years, so that'll tell you how old I am. And but to be fair about it, I did get married when I was just almost 19 years old. I got married at 18. Okay, so let's see. Not seeing what in the chat room, Brad? I'm not sure. You're not seeing where I'm sending these like vipertradingsystems.com pricing and all that. Well, in that case, if you run into anything like that, just go to my contact link. You can even go to my chat widget, but just send me a quick email, and it'll go straight to my phone. Okay, we've got 3 other people that actually have with me. My wife. Anything that you need from Viper Trading Systems, if you just simply contact us right here and submit a ticket, we see it just literally instantly on our phones. Okay. Now, if we're sitting in church or something like that, obviously we can't call you back right then or do any help or anything, but I do remote help all the time. I do white glove installations for people. I don't charge anything for it. I want you to be one of those that actually goes in every single day, makes money, and then gets these payouts. And you can go to my website right here, and you'll see the actual trades. I mean, here they are through August 1st, and there's 16 pages of them. Okay, will it work with a VPS? I'm sure it would, Jim. One thing I would recommend anytime you're trading with charts that are a little bit more complex, so to speak, would be a good, fast internet connection. You want a good, fast video card. You want a good, fast computer. If you were to build a house nowadays, you think you'd make money if you just simply had a handsaw, a hammer, and some nails? No, these guys have pretty professional stuff. Look at roofers nowadays. Man, they can put a roof up in a day. I put up a roof when I was a kid helping my dad. It took us a full weekend on a little house because we did it with one nail at a time and a hammer. They didn't have those boom, 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 boom at that time. Let's see, what about people that can't sit and watch the markets due to work schedules? Well, basically, Arthur, on your question, then you could actually be a member and just simply, learn to trade the system. I've got probably 40% of my traders that never grace the, my trading room at all. There's some in Singapore, Australia, stuff like that. Their sleep schedules won't allow them to. So, this trade manual, my training, the Monday night webinars, look at my Monday night webinars. They're always up to date, okay? drawing your charts. You won't miss a long or short. We keep our webinars always updated, and there's literally hundreds and hundreds of them to teach you how to trade our system. These are manual trade setups, Hector. We are in the process of working on an actual true AI. Now, it's not going to be part of our system. It's going to be higher, because if I get it to do what I want it to do, it'll be such a game changer that, you know, we already saw it work. It took a normal chart, and I actually gave my programmer all those trades that I made for a solid year to plug into our AI system, because it analyzes those to see where I made mistakes and where I did great. Oh, you can trade at nights with the system. When I'm doing the webinar on Monday nights, you know, sometimes I'll just pop on a trade and you know, just tell where I got in and stuff like that. Yeah, you can trade any time of the day as far as that goes. Okay, let me go back right here just one more time so that you can see. Viper Trading Systems, you know, this is no small feat to be picked by NinjaTrader, believe me, because 12 vendors out of, well, when I started back in 2009, NinjaTrader had 200 vendors. NinjaTrader has well over 1,000 vendors nowadays, and a bunch have come and gone because they couldn't make it. But we've been around since day one, and they chose us. And that was quite an honor. Matter of fact, when they called me that day, said, you know, this is an honor for us and for you, because they said, we have studiously watched you in your training and your education, and we like it. And that was from one of the head guys himself. I won't say his name because, you know, obviously he might not want me to, but he's the head of development marketing. You can look it up. And he had a one-on-one talk with me and said, you've been chosen. We like your system. We like you. We like the way you run a room. You'll never hear me say a cuss word in the room either. I don't believe in that stuff in a room. You know, it has no place there. I've been in rooms before where, frankly, a lady should never walk into a room like that because they're just filthy talking and stuff. We talk futures trading, okay? And I won't ever get upset if I get a bad trade either. We don't know what the AI system will cost yet, Hector, because it's literally in the process of being built. So with that, you know, I basically ran right at 42 minutes so far, but I can let the other person that's next come on. And again, keep in mind, if you go to that one right here, if you want to just join me, go ahead and join. I've got people that this is nothing for them because they get all of my scripts, all my software, all my teaching, my trading room and everything. And they say by the first day of the month, first hour, they've already covered much more than this. You know, I've got people that are trading multiple accounts. Our clone will actually clone up to 200 accounts. So if you've got 20 Apex and 5 take profits and 5 take, you know, Top Step and, you know, several 1-ups and Blue Sky, you name it, you can have as many as you want. And clone will just simply clone them for you. And you can choose not to clone by just simply turning one off if you want to. Turn another one off, just that easy. Now it'll only clone that one Blue Sky and that one take profit. Or what if I want them all turned off and just want to trade in sim for a while? I can do that. Okay, so come be a part of the team. Take our trial even, you know, on our website. That $39.99 trial is well worth it because you're getting everything, including a trading room for 2 weeks. And I'll show you what we can do. This right here is on my website, vipertradingsystems.com, $39.99, and you get everything that a member does. This just won't trade in real money where our live stuff does. Top Step changed to that Project X. We don't, I used to trade Top Step years ago, got many payouts, and when they got away from Ninja, I left them. Okay, so I'll let everybody have the next person that's coming in. Thank you very much for being my part of this Traders Corner webinar. We love these guys at Traders Corner. They're like us. They want people to learn to trade. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for being another calming voice today. We do appreciate it. We dropped Viper's links in the chat. Check those out while Gary shares his secrets, and they are incredible secrets there. He's great. Fantastic stuff, Gary. Thanks for raising the bar for all of us. We appreciate your keen eye for some of the quickest trading strategies, and you are one of the quickest. All right, get ready to go beyond the evaluation phase. Jim Simmons of PropShop Trader is here to walk you through real career-style trading, from instant funded accounts to direct to payout models. This is the future of professional trading. So let's welcome Jim from PropShop Trader.
Hey gang, how's everybody doing? Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. I didn't know if you were waiting for the audience. They're all saying yes. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
All right, good. Very good. Well, welcome everybody. Let's give another round of applause to, I think it was Gary, was it? Really great stuff. Enjoyed watching that, and glad to see somebody who's doing things in a great positive way for the trading community. So bravo to you, and keep up the good work. Love it. It's awesome. So, well, cool. Well, thanks for being here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and dive right in. I think I've got about a little less than an hour, so plenty of time to get through what we're going to go over here, and be able to have some time to answer questions as well. So just to just kind of quick intro, again, this is Jim Simmons. I'm the head of risk management for PropShop Trader, and so we are a prop firm, full-fledged. Before we start, I want to ask you something. How many of you are here because you're ready to trade real capital? Okay, ready to trade real accounts, ready to make some serious money in trading, ready to take your trading to the next level. I assume that is why all of you are here, because you're spending time on a Saturday to learn more about trading, right? So awesome, good. So we are in the right, we have the right audience, so that is a good thing. So how many of you are here because you want to understand what it takes to get to that level and to accelerate your career? How many of you want to trade for, maybe not necessarily for your entire day, but certainly to make a living with your trading, right? I assume that's everybody here as well. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about what separates traders who are ready for real prop from those who maybe need a little more structure and discipline before they're managing firm money, and that's totally fine. If you're at that position, obviously it's always about next step, next level. We're going to show you how everything we've built here at PropShop Trader is designed around that, and that is to find, prepare, and elevate traders into the real prop phase, trading real capital. No more sim accounts, right? So that's what we are after. Of course, before we dive in, we will send the recording out. Yeah, no worries. Before we dive in, we do have to post our disclaimer. Obviously, we can't guarantee any certain results. Trading's hard, so please understand the risks of trading, and please understand that we are not here to give you trading advice. Okay. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's dive in. What's our agenda today? We're going to look at the vision behind PropShop Trader. We're going to look at the difference between PropShop and maybe some of the other prop firms out there. We'll take a look at your path with us. The warrior phase, the gladiator phase. We're going to look at payouts, what's required for that. We'll look at different types of drawdowns. We'll look at the rules, real prop phase, and we'll look at tick blaze and some of the next steps, pricing, and so on. Okay, so let's get into it here. So our vision is simple. We stand to build a superior model, one that balances the trader interest and the firm risk. With that said, we want to build traders who can handle risk. The goal isn't just to pass a challenge or to hit a payout once. The goal is to trade consistently, manage your drawdowns, prove that you are ready for the next level, which is real firm capital. Now, we've been in the trading space for about 10 years or so. We've built plenty of indicators and algorithms, and we've taught thousands of traders on how to trade for prop firms. And so we have a lot of experience that led us to creating PropShop Trader as well. Okay. So the vision with all of this is to get traders paid more, get paid more often, and get paid faster. The system that we've built is about preparing you. It's every rule, every payout, every account, and every phase exists to move you closer to real prop. Because when you're there, it's not a simulation anymore. We're talking real money, real risk, real reward. Okay, so when you failed a real prop account, there's no resets. So we want to make sure that once you get there, that you are ready to go and ready to make some killer money, right? So what are some of the differences? We built PropShop again to reflect what real prop trading looks like. So that means simple structure, no gimmicks, no surprises. Apparently there's a frog that made it into my office somehow. I don't know how he got in here, but that's what happens when you live in the country, I guess. Interesting. He wants to learn how to trade, so he's going to learn some things here. One-step evaluations, direct to payout accounts, weekly payouts. You can trade up to 5 paid sim accounts. We're going to call him Kermit. Yeah, Jay, that's a good name to go with, I suppose. You could trade up to 3 real prop accounts, and we're not talking about splitting one account into 3. We're talking about 3 real-sized prop accounts. Okay. We have account sizes ranging from 25K to 250. We have drawdown customization. You can trade news. You can dollar cost average. You can trade with copiers and algos as well. No minimum trade required, large consistency rules, and extremely competitive pricing. So drawdown, you can fit that to your style, right? So above all, discipline is rewarded. So as you are approaching this event and you're sitting here and listening, think about not just can I pass this, not just can I get a payout, but can we operate like a professional, right? Like a professional trader who's here for the long run, because that's what we're looking for, right? So let's break down the path. Every trader at PropShop Trader moves through 3 distinct phases. So warrior phase, and you're going to notice there's a lot of warriors and gladiators on the screen here, and that's the theme that we've chosen. We've kind of adopted this theme as when you get into trading, you're really kind of fighting for your right to survive day in and day out, right? And that's what we see with trading, and that's the theme that we've adopted as a result. So warrior phase, this is your training ground. Okay, this is where you build control and awareness, and next you move into the gladiator phase. This is your proving ground. This is where you earn payouts and your consistency becomes your paycheck. And then you go to the real prop phase, which is your independence. Now you're trading for a real firm with real accounts and no more training wheels. So think about where you're at right now. Are you still building control? Are you consistent and are you scaling? Or are you ready to step into real prop? So drop that in the chat if you would. Where are you at in that journey? Would you start as an evaluation? Would you go right into a payout account and skip the evaluation, which you certainly can? Or are you saying, look, I am ready for the real prop phase, right? So good. Thanks for chiming in, guys. Yeah, we got some evals coming in. Good stuff. Just got the gladiator this week. Awesome. Welcome. Really glad to have you on board. That's great. So good deal. So let's talk about the warrior phase. Okay, the warrior phase is where you are sort of building that muscle memory. Maybe you're testing a new strategy. Maybe you're testing your own resilience and your own discipline to be able to trade your plan and to respect your drawdown, to stop the self-sabotage that we've all become familiar with at one point in our trading career, right? You've got unlimited time. You get up to, I'll just put everything on the screen here so you can see it all. You get up to 10 resets a month per account. This is the idea that, well, if you have to go through 50 evaluations in a month, maybe it's, you know, take a breather. Let's we don't want you spending tons of money on evaluations, right? So we'll just slow it down a little bit. But you're proving to yourself, you're proving to us that you can operate inside a risk framework. And you know, every trader that works within our real prop team, they have that ability, right? It's the foundation, it's the longevity, it's, you know, trading for tomorrow, right? So you can have up to 5 active accounts, again, up to 10 resets. Your goal is to achieve the profit target without breaching your drawdown. We have 2 types of drawdown, end of day trail and full trail. Okay. So let's talk about gladiator phase. That is where we get to talk about payouts. And so we'll go into more depth on the payouts, but Once you've shown that you have that control, you move into the gladiator phase. Now, if you know that you're already there, maybe you're already trading with other prop firms, maybe you've been trading a long time and you're trading your own account too, great. You can absolutely bypass the warrior phase, go right into a payout account. Excuse me. With the gladiator phase, there's weekly payouts. If you trade again up to 5 accounts, you have the full use of trade copiers if you'd like to, but you're developing that consistency and you're proving that consistency. And this phase is designed to simulate that rhythm of what it's like to be a professional trader. So you're managing simulated capital, right? But you're also managing your own emotions, your structure, and kind of feeling what it's like to get paid for that discipline. Okay. Let's keep moving on and let's talk about payouts. So you can qualify for a payout once you've traded at least 6 days in a new account. Okay, so only need 6 days to qualify for your first payout. There's no minimum profit per day. Okay, you just need to trade 6 days. You need to, in order to be eligible for a payout, you need to cover your drawdown plus $100 plus the payout. Okay, so if we use an example, let's say your drawdown was $2,500, then you would need $2,600 plus your payout. We'll just use simple math and say you want to get paid $1,000 that week, then you would need $3,600. Okay. The minimum payout is $800. We pay every Friday. Okay. I'm going to go through these line by line. Actually, it'll be easier for us. Whenever you request a payout, and this could be your first payout or subsequent payouts, you need to have 3 trading days in the week that you request a payout. Okay, so again, everything goes back to consistency and longevity, because when you trade as a live trader, if you don't trade, you don't get paid. And obviously traders like getting paid. So keep trading. So 3 days must be in the week that you request a payout. We also require 3 trading days during the week of your payout. So here's how this works is our traders will request a payout on the weekends. So some are requesting today and some will request tomorrow. Those payouts will get sent out next Friday as we review those. During that review phase, our traders are required to continue trading at least 3 days the following week. The idea behind this is not only to continue to prove that consistency, that it's not a one-off, it's not a whim, but also to go out and earn your next paycheck, so to speak. So the idea there is go earn the next payout while you're waiting for this one. So there's no weeks off, there's no calling it in. Now, if you have a vacation or something, let our team know. Okay, that stuff comes up, it's understandable. Minimum payout is $800, and you do need to adhere to a 30% consistency rule. So that means that your largest day would not be able to exceed 30% of the total payout. Again, this goes back to consistency and developing that day after day of being able to scale profits, right? If you're not familiar with that, certainly we have all this on our frequently asked questions site. So some of those of you that maybe you're new to prop, this might make your head turn a little bit. We have breakdowns on how all this works, okay? But for the sake of time, I'll keep moving forward. You also need to not fall behind the payout threshold when it comes time to get your payout. So an example of that would be, let's say, you have, again, we'll use that same example, 2,500 drawdown. You've got, is there seriously another frog in here? I hear like things coming from different sides of the office, the weirdest thing, I'm sorry. Shiny object. But don't fall below the payout threshold when it comes time to take a payout. So let's say we'll use that same example. You're at 3,600. You've covered your drawdown, which is 2,500. You've covered $100 for the buffer, and then you've also covered $1,000 for payout. Now you can request the full $1,000 payout. That's totally fine. You just need to make sure that when it comes time to issue the payout, you're above 2,600 in the account still. You can't be in a major drawdown, right? Now, what happens? What happens if you are below that threshold? Well, it's very simple. We just send the payout back to the account, and now you've already got a buffer built back up. And if you have 3 days of trading that week, and you've met the consistency rules and all of that, you can take a payout. So, good stuff. Avoid all prohibited trader policies. These are all on our website. Of course, they're posted right there for everybody to see so you understand how this all works. Again, the payout windows Our traders submit payouts on the weekends, and then those are paid out the following Friday. Okay. I do see some questions coming through, and I will answer these. I'm going to kind of keep the questions to the end. So if you do have a question, go ahead and type it in, and I will absolutely cover it at the end for you. Okay. So feel free to keep them coming. But if we look at the payout amounts, we have them on the right here. So we have on the 25K, you can get 800 or 1,000, depending on are you trading on an end of day account or a trailing drawdown, so on. We've got 1,000 or 1,250 on the 50Ks. And then our largest account is 1,875, which is the 250K. All right. So that times 5 times every week, you can make some serious money. So life is good. Let's talk about drawdowns. This is where you sort of learn to manage risk, right? That's the idea of you can only lose so much, and you need to be able to show that you can make profit. Plain and simple, that's what prop firms are looking for. The ability to scale profit without drawing down too much, because that is what shows your equity curve. And the smoother the equity curve, the happier the prop firm is, right? So let's take a look at our drawdown. So this is the traditional trailing drawdown model. We'll look at that one first. PropShop offers the best trailing drawdowns in the business. The trailing drawdown, the reason for that is when we went to other firms, we saw that that when you go from a 50K to 100K, your account size doubles, your profit target doubles, your drawdown doesn't. And we wanted to change that. So when you move from one account to the next, your drawdown actually doubles as you go, or goes up in a linear fashion based on the scale of the account. So if you go from 25 to 50, your drawdown availability also doubles. When you go from 50 to 100, you go from a $2,500 drawdown into a $5,000 drawdown, which is higher than what you're going to see out there, right? Most firms are going to be at 3,000 to 3,500. Well, if you're going from 2,500 to 3,500, but you're doubling your target, well, that's not scaling in a linear fashion, right? You go from 100 to 250, your target goes up by 2.5 times, but so does your available drawdown. Now, we didn't stop there. We decided that, look, some traders might want additional drawdown available, so we offer that for a small additional fee. It's very small. And that gives you a full 1-to-1 drawdown to profit target ratio. Okay, so in this case, where can you go in the industry that you can trade a $15,000 target with a $15,000 drawdown? It just doesn't exist out there. So very unique. It's unique to PropShop Trader, and so good opportunities there. Let's talk about end of day drawdowns. Some traders prefer to have an end of day. They don't want to trade on a trailing drawdown because they feel like they're getting penalized if they're in a trade and they get out at break even, which I understand, and totally understand that. So some traders opt for the end of day drawdown. Now, there's a lot of confusion around the end of day drawdown rules. A lot of traders get tripped up on the first round. So the way that end of day drawdowns work, and this is true with every prop firm that I've seen, so at the end of the day, your high water mark is measured only at the end of the day. In a trailing drawdown, your high water mark is measured throughout the day on unrealized profit. So if you're up 500 bucks in a trade and you get out at break even, your high water mark actually went up by 500 bucks. On an end of day, that's not true. It's only on realized profits and only at the end of the day. So let's use an example here. Let's say you're at 50,000, you have a 2250 drawdown, and you get to 51,000 at the end of the day. That's where you land. And so you say, that's a great day. I'm going to go ahead and go about my day. And that is a great day, right? At the end of the day, your high water mark moves up to 51, which means your minimum goes up by $1,000 as well. Okay. So now your minimum is into the, whatever it would be, 47,750. It would go up by $1,000. Now here's where traders get tripped up, is they think that as long as I'm above the minimum by the end of the day, I'm not going to fail. And that's not true. Very important to know this. This is true for every prop firm. If you breach the minimum balance at any point in time, at any point throughout the day, you will fail the account. So don't breach the minimum. The major advantage is that the high water mark changes at the end of the day, and so does the trailing drawdown. But if you breach the trailing drawdown at any point, even on unrealized, you will fail the account. So just good to know how it works so that you can plan accordingly and make sure that you don't fail the account, right? But let's talk about end of day. So when you go to a 25K, you have a $1,500 target, you have a 1225 drawdown, and just as before, when you, yeah, there we go. So high watermark only increases throughout the day. If you purchase in Warrior, it does carry over to Gladiator. We offer the best end of day drawdowns with no daily loss limit as well. So again, when you go from 25K to 50K, your target doubles, but so does your drawdown. And when you go from 50K to 100K, your target doubles, and so does your drawdown. So very cool. Some great opportunities there in those accounts. Let's talk about some of the things that we don't want, right? We've talked about what we do want. Let's talk about some of the flagging. So we flag for gambling tendencies. This would be like excessive position sizing or excessive max adverse usage on a trade. So if I were to ask you, what do you think is reasonable? If you have a $5,000 drawdown, how much are you willing to risk per trade? And feel free to chime in the chat box because I'm curious where everybody sits on this one. If you have a $5,000 drawdown, how much would you risk per trade? We got 200 coming in, 5 contracts. We got 20%, around 300. These are all great answers, 50 bucks, 500 bucks. All really great answers, 350, it's great. Yeah, 10% with 2 minis, love it. So here's what we don't allow. We don't allow traders to use like all of the drawdown in one trade. Okay, so we do this because it's a coin flip. It's like this is it's coming down to luck and not skill, right? It's not really trading, it's kind of gambling. You're hanging on to hope that the trade's going to turn around. You add to the position, you add to the position, you add to the position. Oh, it's going to turn. Boom, there goes your account. How many times have we seen it, right? If you do that, and we've probably all done it at some point, the account's going to fail. If the account doesn't fail, that's going to get flagged because it's not appropriate risk, right? So we do look at that. All of the answers that you guys gave, 20%, 500, which is 10% of the drawdown, all those are fine. That works. Okay, that works for us. But let's talk about excessive position sizing. Another thing that we flag for is, let's say you use 2 contracts and you trade 2 NQ, and that's kind of your MO. And all of a sudden you trade 15 contracts on NQ. Well, those of you that trade NQ know that that can blow up some capital pretty quickly. If your norm is 2 and you trade 10 or 15 or something, extra, in an extreme fashion, you're going to get flagged for that. And it's not to say that we're going to penalize you or not pay you, but it is to say that we're going to just say, hey, what happened? Did something go haywire? Were you going on tilt? Is really what we're looking for. So prove to us that you're managing risk and you're all good. We'll clear the flag. Okay, we have appeals that are very, very clear and simple to process. Hedging, we don't allow it. It's a CME thing. It's not a PropShop thing. Hedging's not allowed by CME. So if you have multiple accounts, you can't trade long NQ on one and short NQ at the same time on the other. If you do, you will get flagged. If it's look, sometimes a trade copier, you get crossed wires and accidentally flatten one of the followers instead of the leader. Next thing you know, you're flattening the leader and the follower goes the other way, but you get the idea. It happens. If it happens, close the trades immediately and send an appeal to our team. Okay, it happens. We just want you to know that you can't hedge. So if you're in the trade for like 5 minutes and you're doing it every time, obviously it's not going to fly. If you trade NQ long and MNQ short, so micro versus minis, that we do consider that hedging as well. It's not allowed. But if you want to trade YM or ES long and you want to trade short NQ, totally fine. No issues with that. So Correlated markets, not a problem. Micros versus minis, not allowed, and certainly the same contract, not allowed. Okay, so good stuff. HFT, do I got any scalpers? Scalpers delight, any scalpers in the house? If you're holding trades for less than 10 seconds, we will flag you. If you need to, yeah, hey Michael, I'm glad to see you here. I actually have your email and I'm working on that with our team. Okay, got you covered, boss. No worries. Some of you are HFT traders. That's totally fine as long as you're trading on liquid markets. You know, you're not trying to scalp MCL with arbitrage and contract arbitrage or something weird. Yeah, totally fine. As long as you can do it in a live account, we'll allow it. Okay, so you'll get flagged the first time, let our team know. Once we clear that flag, it's cleared for that account. If you fail the account, well, unfortunately, you're going to get flagged on the new one. Just let us know and we'll have to go in and clear that one too. Okay. Let's go over no flipping days. Let's go back to the trader who trades 2NQ and has got their 3 days minimum for the week. They've covered the consistency rule. They had 2 days and they only needed 1 more day for trading that week. So they put 1 micro on for 10 seconds. They get out and say, woohoo, I got a trading day. It's not going to fly. So here's what we look at, right? And you know if it's a flip day. You guys know. We're going to look at your contract sizing across the board. We're going to look at your time in the trade. And then we're going to look at, sorry, this frog's like jumping all over the place. Time in the trade, contracts, and micros versus minis and so on. You get the idea. So we will check for those things. If you flip, we're just going to not count it as a trading day. Okay. Oh, there it is. Number of trades, size of the trade, duration of the trades. Flip days won't count. So if you do flip a day, just bear in mind it's not going to be counted as a trading day. Now maybe the market sucked that day and you're like, there's nothing to trade here. I'm not seeing anything. I tried to trade, but it wasn't looking right, so I got out right away. No problem. You just need to trade another day. Okay, no problem. Churning accounts is not allowed. That means you're buying accounts to try to, you know, you're desperately, you know, trying to get one to pay out, but you failed, you know, 50 accounts to get one payout. Look, failed accounts, we get it, but if you're failing a whole bunch to get one payout, we're going to tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? We'll want to make sure you're not just blowing money on blown accounts. Okay. And account must be in good standing, obviously, when it comes time to get a payout. Got to keep it in good standing. The appeal process, what we do is everything is on our dashboards. Okay, we have trader dashboards that show all of your trades, your trade percentages, your numbers, your profit factors, all that good stuff. You've got an equity curve. You've got a breakdown of every trade you've taken. You also have your flagging is going to all be there right front and center so that you know, here's what I can do, here's what I can't do. Because the worst thing is when you go into it and you go, I had no idea that was a rule, right? We want to be as transparent as humanly possible, tell you everything we possibly can up front. Just tell you manage risk, be consistent, we'll get you paid. Okay, so but everything's on the dashboard. You'll also get an email. It's a simple review process. Just send it into our team. Okay. All right. Good to go. Julio, there is a private chat box. I don't think they make it available to the attendees, just to the hosts. Okay, but I will answer questions for sure. Let's talk about real prop. This is where the rubber hits the road. These are live accounts. You can trade up to 3 real prop accounts. I get excited about this because this is what I'm responsible for here, is working with our real prop traders. So up to 3 accounts, you can get either 2,500 or 5,000 in drawdown per account. These are static drawdowns. These are real accounts. You know, this isn't like, oh, you got $2,500 notional balance. No, these are real. So you have $2,500 of static drawdown. You have a daily loss limit, which is going to protect your account. Things happen. Maybe you had an order that got left on and you didn't realize it. And we're here to protect our money as much as we want to protect you as well. Okay. So there's a soft breach on a $2,500 drawdown. Soft breach is 500. On a 5,000, it's 1,000 per day. Okay. If you breach that, your account goes to done for the day, and you gotta wait to trade the next day. If you hear nothing else from this event, hear this. There are no payout caps in live. and real prop, there are no payout caps. It's an 80-20 split. You make it, you take it up to the profit splits. There's no payout thresholds. You don't have to hit so many minimum days and so many minimum days of profit and jump through this hoop and that. There are no payout thresholds. There's no payout caps, no consistency rules. If you make it all in one day, great, get yourself paid. There's endless scaling opportunities. We have partnered with some of the biggest and best in the industry to make sure that we have endless scaling available for our participants. So this is like what everybody is striving for. And frankly, they should be, because where else can you go that you get no payout caps and all these wonderful things? So when you get to this point, you've proven that you deserve to be there. And so at that point, you've already shown that you can handle the risk. Okay, so good stuff. Qualifying. How do you qualify? We're looking for consistency and profitability and regular payouts. Ideally, multiple payouts in at least one account. There's no participation points here. There's no weak links. We can and will call you up at any time. If you're killing it and you're doing great, we're going to call you up, because there's a ton of opportunity here, especially with 3 accounts and the whole gamut. So some real great opportunity. All the details are front and center at propshoptrader.com/path-to-prop, P2P. All right, we also have Tick Blaze available for all of our users. It is free, completely free for our, I looked at the clock wrong. I thought it was 3:55. Woo, good. I still got plenty of time. Tick Blaze comes with PropShop, where you get a free license to use Tick Blaze. Really capable, really great platform. There's a lot of really great things coming for it already too. Some of the highlights, if you haven't heard of Tick Blaze or used it before, there's a really killer order flow suite available with some really great signals. There's also there's profile levels for options levels for futures. So those of you that trade futures, if you want to see the options levels on futures, you can see open interest, you can see gamma, you can see volume, you can see put call spreads. All that stuff is available inside the desktop of Tick Blaze, which is amazing. There's also a level 2 heat map coming very soon, which is killer. I was just using it a little bit yesterday, and I was having way too much fun. So that's coming. It's an award-winning platform. Just won another award at Benzinga this year for best prop trading platform. So really, really great stuff. Tick Blaze also just launched its copier, the Ignite copier. There's a lot of good copiers out there, don't get me wrong, but I absolutely love this. There's no cloud, it's built into the platform, it's precise, it's got the speed built in, you can trade multi-broker, multi-asset, multi-prop, and it's firm and risk ready. So if you are trading, maybe you're a risk manager at a prop firm, great. We have risk tools that are available that are not available anywhere else in the industry. So really, really cool. Some of the benefits and highlights of this copier in particular, and the reason that we mention it, is you can have multi-leaders and multi-followers all in the same group. You don't have to create multiple groups. You've got rounding, mini to micro, micro to mini. You've also got max loss and gain per account, whether that's a leader or a follower. And you can choose when you deactivate an account, do you want it to flatten the positions or not flatten the positions? It's just really, really great. So anyway, check it out. It is available now. It just launched this past week. So very good stuff. Highly recommended. Next steps. You would choose, are you going to start as a warrior or as a gladiator? There's 2 starting points. Gladiator is the where you're going to get the payouts. Select your account size. Do you want optional drawdown increase? You create your profile. You purchase your accounts. You can get up to 5 at a time, and then you start trading. And bearing in mind that if you do start as a gladiator, you do need to do KYC first, because we want to make sure that when it comes time to pay you, that we can actually pay you. So we'll have you do the KYC first just to make sure. Cool. If you want to join our community, we are on Discord. It's more of an announcement board than a chat and that kind of thing, but certainly you can enter to win competitions and things like that for sharing, and then obviously any announcements will come out there as well. So How many of you have entered to win the giveaway? Is there anybody who has not yet entered this giveaway? I'm going to post a link in the chat box. Click that link, enter your name, enter your email. Apparently, we're giving 4, not 2 packs. We're giving 4 of the 50K accounts. Yeah, we're giving 4 of them away. So be sure, if you haven't entered, be sure to enter. That I just posted that link in the chat. So if you don't have that, please do so. I will pick winners by the end of this event. So you're going to know if you won. Good stuff. Let's talk about deals and discounts and all that stuff. So we've got a deal going on right now. 70% off everything. Everything. The evaluations are 70% off. They have no upgrade fees on these on this special. So 70% off. If you pass it, which I hope and trust that you will, you can move into Instant Gladiator at no cost. So you can get a payout, all that good stuff. So amazing opportunity, amazing deal. 70% off on the Instant Gladiators. If you want to skip the evaluation, you don't want to trade those 3 days plus or whatever, and you want to go right to Gladiator, you can, and you get 70% off that as well. Now, I assume that our folks here at Traders Corner have a special coupon code, so I'm going to ask that you go ahead and use their coupon code and make sure that that you get that from them, so that they get credit for referring you and all that good stuff. Oh, smokes! I just did something on the chat. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. So perfect. You're good to go there. So great deals. PropShopTrader.com. Just go there and you can take advantage of these great discounts. Okay. Let's talk about resets on Warriors. Our resets are only $25 for the 25K or 50K, which is amazing. And it's only $30 on the 100K, and it's only $50 for the 250K. So there's no coupon needed. If you fail a Warrior and you need to reset, go for it. Okay, really, really cheap. Instant Gladiator resets. Now we're talking. If you make it to Instant Gladiator, if you get to Gladiator through passing Warrior, or if you just go to Instant Gladiator and you happen to fail the account, it happens. These reset prices are really great, though I think actually, in full transparency, I think the discount is actually better than the resets right now. So, so it wouldn't really benefit you right now, but down the line it certainly will, because normally prices are not that heavily discounted. So take advantage of it while you can. But yeah, if you fail a Gladiator, you got 48 hours to just pay the reset price, and you can go right back to trading. So good stuff. Really great prices on these. Again, no code needed. This just pops up on your dashboard, and you can do that. So the coupon code that you need here is Corner, CORNER, Corner. So be sure to use that coupon code. Okay. If you need help is on the way. Support at PropShop Trader. It's been on the bottom of your screen this whole time. If you have additional questions that we haven't answered already, or we don't get to in the event, or you think of something later, reach out to our team. We have the best support in the industry. They're fast, they're knowledgeable, they're helpful. They're really great to work with. So if you need help, reach out to us. TickBlaze, if you need help from TickBlaze on platform support, just reach out to support@tickblaze.com. Okay. So I think we've gotten through most of the bulk of it. I'm going to go ahead and take some time to answer some questions now. So let's go ahead and see what questions we had come in. I'm going to go ahead and scale up here a little bit, because I think we had some early on. Yeah, one of the traders said, I've seen people complain about this and some of the rules and things like that. And yeah, there will be some that do. And you know what? We're okay with that, because we're not looking to be all things to all traders. And in full transparency, we are here for traders who want to trade live. And if that is you, we want to help you become the best darn real trader that you can possibly be, because that is where you have the rewarding opportunity. You have the long-standing opportunity to where you can go day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, make money, make money, make money. That is what we are after. So if you need help, please reach out. We are always happy to help. You'd be surprised how many people actually reach out. And if you're not a part of like a trade room or a community or that kind of thing, if you're struggling as a trader, there's so many resources out there, and Traders Corner is an incredible resource for a lot of great trade rooms and education. So no excuses, right? We're all here to do very well as traders. So use the opportunities that are available for you. Yeah, I think, there's questions about reviews and things like that. Yeah, check out the reviews. I think, some people are going to be disappointed, and that's just the nature of prop trading. We like to think we're very reasonable, but not everybody's going to agree with us, and we understand. So on the 50K, what is the activation fee? Also the evaluation fee. How many days to trade to request a payout? How many times in a month? So it's weekly payouts. You need 6 days on your first payout. You need 3 days for every subsequent payout, and 30% consistency between payouts. So if you're doing the math, technically you got to trade 4 days between payouts, obviously, to outrun the 30% consistency. On a 50K, the activation fee is anywhere from 100 and up. However, most of the time with these specials, those activation fees are getting waived, like 70% off, and it's getting waived. So pricing's right on our website. If you just go to PropShopTrader.com, you'll see it. Varies by account size, obviously. 3 trading days in the week of the payout, and the payout is on Friday. Does it mean we have to trade 3 days between Monday to Thursday to be able to get the last week's request this Friday? That is absolutely true and extremely well worded, Sue. So bravo. That is absolutely correct. Yes. Trailing drawdown is huge. Yes, it is. Let's see. We talked about hedging. We covered that. Can't find the chat box. We talked about that. How do we see options levels in TickBlaze to trade futures? If you go to, let me pull it up, and I'll give you an example. I can't pull it up right now because it's the weekend, and you're not going to see any levels. They won't show up until Sunday when the data starts flowing again. So unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. But if you go to tickblaze.com/marketplace, and you want to go down to striker profiles. So striker profiles, you can see some images here that show the different levels and things like that, but there's also a demo video here. So you can just click to watch this video and you'll get a better insight as to how it works. You can read up on how it works and all that, but this is in here. The voice might sound pretty familiar on that video. I think I remember doing that one. So really, it is really powerful, very, very powerful. So I highly recommend that as well. A lot of our traders are 2 best-selling that we've seen for our partners at TickBlaze for the order flow and for the striker. Traders love those. All right, so we got some more questions coming in. Keep them coming. I love it. It says my ATM strategy is 3 contracts, 40 ticks, and there are many times it hits in under 10 seconds. Is this a problem? I do have an entire trade plan written up with my strategy, scaling, all that. What markets do you trade? I assume it's probably like an NQ based on the 40 ticks and 10 seconds. That is absolutely fine. You will get flagged the first time. So just send a message into the team and they'll clear the flag for you. You just need to show us, here's kind of what I'm doing, here's how my strategy works, and it's all good. As long as it makes sense, you're good, which it sounds like it does. Is there any way to connect PropShop Trader to trade with Ninja? Sort of in a roundabout way, yes, there is. So NinjaTrader will connect to ETP Trade Copier, and ETP Trade Copier will connect to Rhythmic. Therefore, you can place your trades in Ninja and pass them through ETP to get to Rhythmic. So it is possible. We do not obviously officially support Ninja, so just make sure you test it on like an eval or something first to make sure it's all working. Need the link. I think we sent that out again. Desiree. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, there's no going back at this point, unfortunately. Bought the Gladiator and the Ignite copier. Awesome. Love it, love it. What common traits or patterns have you observed across higher performing traders? I love that question. Love it. Here is what we see. Okay, so I see all of the trading. That's my role here, and that's what I do. And I work with our traders, and I recruit our traders, and I work with our traders in live. So here, this is a great question. The best traders that we see, they trade smaller size. A lot of traders think, well, I need to trade big size and just keep scaling profits throughout the day. The best traders make a little profit every day and they walk away, and they make a little profit and they walk away. Now there's some big hitters out there. I think this week we had a couple traders hit $5,000 days, and look, if you can do that every day, I think we're both going to do very well. So, sorry, again, frogs, so weird. But the best traders they're willing to just, first off, you wouldn't think that I would have to say this, but unfortunately I do. They're willing to take a stop out. They're willing to take a loss. The best traders are doing that, and they're trading smaller size. They make their profits, they go about their day, they come back, they do it again the next day. They're not trying to swing for the fences. They make their small, boring profits day in and day out, and those are always the best traders because they have that longevity. They know they can do it day in and day out. So there's no set like this profit factor, this win rate, this market, although most of our traders trade NQ, I would say. Yeah, so those are some common traits among the best. Yeah. And they know what they're talking about. Like, I've done some trader coaching with some of the live traders. I've been in trading for about 17 years. So it's pretty rare that you could throw a strategy at me that I haven't personally traded before. But they know what they're talking about. They know their strategy inside and out. They're extremely disciplined. They have a psychology plan on how they manage their emotions, and all that stuff comes into play for sure. All right, so good questions. If I'm trading with the algo on NQ, one account, and it's scalping, and I'm trading manual on NQ on a separate account, could that get flagged? Yes, absolutely it could. Here's my suggestion, Valentino. If your algo is in a trade, just only go with the same direction as that current trade. And if that means that you'd rather just sit on the sidelines on your discretional account, do that until you're done with the algo trade, just to be safe. Yeah. The alternative would be is if you're trading NQ, you could trade manually on, say, ES, but yeah, you would get flagged for that. Can Rhythmic be connected to Ninja? No, not currently, and not with PropShop Trader. What happens to the balance on the Gladiator when you get called to live? This is a great question too. I get this one a lot. So when you are trading on the Gladiator account, that is 100% simulated. There is no account. There are no profits. Any profits that you generate are 100% simulated, so that money doesn't exist. So your purpose in Gladiator, your purpose as a trader is to get paid on sim trading and to earn your payouts and to prove your consistency so you can go to live with a real account and uncapped payouts. Okay, so nothing happens to the balance in Gladiator because it doesn't technically exist. Good question. But it will contribute though to your accounts in live in terms of how much you're going to get for drawdown and things like that, because it's it's based on performance at the end of the day. So can we have 5 Gladiator accounts when we have 3 live accounts? No, not with us anyway. You could trade other prop firms and trade our 3 live accounts. We have some traders that do that, but no, you can't have sim and live at the same time, because that wouldn't make sense to us as a firm to put real money and capital behind you and then pay you in sim as well. Can you trade this on Ninja without Rhythmic? No. Can we trade outside the country while traveling? 100% yes, you can. What is the max payout per week on a 100K account? That would be 1,500 on the trailing drawdown and 1,250 on the end of day. Okay. After getting 3 or more payouts, at how much for those 3 payouts? Yeah, it's the same each payout for the first, until you get called to live. Can I use Tick Blaze and Rhythmic on the same computer at the same time? 100% you can, yes. Is the live account on Rhythmic too? Yes, it is. You may be able to connect the live accounts to Ninja. I'm not certain of that, so don't hold me to that. If you could try it. How many payouts do we give to the trader? It depends. It depends on their performance and how they're doing, and you know, if they're doing really well, we call them to live. So there's no set number as far as like guaranteed to get this many, guaranteed to not get this many, that kind of thing. So do you consider 200 to 300 profit per day account as a serious trader? Yes, I would. If you're doing it every single day, 100% yes. Yeah, traders can do really well off of that because we can scale that, right? It's more, the biggest thing that we look at as a risk team is your profit to drawdown. So how much drawdown did you use and how much were you able to make off of that? So this is some insight into behind the scenes type stuff. If your max drawdown was say 2,000, but you made 10,000 off of that drawdown, that's really good. That's a 5-to-1 drawdown to profit, right? Profit to drawdown, I should say. So that's very good. So that is what we look at predominantly, is small drawdowns with profitability, because that's, just think of the equity curve. Small dips, you know, how do you know it's a trending market? Well, you got moving up and to the right, and you got small drawdowns on the market, and then it goes back up, right? So the same thing with trading. That's what we're looking for. Do I have an option to trade a free copier within TickBlaze? I think so. I can't see why not. So can you use the Momo algo? Yes, absolutely, 100% you can. Can we trade on VPS? Yes, 100%. Approximately how many clients are receiving a payout of $1,500 per week? It's a good question. You can see the payouts on our website. If you go to PropShopTrader.com, we do post those. Look, we're a new firm. We haven't even hit the 6-month mark yet. We've been in planning for 2 years before that. We've been in the business for over 10 years, but we're a new prop firm. We're still growing. But in less than 6 months, we've paid out over $3 million in payouts. There's, I would think, very few prop firms starting during their first 6 months that have crossed that line. I'm sure it's possible, but it's very, very fast growth trajectory. So going strong. We have quite a lot going on here, which is great. When you are going for your first payout, what is the minimum you need to get a payout? Yeah, so what you need to do, Ernest, is you need to cover your drawdown. So if your drawdown's 2,500, you need to make at least that plus $100 plus whatever you're going to get paid out. Okay, so in that case, if you're on a 50K and you want the max payout, which is 1,250, then you got to get to 2,500 plus 100 plus 1,250, which, if my math serves me right, that would be 3,850. Okay. Can we have 5 gladiators when we have 3? Yeah, we already covered that. The answer is no. How do you scale us, and how fast will you scale us? Great question. That's on our site as well. Let me show you real quick. So if you go to PropShopTrader.com and go to how it works, path to prop, and we have our scaling plan in here. So phase 1, if you start with 2,500, once you hit 3,000 in profits, we're going to scale you up. In this phase, you have a 5,000 drawdown, and you have, once you hit 6,000 in profits, we're going to scale you. Then you get into advanced, and you're starting to get to 10,000 drawdowns, and you get 15,000, and then we scale you beyond that. And it's really just, you know, we come up with a scaling plan together at that point. So yeah, lots of opportunity to make some really great money. Which algos do I use? I personally don't trade much these days. I mostly work on the back end at this point, but I was always discretional as a trader personally. That's my preference. I've been trading a long time, so I trust myself more than anything, because I've proven that to myself. So, but algos are great if you like them. There's a lot of really good ones out there. How can we increase the 500 daily loss limit in the live account? If you are trading on a 100K or a 250K, most of those are going to start at the 5,000 drawdown level, which gives you 1,000 in daily loss limit. If you know, I know some of you like to trade the NQ and you don't like the micro, you can go through $500 pretty quick on NQ, obviously. So that totally makes sense. And so for that, we would say either start with the 100K or higher, on the gladiators, or just trade the micros on the smaller drawdown until you can scale up. So, can you write custom algos? Yes, C# for Tick Blaze. Yeah. Say one is very successful, regular payouts. Can one go on vacation 4 to 6 weeks? Yes, just do need to let us know. Anything longer than 30 days without trading, you do need to let us know so your accounts don't get shut down, because we have ongoing costs. So if we are traveling overseas, should we use a local country rhythmic server or Chicago? If you're overseas, you probably want to use a different server. Yeah. So let's give away some accounts. Let's do it. I'm gonna go into my results here and let's see what we got. We'll just leave that there. It's fine. Okay, let's pick a winner. Winner number 1, Mohammed Shagil. I'm not sure how to say it, but you won 50K account. Let me make notes so I make sure I give you your free accounts. All right, so Mohammed, you are a winner. Congratulations. Let's pick winner number 2. I think we've got 5 winners. Peter Greco. Peter Greco, you won. Congratulations. Winner number 2. Let's pick another winner here. Let's go to this one. Winner number 3, Jill. I don't have a last name, but I do have your email, and there's a cache in the email address. So there you go. Let's pick one more. Last winner, last but not least, Andy Beach. You are a winner. Congrats, you guys got some free accounts coming, so love it. We will we'll send you an email with the details on how to redeem those free accounts, but you have 50K warriors coming your way for free. So congratulations to all the winners, love it. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up on time. I do see a couple other questions here. For those of that still have the 500, what is the initial drawdown on live? Yeah, you would start at the 500, the 5,000 then, yeah. So based on that account, good deal. Cool, well, I think we got through all of it. We did it right in time and we answered all the questions. If you have more questions, just reach out to support@propshoptrader.com and we'll be happy to answer questions and might come up. So otherwise, we'll see you when it comes time to send payouts, and we'll see you when it comes time to call your name and tap you on the shoulder to call you up to live real prop accounts. So that is it for me, my friends. Thanks for hanging out on a Saturday, and your attendance is very much appreciated, because otherwise I'd be talking to the frog here. And so thanks for being here with us. It's been my pleasure, and cheers to everybody.
Cheers. All the details and a few surprises are in the chat now. Jim, that was another powerful session. Thank you for informing our traders about the process and helping them level up and navigate through this chaotic fall trading season with ease. Thank you, Jim. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And closing out our summit today is Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Rory is going to show you how to fully automate your prop trading with AI and adaptive bots, the exact blueprint for emotion-free, scalable execution. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being here.
What a great event. Wow, there's just under 300 live attendees here. I want to thank everybody for your time, and I'm going to make this short and sweet. If you haven't seen my presentation before, you have. I've got some new, brand new information. These are AI-powered bots that are fully automated. We refer to these as the ultimate edge for prop traders. So I'm going to keep this short. I know it's been a long day, and let's get it going. Before we get into it, this presentation is really just for educational purposes only. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. I'm not offering any type of trading advice. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, part of a very talented, educated, experienced team. Our goal here at Right Line Trading, we've been around for about 14 years now, is to develop innovative trading strategies that provide our members with an edge. What type of edge you may think? Well, the edge we're talking about is being able to determine the future direction of price, and having tools that can automatically get us in and out at the most opportune times. Over the course of the past 14 years, we've built a beautiful community of traders of all skill levels. And I just want to very briefly introduce the members of my team. We have 3 professional traders on staff, Mr. Craig Emery, Mr. David Kushner, and our options trading extraordinaire, Mr. David Wyse. We have 2 beautiful equity streams, very profitable equity streams in futures and stocks and options. Behind the desk here at Right Line Trading is Mr. Brock Miller, who's getting his degree in computer science. We have our software developer, Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. And the owner of Right Line Trading is Mr. Mark Miller, who has his MBA from Cal State. He's also a U.S. Army vet. And what I admire about him the most, he's a man of God. Excellent values, integrity, honesty, transparency. Those core military traits he's brought to the forefront here at Right Line Trading. A little bit about the voice that you hear behind the screen. Well, my name is Rory Powers. I reside in South Florida. I'm a Syracuse University graduate. My passion is trading the financial markets and saltwater fishing. This is a recent fishing trip with Mark Miller, the owner. Sergio and myself went fishing down in the Florida Keys. The 3 of us live down in South Florida, right next to the ocean. This was just last week. We had over a 40-pound bull mahi that we caught, that I caught. I have a small fishing boat down here in South Florida, and I'll tell you that fish, we've been eating mahi, I mean, all week. It reminds me of that Forrest Gump part, the part of the movie of Forrest Gump where they caught so many shrimp. They had shrimp gumbo. We had mahi gumbo, pan-fried mahi, deep-fried mahi, stir-fried mahi. We have mahi coming out of our ears, but delicious fish. And every fisherman has a fish story. My fish story today is about the one that did not get away. My beautiful wife, Christelle, just a blessing from God himself. We've been married for about 9 years now, and God blessed us with 2 beautiful children, 2 little girls, a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old. And I'll tell you, sometimes life can be pretty difficult. But knowing that I'm coming home to a beautiful family like this, it makes everything worthwhile. So enough about me. My presentation today is really how to turn, a stressful trading environment. This guy's sweating bullets. It reminds me of myself. Trying to trade the financial market when, listen, the cards are stacked against us. When we first started trading, we all received these emails in our inbox, and there were many of them saying how easy it was going to be and how fast the money was going to come in. And I couldn't wait to get started. I dove in head first, only to realize that it wasn't as simple as they had all made it out to be. In fact, some of us just aren't going to make it as discretionary traders. And I come with a solution today. If you've blown trading accounts, if you go through prop accounts like it's nobody else's business, and you're at number 1,000 or 500, and you just keep blowing them out, the very definition of insanity is to continue to do the same thing again and again and expect a different result. And I'm really talking about myself more than anybody because I'm a terrible trader. I'm just not cut out for it. But a little bit more about that later. But we have a solution with this fully automated AI leverage bots that I hope that you'll listen to. The genesis of this AI auto trader was really our lack of consistency in traders. This beautiful professional woman who looks like she's a professional. She's in an office building from the looks of it. And if a picture could say 1,000 words, I'm going to shorten it to 100. She has watched her trading account dwindle to nothing over the course of the last few months. And she's resorted to the old sledgehammer. You see, she's at her bursting point. Ever been there? she's absolutely convinced that there's a conspiracy going on between the market makers, the broker, maybe her prop firm, and they're out to take her money. They're out to drain her bank account. And she's reached the point of no return. And she's ready to burst that monitor with that sledgehammer. And listen, I've had the privilege over the last, I'm on my 12th year here at Right Line Trading. It's amazing when I say that, to hear myself say that. But my job here, my main job here at Right Line Trading is to answer the phones. And it's my favorite job here. Because I love talking to traders. You see, what I've learned about traders is we are perseverers. We're soldiers. There's very, very few of us. 99% of us are very resilient and steadfast and tenacious. We're fighters, and we're overcomers, and we love adversity. And we have a never give up attitude, and that's what I love about traders. But I was here at not Right Line Trading. I was here at Traders Corner, and I listened to a gentleman. His name was Chris Vermeulen, and he did a study on human personality traits and whether or not they lend well to being a good disciplined trader. And what he found in the course of his study was that we as humans share about 10 core personality traits. To a certain different degree of each one of them. That makes us unique individuals. But to make a long story short, he found that maybe 1 or 2 tops of these 10 core personality traits lends well to being a good disciplined trader. You see, the other 8.5 to 9 core personality traits really make decisions based on emotion. Okay, and that's the biggest problem that we traders have. And I'm the biggest perpetrator of over trading and revenge trading. I like to squeeze my stop. The minute I see that P&L start building up, I don't want to give those profits back. And it's like a knee-jerk reaction. I'll move my stop up, and I won't give the trade room to mature. The market has a natural ebb and flow, almost like the ocean with the waves and the tides. And you have to give it room to play out. And to squeeze it or make these impulsive decisions that are not based on data but emotions is why I keep blowing my own accounts. Sure, we've also purchased indicators that lag price or lack of proven trading methodology. But listen, it all leads to the same place. And we've all been there before, of blowing out our trading account. And this has been the genesis of the AI Auto Trader. You see, we've narrowed it down to 2 things that we believe will create trading success. Number 1, because we suffer from these human personality traits that sabotage our own trading, ideally we want software that can automatically get us in and out of trades at the most ideal times when risk is at its lowest and our potential for getting a profitable trade is at its highest. Well, number 2, not just any bot. Listen, I've bought bots before that could blow an account quicker than you know what. So it's not just any bot we need, but we need a bot that is leveraged by AI. And specifically what I'm talking about are bots that will self-optimize based on the ever-changing market environment, trading environment. Listen, let's face it, we're in a very news-driven market. Throughout the course of the week, except for recently with the government shutdown, but starting up again very shortly, throughout the course of the week, there's these economic news reports that come out and change the trajectory of the trading session in a second. We can go from a choppy, ranging, miserable market to a market that's shooting for the moon or shooting down and trending like crazy. all on an economic news report, an earnings report, a geopolitical unrest. It's a very news-driven market. And these bots that I'm going to be describing today will automatically optimize themselves, okay? That's what the bots in the past were lacking. So stick around. I've really got something special to show you. The benefits from using our AI auto trader, well, it's exactly that. It's going to eliminate human emotion. It's going to dynamically change the inputs. And for prop traders, keeping with the theme of our presentation today, of the presentation on Traders Corner, the prop trading special. For prop traders, we have automation built in of the strategy parameters that will adhere to the guidelines and rules that these prop firms put that we must adhere to. Listen, you know, prop trading is great. I love prop trading. I don't have to risk my own capital. I have the opportunity to use a trade copier and trade 3 accounts or 5 accounts up to 20 accounts at once. You know, how else can you scale like that with not risking any of your own capital? You know, you can get a prop account now for a very nominal fee. So I personally love prop firms. I love it. And I love prop trading. Now the downside, and I think it's only right to mention the downside, is they've put these stringent rules, these consistency rules, and these trailing thresholds and trailing drawdowns and minimum days to trade and maximum this. So they've made something that's extremely difficult. They've made it even more difficult. Okay, so we have coded into our bots parameters that will automatically adhere to these prop trading guidelines. We also have custom templates that are designed to pass evaluations in 1 day. And then we have more conservative bots that are designed to maintain and sustain your funded accounts for your PA accounts. And we're going to be showing how that works in just a moment. So let me run through very quickly. I like to just show, because it's not a black box system. And I like to show the way that we are leveraging artificial intelligence into these bots. This is the actual parameters of the strategy. We have our global parameters. We have a set of indicators that the system leverages that is all based on mathematical modeling. We have beautiful indicators, very powerful, that this system is leveraging. But the way that we're using artificial intelligence is, number one, let me uncheck this box. We have our AI model that is looking at 3 different things. The way the technology works, we have a drone and a bot. They're both bots. We just named one the drone and one the bot. It's a team. They both work as a team. The drone is just what it sounds like. It will trade 23 hours, the entire session. It will have a very ambitious profit target, a very liberal stop. And it will share a database with the bot, and it will tell it 3 things. Number one, it's going to tell it where to put its stop and targets. Well, how does it know where to put its stop and targets? Because what it's looking at is the average true range of the market. It's looking at the maximum adverse excursion, the maximum favorable excursion, and in a millisecond, in a second, it can mathematically put your stop and your profit target in the most ideal location based on the current trading environment. The second thing it's going to look at is your trading hours. Let's say throughout the course of the trading session, it finds in the Asian session that there's an hour or 2 out of that session that it consistently does well. And then maybe during the London session, there's an hour or 2 during that session it does well. And the New York Stock Exchange. Well, this system is going to only trade when historically it's profitable. Those other times of the day that it gets shellacked, it's going to sit on its hands. It's not going to trade. And let me tell you something. We've been We've been developing automated bots for a long time here, okay, at Right Line Trading. Our number one mandate is to sidestep the losers. So you ask yourself, well, how do you sidestep the losers? This is one way we do it, okay? And I'm going to show you a few other ways that we do it, because we can make these bots as conservative or as aggressive as we would like. So we have the trading session hours that will self-optimize the position of our stops and targets. And then number 3 is the signal. What the signal means is the trigger. This particular strategy has 4 triggers that will enter a trade: signal A, B, C, and D. This system has a machine learning capability that it will recognize a certain market environment, trading environment, and it knows from its history which trigger works the best. Which trigger is going to find that ebb and flow of the current trading environment to get you in right at the right time. And it's incredible how it works. And it'll learn which signal to take, and it will sidestep those other signals where historically it gets beat. Okay, that's how that self-learning algorithm works. We also have a pattern recognition that we use with our trade management. And let me tell you something, what we've learned is even more important sometimes than how we get into the trade or how the trade is triggered is how we manage the trade. That's where it's won or lost, okay? And I'm going to show you a recording right in about 2 minutes, 1 minute, that shows you the trade management that we've integrated into this beast of an automated system. But what I want to cover first is the pattern recognition. The charts are very geometrical, symmetrical. You know, we use Fibonacci, which really looks at the symmetry of the trading charts. However, there's also candlestick patterns that occur throughout the session again and again and again. This machine learning algorithm will also identify certain candlestick patterns and take an action once it recognizes that pattern. For example, one way we're using it, if we're in a long trade and all of a sudden we get a big, ugly, bearish engulfing candle, well, the system is going to very quickly exit the trade and cut your loser short because it's learned that a reversal is coming. So that candlestick pattern recognition is an integral part of how we cut our losers short. But more importantly, I want to tell you how we let our winners run, because that's what it's all about, is risk to reward. Listen, unless we can trade with an 80 or 90% win rate, and there are people who can do it. David Wyse, he's our options trader. He amazes me. He's a magician. You know, I see him do the impossible day in and day out. But for us mortal humans, it's just not doable. So how do we not win 80% of our trades and still be profitable? Well, the answer is it's in our risk to reward ratio. How do we let our winners run and cut our losers short? Okay. The way our trade management works, and I'm setting up a video now. In this current example of this trade management strategy, I'm trading 4 micros, okay? My stop is 60 ticks. My initial profit target is 100. Now, what we've coded into this is a break even plus or minus. My goal every day is to hit my profit target. In the top of the settings, we could put a profit goal and a loss limit. Let's just say, for argument's sake, our loss limit is 250 and our profit goal is 500. So I'm out of the game once this strategy reaches minus 250, because by design, it's not going to allow me to breach my loss limit. So if my loss limit is 250 in this scenario, I'm done if it's reached. On the flip side, if my profit goal is 500, which is my goal, And once I reach that, I'm also going to be done for the day. And we practice very strict capital preservation. So with this particular ATM strategy, once we get 50 ticks, remember my initial stop is 100. Once we get to 50, we're going to immediately take all the risk off of the trade, and my stop is going to go to plus 10. So once that happens, I can kind of breathe a sigh of relief when my stop jumps up, because now I know for certain I'm not going to take a loser. Okay, but it gets better. If the trade continues to mature into my profit window, is what we call it. In this case, my profit window is 25. My profit target is 100. So if I come within 25 ticks of my profit target, which would put price at plus 75, my stop is going to fly up to 25 ticks behind price, which is going to be plus 50, okay, plus 50 ticks. Now I'm into what we call our leapfrog scenario. My stop is at plus 50 ticks, and my profit target is going to start leaping up as this trade matures to the, if it's a long trade, to the upside. So it's going to allow my winning trade to run, all while locking in legs of profit. Remember, these prop firms, if you listen to Jim closely, what they're looking at is they're also, you know, unless you're trading a static account, and the drawdown on those is, I mean, you forget it. They have what they call a trailing threshold, okay? With the trailing threshold, your unrealized gains count against you. So what does that mean if you're managing your trade? You have to simultaneously, if you're going to play a runner, you have to drag your stop continuously so you don't get too much leeway for it to come back on you. Okay, so I just wanted to set up this tape, this video, and this is the leapfrog in action. And you can see that this is full automation. I've triggered into a 30 range on the NASDAQ and a 20 Unirenko on the NASDAQ on the left. I'm in both of these positions simultaneously. And you can see my stop is back at 100 ticks. Now watch what happens to my stop on both of these trades once the trade starts maturing to the downside. Watch how this trade is managed. Now my stop's at plus 10. And as this trade starts to mature, you're going to see the leapfrog. It's going to come into my profit window next, boom, and now it's on my leapfrog. And you're going to see this market. We're in both of these trades. And I'm using Joe's trade copier. And there it goes. And it starts leapfrogging. And now a trade with very little risk. I'm risking maybe $150 or $200 on the entry. And I have the potential with this leapfrog to make $500, $800, $1,000 on each entry. And that's how we let our winners run. It's all done fully automatic, fully automated. And both of these bots get in on these PA accounts with a potential 6-7 to 1 risk to reward ratio as this thing leapfrogs down. We made $5 grand that week. And this trade was just an absolute monster. And with the way this market has been running, last week we all watched it. There was some huge sell-offs. When the market starts moving like that, these bots can put up numbers like you never dreamt of. So I think you understand what I'm getting at here. You could see how the stop and the profit target continue to mature with the trade, that particular trade, it was a $4,000 trade. And listen, allowing our winners to run over the course of a week, a month, a year, let me tell you something, it makes a tremendous difference on the trajectory of your equity curve, a tremendous difference. So we're cutting our winners short and we're letting our winners run. And that's my biggest weakness as a trader. And I've listened from the people that I speak to on the phones, I'm not alone. It's all of our biggest weakness. So this is just a really a review of what we've covered. We've covered the candlestick pattern recognition. We've covered how the drone will filter out the trading hours that don't do well. To give you a real world example, I'm going to show you the performance of our ES30 range. Let's first take a look at the drone. Remember, the drone is the one trading 23 hours of the day. Okay, this is between September 1st and November 10th. All right, so we're doing about a 2.5 month look back here. The drone on a 2.5 month look back is down 22.65. Now, the bot that is dynamically changing its own inputs, that has turned a losing strategy, a lemon, into lemonade. This bot is up $7,700. That same exact period of time. How does it do it? One way it does it is it filters out the times of the day that it gets killed. It puts the stop and profit target in the right location. It only takes the triggers that do well in the type of trading environment that it's in. And that's really how we're been so successful with this AI auto trader. So we just integrated a brand new release. What trade copier? Somebody asked what trade copier. That was Joel Wyse's trade copier. Okay. How often does the drone update? Good question. At every trade. It takes 10 trades. The AI model that we're using is a 10 trade look back, but it puts more weight on the most current trade. We started, years ago, and we had a much longer look back, and we realized from our testing, with this trading environment, you have to have a much shorter look back. So the new release is our AI trading analyst. We're using ChatGPT really to help us decide which bots to trade, when to trade them, which signal to take. This is all running in the background. We call it our ChatGPT trading analyst. And this was released about just under a month ago. And if you decide to come aboard, this is going to be included for free. So I'm going to show you some of our top performing bots. The NQ20 Unarenko has been crushing it. On the micro from October 1st to November 10th, this bot is up over $3,000. It trades the 20 Unarenko. It does a beautiful, beautiful chart. You can see it here. These are the indicators that the system is leveraging. And the 20 Unarenko is a little misleading. It looks like just an average move down here. But remember, a 20 Unarenko is calculated in ticks, not time. And each bar to the downside in this trend to the downside, each bar represents 20 ticks. Okay, so this is actually a big move. It doesn't look big, but it is. But the advantage of this 20 Unarenko is not only does it clear out all the static and make it very smooth, but it also gives us beautiful signals for trading if we want to trade this on a discretionary basis. So the MNQ works on the 20 unit Renko. We have really a nice diversity of not only instruments, we trade very liquid instruments. We trade the NASDAQ, the S&P 500. We trade the Dow. We've diversified into crude oil and gold. And we have not only a diversity of instruments, but also of data series or time frames that we trade them on. And the system is going to learn and advise you and tell you which bot to trade. Everything is done on data-driven decisions. There's no emotions. This is all numbers, okay? The moneymaker, our 30 range on the E-mini has some of our most powerful bots. The NASDAQ and the E-mini are really our 1-2 punch. Gold is a very valuable tool to have in the toolbox. Although it's not our most consistent bot, there are times that it's the best and most profitable bot. And when we run into those periods, we always can transition and use that as our leader account. So these bots are whichever ones perform the best and they have the most profits. Those are the ones that our trade analyst recommends that we use as our leader accounts to trade our prop accounts. This ES30 moneymaker is up about 3,600, trading one contract from September 1st to November 10th. This is not a back test. This is all trades taken on a live market. Our ES30 Starbot is up over $7,000 from September 1st to November 10th. We have some bots. Listen, most vendors would be ecstatic to have one profitable bot. We have several. And there's only one reason why we have several, and that's the AI integration. I get a lot of people ask us that have been following us for years, Rory, what would you say? Why are you guys having so much success now? And the reason is it's this AI integration. AI, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that we're in the midst of an AI revolution, and it's working its way into every sector of our economy. It makes everything more efficient. For prop traders, I like to refer to this as prop trading on steroids. For example, we have custom templates that will allow you to pass an evaluation in just one day on one trade. We call them our one-day pass templates. Our one-day pass templates, just to give you an idea, real-world numbers, our ES30 range going back to March 30th to November 14th, the profitable rate of this bot is at 55%. Now listen, I answer the phones here. This is a one trade pass or fail. This is one of our better, most consistent ones at 55% success rate. I answer the phones here. I like to under promise and over deliver. Okay. One thing I can't stand is if somebody calls me and they're upset, and they're upset about maybe something I said or it didn't work as planned. So I like to under promise, and I always say 33%. These one-day pass templates, if you buy three, statistically, you buy three evaluations, one of them is very likely to pass. Nothing in trading is guaranteed, okay? And you know that, and I know that. So if anybody tells you differently, they're lying to you, which means you can lose 3 in a row. You can win 3 in a row. All I'm saying here is statistically, if you look at the numbers, if you play these one-day passes, it's 1 out of 3 will pass the evaluation, okay? Obviously, that's not a statistic that's sustainable. That's not a strategy that's sustainable. Once we pass the evaluation, we pivot to a much more conservative strategy, okay? Over the course of this year, I've traded 3 accounts on YouTube, and we trade this system every morning, Monday through Friday, live on YouTube. From January 15th to November 14th, I was at $43,000 in profits trading these 3 accounts. And believe me, it's not because I'm a good trader. In fact, in spite of myself, I was able to make this kind of money. Never in my trading career have I ever strung together 10 or 11 months with that type of equity curve. And believe me, without these AI bots, there's no way in the world that I could have done it. And it's not just me doing well. Many of our members, countless members of our team, have all gotten payouts using these bots. That's always a very common question, is can we get payouts? The answer is yes. Okay, I've got a great Black Friday special. Listen, I think I've got a special that I really want to urge you to take advantage of, because it's the lowest price that we've ever offered and probably will ever offer. What comes with the offer is unlimited VIP support. If you need support, we do not only a white glove installation, but ongoing support that we provide for our members. In this special offer, you're going to receive the new AI Trading Analyst. The AI Trading Analyst is a ChatGPT integration. Where we're headed with this, so you know, is something that's going to be groundbreaking. We're actually in collaboration with a world-renowned AI lab, and we're almost at the end of releasing the next stage of this. And what the next stage will be is, you see, large institutions, what they're using AI algos for is they use AI to monitor the economic news reports, the earnings reports. They have different sites that they use as endpoints that they're leveraging this ChatGPT at. We've built an API that has about 7 different endpoints to different websites, social media, news reports, and your NinjaTrader database. And it forms a closed loop system. Okay, right now our trading analyst that you'll get today, we upload right out of NinjaTrader, we upload our trade performance, and we ask that the trading agent will tell us which bot and when to trade, which signal. It'll give you any information you want to know about the data, and it'll do it in milliseconds. Where we're headed is this is going to automatically, on a closed loop system, meaning we will not have to upload anything to it. It's going to be connected. ChatGPT has a way of connecting to outside sites, and those are our endpoints. Without going too deep into the minutia, it's going to be able to make context-aware decisions based on the data that it's receiving from 7 different endpoints, whether an earnings report was a hit or miss, whether an economic news report was a hit or miss. And it's going to put into motion, based on the results of those reports, a trade for you, just like the large institutions and hedge funds. That's how they're leveraging AI, and that's how you will be too with this system. It's groundbreaking, that what we're getting set to release. You'll be trading with us every morning, God willing, on YouTube. We trade the system every morning at 9:15. You don't pay a penny to come see it. We trade in real time. You see which bots we're trading. On our prop accounts, you see you can ask questions and trade it along with us. All of the prop trading templates are included in my special offer. This is the full Monty. This comes with all of the chart templates, the strategy templates, the prop trading templates, the ChatGPT analyst. Everything comes included with this Black Friday special. So the special is, it comes in 3 different membership types. We have the monthly, the annual, and the lifetime. The monthly membership is going to be $4.99 per month. $4.99 per month. The annual membership, this is really where the value kicks in, is going to be down almost a 70% savings to $9.99 for the entire year. So you're going to get the full portfolio of bots, trade it with us live every morning on YouTube, and it's going to be $9.99 for the entire year. Okay. If we break that down, and it is billed in one payment of $9.99. I've done this before, and someone says, well, I want to pay the $83 a month, but that's not how it works. It's billed once a year at $9.99. However, I want to break it down to where if you broke it down to a monthly payment, which is not available at this price, but if you divide it by 12, it's $83 a month. 83 bucks a month. Okay, you're gonna have the most powerful bots out there. I'm telling you. Trade it with us, have ongoing tech support, and be part of a community of traders that we just have a beautiful family, is what we consider you as our family of traders in our Discord chat. If you want to go all in, this is the time to do it with the one-time payment. It's really our best value. Normally it's about $5,000. However, what we're doing for Black Friday is it's being discounted not only to $24.99, but there's an extra coupon code now that we've put on our website that I'll show you. With coupon code, and let me send the link in. With coupon code SAVE, where is it? Oh, I'm sorry, 500 off. With coupon code 500 off, it's going to come down to $19.99 for the lifetime. $19.99 for the lifetime. $9.99 for the annual. $4.99 for the monthly. We do accept PayPal as a payment option at checkout. PayPal has that PayPal later feature. If you qualify, you can pay over 6 months with no interest. I love it. I love PayPal credit. I just bought some airline tickets. It goes without saying, you're not paying interest. Let me see if I can answer just a couple of quick questions. We do, Christian. Christian asked a great question. So I left off at Todd. Todd asked, how often does the drone update the bot? Every trade. They're sharing a database. It has our AI model is a 10 trade look back with more weight given to the more recent trades. Does this bot approved by prop firms? Great question, Mohammed. Very good. The reason why it is two reasons why. It's not a high frequency trader. It's not one of those black box systems. They refer to this as a semi-automated strategy. Why? Because you as the trader, these all come in pre-formatted templates. All of the strategy templates. I see one of the questions from Christian was, do you provide ready-to-trade templates? The answer is yes. We are going to give you professionally optimized templates that are pre-formatted. In the pre-formatted templates, all of the values are all put in. The only thing that you would customize is your daily profit loss limit and daily profit goal, which would be dependent on your risk tolerance. And on your onboarding, we do about 3 different calls with you. We help you with all of this. It's very simple. Don't worry. But my point is the reason they do not consider this a fully automated system is because you as the trader have the ability to put the conditions of the entry. You see, the conditions of the entry I mentioned earlier, we can make this as conservative or aggressive as we want. These are just perfect the way the market environment is now, okay? They will change as the market conditions, change. But because you do have the ability to come in here and set the conditions and the trigger for the trade, and once the trade is executed, your stop and your profit target are projected on your chart. If you remember on my YouTube video, you saw as that trade matured, my stop and my profit target were projected on my chart. So if I wanted to manually slide them, I could. I'm always in control. I could hit the close the trade on my chart trader. I could drag my stop. I could do whatever I want to intervene on these bots. Okay, it's not a black box. So we do provide ready to trade templates. Eric, some of the members of our community are trading Apex, Take Profit, Buellnox, to name a few. There's several of them that they're using with these bots. Personally, I'm using Apex personally. Naomi, thank you for joining us. Naomi asks, are these bots in Leapfrog only able to be used on Ninja desktop? Yes, the desktop app, Naomi, not the web version. NinjaTrader desktop app. Good question. This system requires two things, NinjaTrader 8 and a live data feed. Any prop firm that supports NinjaTrader, whether it be with Rhythmic or Trade of 8, we can establish a connection on NinjaTrader 8, and that would provide you the ability to trade this system. No other trading platforms, only NinjaTrader 8. Now, listen, Jim brought up, if you remember Jim Simmons, a great presentation. He brought up the ETP trade copier. The ETP trade copier gives you a solution that makes your copying trades platform independent. Okay, so you can use that copier and copy trades from any platform. So what are the prop accounts you offer? We're not offering prop accounts. We're offering these bots that will trade your prop accounts, Nilesh. Hi, Abby. Give me a call. Abby, put your name and number in. Abby's a legacy client. I know Abby for, oh my God. I don't want to say how long, it'll show our age. What are the specs? The specs on the, Eric asked, which is also a very valid question, because really that's the secret to success. You know, we talked about having the proper tool set. If we want to get any job done correctly, we want to, you know, we discussed, we want automation because as humans, you know, we make mistakes. I like to refer to them as stepping on banana peels. And ideally, you know, we need bots that can get us in and out, and we have to trade on a computer that's strong enough, right? Because of latency and lag. And by the way, part of our onboarding, we have what's called the lagometer. Our lagometer ensures that price is really where it shows on your chart, or the system will not take a trade. So to answer your question, I said all of that to tell you this. We recommend an i9 or newer, okay? i9 processor or newer with at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, okay? If you have that, and you're not somebody who likes to keep a million, you know, tabs on your browser open and have 3 different trading platforms up, you're going to do just fine with this. However, if we find for any reason, some people live in remote areas or in parts of the world that, or they travel, that they just get a weak Wi-Fi signal, we can always transition you to a VPS, okay, for a very nominal fee. If your computer doesn't have the specs, if your Wi-Fi is not strong, you know, I think it's like 60 or 70 bucks a month. Now listen, if anybody has a question, please put your name and your number in the chat box. Nobody else can see it, just me. There's like 300 people here today, and there's a lot of questions. I'll be around tomorrow. I know it's been a long day today, but in the afternoon, I'll be available to give you a call. I know it's Sunday. I'll try to get through a few more questions, but please put your name and your number. Only Anthony and I can see it, and Anthony seems like a really nice guy. I don't think he's going to call and make crank calls. Of course. Somebody asked, can we, Valentino? Of course, absolutely. On our YouTube channel, you're always welcome. We encourage you to come check us out. Really, what distinguishes Right Line Trading from our competitors is our transparency. I started off by saying that the owner, has brought the core military values to everything we do here: honesty, transparency, integrity. We are one of the few vendors that trades their system live on YouTube every morning. If you go to our YouTube channel, there's a tab called, you'll click on the live tab, and you can see every trading session for the past year. They're all recorded. If we have a bad day trading, there's no hiding from it, okay? But yes, you can always come here and log right into our live streams. We do the AI every morning at 9:15. We go to about 10:30, 11. And then David Wyse, who's our options guru. He's a mastermind at trading options. If you're an options trader, check him out. Do yourself a favor. But listen, what I'm so excited about is not only where we're headed with this, but it's not only us getting the results that I'm showing you. We have members like Judy, who's traveling the world. She brings a portable trade station, joins us every morning. Getting payouts on her funded accounts with these bots. We have Simon from across the pond. I always get questions. Hey, I'm in the UK. Can I trade it? The answer is yes. No, regardless of where you are in the world, these bots will run. They're hard coded in the strategy parameters for Eastern New York time. Limit up. Look at these numbers that these people are making. Trading just one session. You look at these numbers, you think it's over a week or a month. This is what these people are making in one day. When we got those emails, I alluded to those emails earlier, how they said how much money we'd be making, and sure enough, this is the closest thing I've seen to that come true. We have a member, Ron N, happens to be a Vietnam vet. Ron, if you listen to this video, thank you for your service and God bless you. But he made 10 grand trading our gold bots. Judy does very well trading our gold bots. 10 grand when Trump first announced the tariffs, with all the uncertainty, gold was going crazy. Gold doubled in price in the last 12 months. So listen, gold is, has its moments. Suzanne is a leader of our trading community. She is so willing to lend a helping hand to our new members. That's why I said she trades take profit. That's why I said when you come aboard with Right Line, you're coming into our trading family. We're here to build a long-term relationship, not for a one-time, get your order and run. We want you to tell your friends and relatives. We want to establish a long-lasting win-win relationship. And we do trade every morning on YouTube. So that's my special offer. I want to thank everybody for their time. You don't see the leapfrog. You didn't see the video, Hector? I will, Mohammed. If you can, please allow me to call you tomorrow. I have my wife and my kids. We're gonna go have dinner. But I will be happy to call you. We'll go to church in the morning, and after we get back, I'll call anybody who leaves their number. I will give you a call. So please put your name and number. The reason I'm so excited, and let me finish my thought. If you guys if this is your first time that you've ever heard me, my passion is trading. I mean, I eat, live, breathe, sleep, eat everything trading for the past 12 years. I'm somebody that works 60-hour weeks, 6 hours a day, and I bend over backwards to try to help our community of traders and try to better the products that we produce. But in the 12 years that I've been here, for $9.99 for the whole year and knowing what we're delivering, I'm telling you, take advantage of this. You'll become a believer, I assure you. And if you want to upgrade to the lifetime, you know, we'll definitely give you credit for what you paid. But $9.99, my goodness, it's $83 a month. So I want to end by saying this. First, the holiday seasons are coming, and I'm a family man, so I want to wish you and your family a blessed holiday season. Can you believe we're already at Thanksgiving? My goodness, the days are long, but the years fly by, right? And I hope everybody has a blessed weekend. I want to end by saying that I come with a message of hope. I'm somebody that blew out more trading accounts than I can count. I would go to bed at night talking to myself. I'm not kidding you, because it was so frustrating to blow out another account. I worked for a trading company, and I couldn't trade for the life of me. In fact, I'm probably the world's worst trader. But this system has provided me a viable path to profitability. And I honestly believe that it can do the same for you. So I hope you take me up on your offer, Anthony. And I want to thank you also, Anthony, for having me on Traders Corner. It's always a privilege and an honor to be on your venue. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Rory. Check out the chat for Rory's automation toolkit. It's powerful stuff.
The annual link. Okay, Michael, I'm gonna push it through. I'm sorry, I forgot to push it through. I'm sorry, Anthony. Go ahead.
Oh no, you still have questions to answer? I'm sorry.
No, I don't. I'm gonna make
okay.
On that link that I've put in. Let me just answer this last one.
Yeah, go for it.
Michael, on the annual, I'm gonna push it through. If you check that same link in about 5 minutes, it should show up. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm done, Anthony. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Roy, for bringing us across the finish line and closing out the summit. We do appreciate the value that you bring to our traders. What a summit. We've covered everything from trade psychology to automation, prop firm strategy to market trend mastery. Thank you for attending today. You did yourself a huge favor by crossing the finish line along with us. And don't forget, prop trading is more than just a shortcut, it's a professional path. And today's event gave you the education, tools, and strategy to take it seriously. On behalf of Traders Corner, I'm Anthony Chapman. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us, and we'll see you at the next Investor Summit. Trade safe, and if inclined to do so, go get yourself a prop account. It couldn't hurt to try. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening. We appreciate all of you and wish you the best success with your trading.